under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush speaking from the Oval Office as the fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, at the National Security Agency there, and the rubble continues to pile up in southern Manhattan. The president insisted today that thousands of lives were suddenly ended today, and now saying that he promised to commit the full resources of the nation's intelligence and law enforcement communities to find the terrorists responsible and to bring them to justice. There is an urgent plea out this evening for blood in the New York City area. The blood supply said to be dangerously low. For those who are in the New York City area and can help, they ask that you call 1-800-933-BLOOD. That's 1-800-933-BLOOD for locations in Metro New York. And for those who would like to help with the Red Cross, 1-800-HELP-NOW. We're back with continuing coverage at the top of the hour. Now let's continue with the O'Reilly Factor. Bill O'Reilly stuck out on Long Island as the bridges and tunnels are closed. He's broadcasting from the studios of News 12 Long Island this evening, and our thanks to them. Bill?
Okay, Shepard, thank you very much. Let's go to Washington, D.C. now and check in with the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who is a Fox News analyst. Speaker, I want to talk about repercussions and how you see this story playing out in the next week. Anything come immediately to mind?
Well, Bill, let me just say that I think the greatest danger for America is to use the language you just used. And I don't mean to be confrontational, but I want to make a point here. This is not a story. This is the most serious attack on American civilians in the history of the United States. For many, many years, there was a myth around the planet that you could set off bombs in Europe, you could set off bombs in Asia, you could set off bombs in Israel, but you didn't come to America. Starting with the World Trade Center bombing a few years ago, that myth began to be challenged. Today, we crossed a watershed in American history. And the question now is, since our enemies have declared war on us, what will we do? And I'm very, very concerned that we'll gradually go back to finding some way to have business as usual. This is an enormous historic moment.
All right, but you just answered my question, because repercussions of what this is all about right now. So we have oil, for example, jumping $6 a barrel today. We have reports of people going to the grocery stores and being kind of panicky. We have reports of some Congress people being disenchanted with the intelligence community. We have all of those things in play. Do you...
I've lost you, I think.
Anything be addressed immediately, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, I think my hope is that in the next day or so, the President will go to a joint session of Congress. My hope is the President will ask for a declaration of war against terrorists and against any who harbor them. And my hope is that the Congress will give the intelligence community both the power it needs and the money it needs, and that the Congress will give the Defense Department the authority and the resources to do whatever it takes.
All right, let me stop you there.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not getting you.
Me
now, Mr. Speaker?
Mr.
I hear you
Speaker,
now.
Shepard Smith in New York, I believe we've lost Bill O'Reilly's connection. He's picking up on the conversation. As we move forward now, how important is it that the right tone be set, not only in this city and in Washington, but across the nation? Mr. Speaker, there are very real fears now that people will begin to look at their neighbors in a different way, and that there really could be trouble down the road.
Look, the trouble's here. There are thousands of Americans dead tonight. And I think, look at the loss of life in New York City. Look at the attack on the Pentagon. Look at the airplane crash in near Pittsburgh. The fact is, we as a country need to express our anger by turning it into effective action. And the action oughtn't to be directed at some witch hunt at the intelligence agencies, which I heard about today, or some other scapegoat effort. The action ought to be to say to every country in the world that hosts terrorists,
Mr. Speaker,
we will do what it takes to stop them.
I hate to...
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm back online here.
Yes, sir.
You know, and we want to tell everybody that we are live and we are reacting to what's happened, which is why you're seeing pictures of the Pentagon situation now. And we have a few technical problems. But we know from intelligence reports that Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, countries like this, even Yemen, a few other Middle Eastern countries, do harbor terrorists. Libya, right. They have camps there. I mean, we know this from satellites reconnaissance. We know these things, and we've known them for decades. Are you saying tonight that we need to take action against these countries for what they've done in the past, or do we have to develop new information?
Look, as long as there was terrorism outside the United States, we were diplomatic, we were pressuring, but this is different. This morning, the forces of evil who are organized for terrorism declared war on the American people. The only question we have now is whether the American elites have the nerve to declare war back.
But when you say declare war back, I want you to be as specific as is extremely important.
I mean, if we reach a conclusion, and I'm not prejudging it, if we reach a conclusion that this is Osama bin Laden and this is his organizations, then we say systematically, starting with Afghanistan, turn those people over to us, or we will use whatever level of force is necessary. And the reason, Bill, is very straightforward. If we allow this to go unpunished, if we go back to business as usual, I think there will be more attacks in this country. I think our enemies will become bolder. The price of oil goes down when America is strong and certain. The price of oil goes up when our enemies think they can get away with it.
All right. Well,
it's a political price.
I know
it's not
what
an
you're
economic
saying,
price.
but you see, the problem is, as we just heard, is that we don't know where Osama bin Laden is. We don't know where. We don't know where he is.
Bill, CNN interviewed him, ABC interviewed him, Time Magazine interviewed him, the British interviewed him. The fact is, and every interview I believe was in Afghanistan, the notion that reporters can find bin Laden when he wants to be found, and we can't figure out from those reports where he is, I think we could, in fact, bring dramatically more power to bear. And my point's simple. There are forces on this planet who are trying to get weapons of mass destruction. What we saw today is a warning. And if we don't rid the planet of systematic terrorism, and we don't make it impossible for nation states to harbor terrorists, to harbor training camps, to harbor refugee areas, to basically create the entire understructure of these terrorist groups, we are going to pay an unending price for the rest of our lifetimes.
All right. What is your reaction to the pictures that we saw in Palestine where some Arabs over there were rejoicing in the streets?
Look, Palestinian people have been told by their leadership for a generation to hate Israel, to hate America. Arafat has publicly talked about the great joys of going to heaven and the great honor of being a bomber. Why would we expect people who've been propagandized for a generation to behave differently than we've seen them behave? I don't blame any of the Palestinian people. They've been told that over and over again. But I think we've got to take accountable for ourselves. What are our actions going to be when we lose thousands of Americans? And our actions have to be decisive and firm. I don't think we can talk ourselves out of this. I don't think witch hunting the CIA is going to cut it. I don't think having a FBI investigative team is going to do it. This is an act of war, and we need to respond as a country by being prepared to declare war.
Essentially, virtually at a war footing, Tom, where American military are supposed to be geared up, weapons locked and loaded, ready for absolutely everything. But it's been a full 11 hours since that American Airlines 757 slammed into the Pentagon, and firefighters are having a very difficult time with the stubborn blaze. As you can see behind me now, what were just a couple of flickers on the roof are actually now full-blown infernos, apparently. Flames bursting through the roof, even more so just in the last few minutes as we've been standing here watching, and much further away now than the original fires that we had watched several hours ago. So it appears that the fires here in the Pentagon are not only stubborn, but spreading. At the same time, television crews were permitted in the area just a short time ago, and they recorded a very grisly scene, Tom. What they first saw were some of the dead that had been removed from the rubble, covered in sheets. There's a temporary morgue actually set up in the center courtyard of the Pentagon here. The exact casualty toll still not known, but scores are believed to be dead and still buried underneath the rubble. And there was also some shots of the damage, exterior damage around the building itself. As you can see from the pictures, it's eerily reminiscent, Tom, of the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City. The wide gash in the building and the slanted floors that had just collapsed under their own pressure, and it appears that these rescue workers are a long way from not only containing the blaze, but recovering the victims. Tom?
I find that stunning, Jim Miklashevsky, that they've had all day to work on that blaze, and tells you about the very grievous nature of this attack on that building, that they still have flames at this hour burning through the military headquarters of the United States.
Well, actually, Tom, you know, some consider the location where this plane went in rather fortunate, because exactly where the plane went in was an area that had recently been redeveloped and redesigned with with very heavy blast walls and fire walls in that new area there. Of course, can't withstand the kind of impact of a 757. So as you look at the building, the fire did not spread very much to the right, the new portion of the building. And the old portion where the fire continues to spread, much of that had already been vacated. Those offices vacated in preparations of the remodeling effort that was to be undertaken in that section of the building. Even though the death toll here is likely to still rise significantly, the number of dead is probably considerably less than it would have been if this part of the Pentagon had been up to full staff. Tom?
And Jim, a lot of people are going to be looking at all that destruction and wonder whether our military capability is in any way compromised by the damage to the building here.
Well, fortunately...
And do you agree with others today, particularly in the intelligence community, both in it currently and even some members of Congress who said the failure here is the United States' emphasis on human intelligence around the world, that one of the mistakes the United States made was to downgrade the degree of human intelligence that people thought was necessary?
Well, this is a complicated subject.
Following the investigation and checking his many good sources. Jim, what can you tell us?
Dan, federal lawmen are apparently fanning out tonight to follow up on the first leads in this case. Some search warrants have been served, but officials caution it is too early to tell whether they will bear fruit. Other agents are poring over the flight manifest of the 4 doomed planes. Meanwhile, intelligence officials say they have developed what one calls significant indicators pointing to Osama bin Laden as the man behind this attack. The information suggests that the planes were hijacked by members of Al-Qaeda, the terrorist group that reports to bin Laden. Sources describe the intelligence as communications intercepts. It's not definitive, said one official, but it is persuasive.
Since
organizational skills. There are very few people in the Arab and the Islamic world who want to become suicide bombers. He has the managerial skills to gather them all together, to train them, to screen them, and to deploy them. He's a very rare individual like that. If we destroy Osama bin Laden, there may be another one out there. But until Osama number 2 shows up, we have a period of peace.
Are you convinced that it was bin Laden?
Right now, he's the likely suspect. I'd be very surprised if it was anyone else, because the only other people in the world that we know...
They picked up intercepts with some members of his organization apparently referring to these targets having been hit. They've been successful in the past building cases against bin Laden by picking up this kind of information, these kinds of communications. They also believe that at least one person on one of the 4 doomed flights may have been a member of his organization. So as disastrous as this is, they will have leads from people checking into airports, checking on those flights. They know some of the pseudonyms, the aliases, the fake identifications that are used by some of these people. They've probably got a pretty good head start tonight. George Tenet and his officials are all gathered at the CIA in secure areas and are having meetings as we speak.
Andrea Mitchell, are you picking up anything about sending emissaries around the world in an effort to build what has been described as an extraordinary coalition of people to try to build an alliance?
Every floor to the outside walls. As it got hotter, the beams got weaker, and the hot air inside began to walls just buckled, snapped, and released the top floor, which fell onto the floor below, and the entire building sinks in a straight vertical, the floors falling faster and faster down, until you notice that every floor in the building is gone. Viewed from another angle, you can see the same thing. Notice the aerial stays vertical, just stays straight as it sinks into the building. There's no buckling or tipping, just straight down. And this happened in both buildings. The first tower, too, stayed straight as it went down, each floor falling neatly on top of the other. So the reason the towers went so quickly is because all the floors were literally hanging onto the skin. And once the skin went, the buildings went too. Robert Krulwich, ABC News.
Well, that report, as we look
from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the 4-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normally. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here. Everything was running fine on the plane, it sounded like.
Authorities say 285 people died aboard the airliners today, and tonight the FAA is at a loss to explain how the security failures happened. There is some new information that in at least 2 of the attacks, the hijackers may have used knives, and those are harder than guns for security officials to detect. But most importantly, remember this: these were suicide attacks, long known to be the very hardest to stop. There's no piece of equipment and no screener that absolutely can stop a terrorist who is willing to die. Dan?
Live in Washington, Bob Orr. There they were, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, soaring symbols of American power and wealth. And in just minutes, there they weren't, reduced to rubble by faceless enemies. The world's most famous skyline changed forever by a horrendous, cowardly act of terror. CBS's Richard Schlesinger has more about the impact of an image that will last forever.
Another one.
It is difficult to overestimate the power of these images.
Oh my God.
Difficult to put into words what today's attacks have done to the nation. Calamities almost unparalleled in the country's history.
Pearl Harbor is one of the first things that comes to mind.
Evan Cornog is a historian and journalist at Columbia University. As the attack unfolded live before our eyes, it was hard not to be reminded of the most recent large-scale sneak attack, almost 60 years ago.
A date which will live in infamy.
After Pearl Harbor, there was the Japanese fleet to go after. One knew where to find the enemy. Here, it's a much more complicated issue.
Just as the U.S. Navy was a symbol of our power then, the Pentagon and the World Trade Center were symbols of our power now, our place in the world.
Those towers are saying, look at us, we're important. And somebody has come along and said, you're not as important as you think.
We are certainly not as invulnerable as we may have thought. For years, authorities have practiced for terrorist attacks, many times under the direction of Jerome Howard.
At 39 inches on center, all the way across each face.
What does that mean, 39 inches at center?
Every 3 feet, 3 inches, there was a column that supported the building. So they were very closely spaced together. Many buildings, the columns are 10 or 15 feet apart or more. And so having these very close spaced columns on the outside created a lot of redundancy. That's why there was able to be a hole in the side. If you go back and look at the tapes, there was a tremendous hole in the side of the building, and it didn't collapse until the fire brought it down.
And Trade Tower number 7, which was the last to go, which was a building 47 stories high, do you have any sense of why it ultimately collapsed? Was it the concussion of the other buildings collapsing which undermined it?
I'm not familiar with that building. We were not involved in that building, and I haven't seen any of the details on that yet.
So aside from your horror, which I assume you share with the rest of us today, when you look at what has happened today, do you learn something?
Well, it's a very difficult situation because
the largest city in the United States of America has been attacked tonight. Thousands in lower Manhattan with the lights off, the gas turned off, underneath the rubble of what was 2 towers of 110 stories are thousands of people who died today when a terrorist struck. 3 different planes making their way to American soil. This one, the second of 2, crashing into the second of 2 towers. A 757 loaded with people, the nose going in one side and coming out of the other, and an enormous fireball in one of the most 2 buildings that just loom over the New York skyline until tonight, at least. It is something that certainly takes the word out of even my mouth, if that is possible. This day, we watched from the roof of this building, my colleagues did, as the World Trade Center collapsed, never to be seen again on the lower tip of Manhattan. And the truth is, this night, as rescue workers stand by and the West Side Highway of New York is loaded up with literally hundreds of ambulances waiting to go down there at this late hour in the darkness over southern Manhattan, there is nothing anyone can do. There is no way to get there. A similar attack moments later in Washington, D.C. A jet which was coming out of Dulles Airport hijacked Barbara Olson, who has appeared on this air many times, the wife of Ted Olson, picks up the phone and calls her husband, makes not one but 2 phone calls, explaining that there are men on board with knives, or a knife-like weapon at least. We're not sure that they were knives, but they had hijacked her plane. She was feverishly trying to get in touch with her husband, and shortly thereafter, as this plane took off to the west, then its warning beacons went off, and it could no longer be identified as this American Airlines flight. Air traffic controllers in Washington, D.C. saw this blip on their radar, saw it streaming directly for 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. They notified security officials within the United States government. Almost immediately after that, according to reports in the late edition of the Washington Post, this plane made a circle, whipped around Washington, and at a low altitude and very high speed, slammed into the side of the Pentagon. Tonight, the first pictures from up close in a pool feed provided by the Pentagon, the bodies that lay out front. Now, Somerset County, Pennsylvania, the 4th of 4 jets hijacked this day. This one described by our own Britt Hume as streaming up the Hudson River. By some stroke of miracle, somehow, instead of crashing into Camp David, as may have been the target, or the White House, which officials are suggesting as a possible second target, this plane went down in Somerset County. All of those on board killed. This night, America is under attack. Thousands dead in Lower Manhattan, dozens dead in Washington, and the greatest question for all the world this night, who is responsible and how to keep it from happening again? I'm Shepard Smith in New York, 3 minutes past 9 o'clock in the evening, 12 hours ago to the moment it was that the attack on America began. Not in the history of this nation has such carnage been felt. We have live Team Fox coverage tonight. All the angles are covered for you. Let's go straight to Lower Manhattan. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has been there throughout the day, a man who almost saw the World Trade Center fall on his head. David Lee.
Yes, Shepard, the skyline of New York is never again going to be the same. Most New Yorkers will not be the same, and this country will not be the same after the explosions here in Lower Manhattan. Just a short time ago, I talked to some New York City police officers. They are still very much in shock themselves. They told me that they are still on duty. They've been here since 9 o'clock, and they expect to remain here throughout the night. The search and rescue effort officially has not yet gotten underway. They are now, as you mentioned earlier, bringing down the heavy equipment to Lower Manhattan to begin moving the heavy rubble, the debris under which thousands and thousands of people are buried, some alive, some perhaps not, many perhaps not, we are told. Now, the police officers told us that one of these buildings, building number 7, World Trade Building number 7, is resting on its side. That is the third, the mid-rise building, some 40-odd stories that collapsed a few hours ago. The other 2 buildings, the towers of the World Trade Center, actually imploded like a pancake, like an accordion, and there are just tons and tons of debris. For a while, Shepard, when I got here this morning, there was absolute chaos. No one knew, in fact, few people knew what had really happened. It wasn't even clear that aircraft had struck the 2 buildings, and then a short time later, the buildings began to collapse, and a huge plume of smoke covered all of Lower Manhattan. It was pulverized cement. Debris began to shower down the 4 or 5 block radius of the World Trade Center, and I, along with other officials in the area, began to run literally for our lives in order to avoid having the building literally collapse on top of us. Now, at this hour, as we mentioned, they are expecting to get the search and rescue operation underway in just a few hours. It should be underway no later than daylight, but Mayor Giuliani of New York says that it's going to take at least 2 or 3 days before we get some serious number as to how many people actually died here. I do have some statistics, though, courtesy of the Associated Press, of the 400 firefighters who arrived here shortly after the attack got underway. We are told that 200 of them, are believed to be dead, and New York City's police department is reporting at this hour that 78 of its officers, Shepard, are missing. That's the latest from Lower Manhattan, and as you can see, the lights here are still out, and we expect them to remain out at least for the next 8 hours. Back to you.
David Lee Miller, live in Lower Manhattan. Of course, schools will be closed tomorrow in Manhattan. Much of the subway system is not operable, but all of the
story towers coming down. The debris, obviously extraordinarily difficult to work your way through. Tom?
All right, thank you very much. Pat Dawson, still on the scene in Midtown Manhattan. We want to share with you just some of the president's speech that he made to the nation tonight at 8:31 from the Oval Office after a day in which he flew from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, then onto the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, where in a secure bunker he conducted a national security meeting and then flew back to Washington because he felt that it was important to address this nation on this night from the Oval Office, the symbol of power and presidential authority. Here is some of what the president had to say tonight.
This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world.
And the president also said that we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I've asked former UN Ambassador Richard Holbrooke to join us once again. He was the principal.
On America Unfolded. And correspondent Russ Mitchell gives us that.
It's early this Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, 2001.
It began as a shimmering late summer day.
WCBS News Time, 8:48. It's traffic and weather together. Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have something that has happened here at the World Trade Center.
And within half an hour, became America's second Pearl Harbor.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
By now, you've seen the pictures. But it's been a long, agonizing, and confusing 12 hours.
Oh, it was chaos. It's something out of a movie.
So, briefly, here's what we know about exactly what happened. 8:48 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, hijacked en route from Boston to Los Angeles, slams into the North Tower of the World Trade Center, 2/3 of the way up the 110-story building.
We had seen a fireball, and I can tell you it appears as though something has gone into the World Trade Center.
20 minutes later, at 9:08 a.m., a United Airlines flight, number 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles, tips its wings and crashes into the South Tower.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
An incredible fireball, so remarkable, it didn't even seem real.
Looked like a plane rammed into the second building.
35 minutes after that, 9:43 a.m., American Airlines Flight 77, scheduled to fly to Los Angeles from Dulles Airport outside Washington, dives into the Pentagon, destroying one of the building's 5 sides.
I happened to hear a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normal.
10:10 a.m., the 4th hijacked plane, United 93 from Newark to San Francisco, crashes in a remote area 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh.
It just come down like it was going to land, but instead of landing, it just went nose straight into the ground.
In a little more than an hour, 4 horrific plane crashes, hundreds believed dead. But far worse was yet to come. At 10:05 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center, possibly weakened beyond hope by the plane's impact, collapses. People can be seen jumping from the high floors.
The building came just rumbling down. It was like a war zone.
10:28 a.m., and the North Tower, choked with smoke and flames from its upper floors, disintegrates. Smoke and ash from the destruction combined to make parts of New York City look like ancient Pompeii after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Rescue firemen were coated with thick white dust.
This is terrible. We lost tons of guys. We lost tons of guys.
Cars were under blankets of ash. Rescuers were just happy to be alive. As for the death toll, even tonight there were no hard numbers. But New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani feared it might extend into the thousands. Half a world away, there was a far different reaction. Gunmen appearing to applaud today's terrorism. But Palestine Liberation Organization leader Yasser Arafat did not join in.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked.
In Afghanistan, a spokesman for the ruling Taliban, who provides sanctuary for terrorist leader Osama bin Laden, said he could not have been behind the attack.
Everybody out! Everybody out!
Back home, it was as if war had been declared.
I've ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families.
President Bush spoke to the nation, first briefly in Florida, and later from a military base in Louisiana.
The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Then, heading to another military base outside Omaha.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
All international flights into the U.S. were diverted to Canada. The FAA stopped every single commercial airplane flight for the first time ever. And terrorism experts made it a point to remind everyone that tomorrow had been set as a sentencing date for an associate of Osama bin Laden for his role in the 1988 bombing of the American embassy in Tanzania. That sentencing had been set for a federal courthouse near the World Trade Center. As the day ended in New York City, another skyscraper in the World Trade Center complex crumbled. Building number 7, 47 stories high. And tonight, while smoke from the collapse of the Twin Towers still lingered over New York City, most who saw and survived this day still had trouble believing what they saw. The phrase you heard over and over again was, "It seemed just like a movie."
Russ Mitchell. In Washington, the nerve center of the U.S. military sustained its own swift attack. David Martin, our national security correspondent, has details about...
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit.
It was definitely bodies the way they were. It was something you could never ever imagine. Like even in movies, it was the saddest thing I've ever saw in my life.
Was there any fear for your building and your safety?
Absolutely. I mean, being right across the street, of course. I guess when something like that happens, you don't start thinking about your building. But I mean, thank God the one guy I was following just started running away, and I followed him, and we got to a place in Battery Park.
Absolutely.
You know, in the Gulf War, some of the people today criticize what we did in Iraq. We went to extraordinary ends in the Gulf War, even endangering our own forces more so to avoid attacking innocent civilians. And yet what these bastards have done is deliberately attacked innocent civilians, and that's the difference between them and us.
Well put, General Schwarzkopf, as usual. And of course, a lot of people have been talking today about the comparison between Pearl Harbor and this attack. It is the most serious attack since Pearl Harbor, but that was a military attack on a military installation, and we knew exactly who was responsible for it at that time. So this is a whole different order of magnitude, and I'm afraid that this is going to be a very dark day in America for a long, long time, and the consequences are yet to be resolved for all of us. We want to share with you now just what kind of a surrealistic day this was over lower Manhattan after there is the plane that comes in for the second attack on the South Tower. It appears to have gone all the way through. We don't know whether it was just the fireball that did that. It was fully loaded with fuel for a transcontinental flight. And that plane, which also had its origins, as I remember now, in Boston, flew right into the South Tower of the World Trade Center about 20 minutes after the first plane flew into the tower that you see just before you. And then, of course, which was unexpected to many of us in terms of how swiftly it happened, they came down. There are some haunting and poignant stories of people on cell phones calling to friends or loved ones in the World Trade Center when all that was going on, one woman, a nurse that Robert Bazell talked to at St. Vincent's Hospital, was online with her husband, who was in the first building on the top floor when it was hit, and they had an exchange, and then the line went dead. There were other indications of people saying, "I love you," and the line going dead. And perhaps, for me at least, the most unsettling thought of the day of all was one man who described going down through the darkened and very wet stairwell because of the sprinklers that had gone off, and seeing people who were trapped in their wheelchairs, the large mobilized wheelchairs that couldn't fit into the stairwell, and certainly the elevators were not working. He got out, and shortly after that, that building came down. It was that kind of a day, and there are going to be so many more of those stories, an untold number at this hour, hundreds, perhaps thousands. Dateline's Jane Pauley takes us through some of the horror of this day and what happened at the World Trade Center.
The mighty World Trade Center tumbling down. Oh my God! Everyday New Yorkers had to run for their lives. How fragile the city seemed today. We deployed a team of Dateline staffers to bring us images of a city under siege on handheld digital cameras.
What I saw today on the streets of Manhattan really were the extremes of New York. It's the best and the worst of people.
I got 20 blocks away when the smell and the taste really hit me. Way in the distance, the huge cloud on the horizon, but I could taste and smell something that was like the worst electrical fire ever imaginable.
They brought us a startling glimpse of what it was like to be at ground zero of a major terrorist attack.
What's it like down there?
Save 6 people. I tried my best to try to save everybody.
First, get away, then get home. Businesses were closed and buildings evacuated. Thousands upon thousands were left to negotiate a maze of closed streets and suspended services.
Everything disappeared and everybody starts running. And I didn't know if my man is going to have a father, if I have my husband anymore.
There was a real sense of panic on the streets among the tens of thousands of pedestrians, and it was easy to see why. Look to the horizon on the south, and you see an enormous gray-black cloud from the explosion.
As they moved towards safety uptown, people tried to keep up with the flurry of events any way they could. Even the wounded walked. This woman was on the 19th floor of the World Trade Center when the first explosion hit. Hurt, but lucky to get out before the building collapsed. We found her 30 blocks north, heading to Bellevue Medical Center.
A huge cloud of gray, huge cloud of gray came and everyone started running and stampeding and everyone was falling on the ground. And I don't know what knocked me over. I don't know if it was the person or just the force of the wind. But I fell down, I just covered my head. I prayed that a building wouldn't fall on me and I really thought I was gonna die.
Doctors and medical students lined up like extras on the set of a disaster movie. Almost immediately after the attack, along with all 3 major airports, the city's subways, bridges, tunnels, and major highways were all closed. The FDR Drive, normally a winding snarl of congested traffic, empty. Thousands of commuters from New York's outer boroughs were left stranded in Manhattan. By mid-afternoon, a police officer on the scene estimated that more than 20,000 people had crossed the 59th Street Bridge on foot.
Local service only, listen to the radio.
Meanwhile, Grand Central Station was jammed, but the trains were running until noon.
I remember standing in Grand Central and watching a man and a woman just scream and embrace each other and feel relief. I felt their relief to see each other again. After people had been managing to get out for about 15 minutes, all of a sudden they announced that they were evacuating the building, and people were ordered to get out immediately, and workers in their orange vests were running for the exits, and we didn't know what was going on. We just ran with them.
Confused passengers poured out of the building after a bomb threat.
It hit me that this building really could blow up, and I was scared. I was afraid that the building literally could blow up underneath my feet.
All around the city, it was a mass migration of hundreds of thousands of people, but uncannily quiet. Perhaps it was the unspeakable horrors many had seen.
It was orderly, but it was chaotic. People were shocked. Everyone was dazed. People didn't really want to look each other in the eye, I think, for fear of breaking down. The question on everybody's lips seemed to be, what is going on, and is there more of it that's going to come?
This was supposed to be Election Day in New York. As if anyone took note, it was officially called off. Everything was. What was open was tightly locked down.
What's that?
Can't be doing no pictures.
Okay, it's NBC
Why
News.
Don't you understand?
It's NBC News.
I don't care who it is.
Security at all buildings that might be targets was extremely tight. Our own building, the famous tourist destination at Rockefeller Plaza, was evacuated, but for NBC's news operations to bring you this story. And all over Manhattan, there was this strange sort of gridlock.
The uptown avenues in Manhattan have been turned into virtual parking lots as everyone tries to flee northward. Meanwhile, the downtown avenues have all been sealed off, but for emergency vehicles.
Cell phone service came and went. Anxious people called their loved ones.
Walk very fast.
David Douglas's 64-year-old mother lives in an apartment building just 4 blocks from the World Trade Center. Soon after the attack, she had chest pains. So he flagged a passing car and the driver headed for the nearest hospital.
But I said, look, lady, please, my mom can't walk. Please, please just take her north as much as you can, because she can't breathe well.
He tried to follow on his rollerblades, but lost track of the car and spent the rest of the day searching hospitals.
So I just want to know, is there any system of finding people with...
Well, they're doing the best. We're doing the best we can. It's pretty chaotic.
He searched family reunion centers.
Lucille Abato.
Spell it.
A-B-A-T-O.
And even public schools, desperate to find his mother.
Are there any people being kept here?
Finally, after 4 hours of futile searching, he called home. There was a message on his answering machine.
It's my mom.
She was safe, staying with a friend in his very own apartment building.
She's in my building.
For 2 New Yorkers, a small moment of comfort in a day when so many others will find none.
Not just me and you, but all these...
We could all use a little good news, and that is so typical of New York. It's the tough guy city in terms of reputation, but of course it's got a tender heart. Chris Colvin, one of my colleagues, told me tonight that there are reports as well of very long lines outside all the blood banks in the city, because the line has gone out that they do need blood, and in fact they've turned them away in some instances. And I had here a moment ago, let me find it, there's been a call that has gone out for medical personnel, particularly for physicians. Doctors in and near New York City, contact 518-431-7600 if you can offer assistance. Medical personnel are needed. The number is, see if we can get this on the screen later, 1-800-628-01.
Unknown, and it may be unknown for days, although Mayor Rudolph Giuliani has said from mid-morning that we should be prepared for very large casualties. A union firefighters official said that perhaps as many of 200 firefighters may be dead, because many of them rushed to the scene immediately when the first plane cracked into the first World Trade Center building. And, well, his speculation was that as many as 200 may be dead. Unquestionably, some New York police and firefighters have lost their lives. We know not how many. At last report, dozens of New York City police officers were missing. Now, again, a reminder for our state.
Think about it. She has been up longer and working longer on this story than any of us. It was late in Good Morning America when this happened. And Diane, I know you need in some way, at least I think you do, prepare for tomorrow. So why don't you just take some time now and tell us about the day from your perspective.
I will, Peter, and we will be back on in the morning very early. And of course, I know you're going to be going along through the night too, so we'll probably pass the torch sometime in the middle of the night. I want to tell you what we just did. We decided to make our way as close as we could get to Ground Zero, and I can now report to you that I've seen what's going on inside, if you go all the way up and inside. At the scene itself, where the Twin Towers were, one tower completely level. I saw no signs of fire there now. It is a truly eerie scene because, of course, there's no light, there's no electricity, and you see silhouetted firemen, silhouetted EMS workers, everyone moving around, and in unbelievable conditions because the soot is up to your ankles, you're tripping over piping. There are those horrible...
Hundreds of members of Congress gathered on the steps of the Capitol to say these acts of terrorism will not stand, the government will continue to operate, and Congress will continue to function, and that the two parties will come together to support the president.
When American suffers, and when people perpetrate acts against this country, we as a Congress and as a government stand united, and we stand together.
We will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice.
It was a kind of thing seldom seen here, and in a touching close, they literally sang the praises of their country.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
A very different scene than we saw at the Congress and at the Capitol last week. Tonight, Dan, all those arguments about who lost the surplus didn't seem very important anymore. This is a Congress now that is going to settle down to business. I think tomorrow you'll see them back in session, passing a very strong resolution of support of the president, determined to find who caused this and to see that there is appropriate punishment. Dan.
Bob Schieffer reporting live from Washington with the White House in the background. Here tonight with his analysis and to help give us some context and perspective is the former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations.
The government is talking about the moment in terms of the interruption of national and one could argue international life at the moment. ABC's Betsy Stark, who covers the stock market, national business affairs, and international business affairs, is with us at the moment. Betsy, put together for us, if you will, the picture of a world, or much of the world, that has been brought to a halt in many ways by these incidents today.
Well, Peter, we're certainly reminded that we have a global economy and global markets. European and Latin American markets had a chance to respond to events today. As you know, U.S. financial markets were closed all day, but markets in Europe and Latin America were down sharply. Trading was halted in some of them. Asia is now having its first opportunity to react to these events, and in Japan, the Nikkei is down around 6.5%. It's been open for about an hour and a half now. Incidentally, that's the lowest level in 15 years.
First of all, on an evening when there are no party distinctions, an extraordinary gathering on the steps of the Capitol, the Democrat and Republican leadership, House and Senate, followed by a kind of spontaneous singing of God Bless America. Tim, what went into this?
What a difference 24 hours can make, Brian. The rancor and partisanship over something which seems so trivial now, the so-called Social Security lockbox, really has given way to a sense of national unity that I have not seen in Washington in a long, long time. Democrats and Republicans stripped off their party labels and became true Americans tonight, saying, we support the President of the United States. We have to bring these terrorists to justice. And they were extremely enthusiastic when the President said, anyone who harbors these terrorists will pay the price as if they, in fact, had committed the act of terrorism. However, there's also a harsh reality. Earlier, we talked about returning to normal. We're going to have to return to normal over a long, long period of time by probably redefining normal, because our lives have changed forever, Brian. That's the sense in Washington and talking to a whole lot of people in all the various communities. They believe that security will be much tighter. They'll believe that our innocence of getting on an airplane and looking over the landscape of Washington has changed. They believe our children will live in a much more tightly scrutinized and more armed environment than ever before. And they believe that Americans will be at risk around the world like never before. Things have changed today for a long, long time to come.
And Tim, you put your finger on it. The bottom line, at the end of the day, we're all parents here, a lot of us, and it's just such a sad day in America. Washington, New York, and points west.
I remember vividly in 1963, the Cuban Missile Crisis, 62, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and on our knees praying for peace. And I explained this all to my son over the years and again today. But he kept pointing out to me, Dad, at Pearl Harbor, we knew it was the Japanese. The Cuban Missile Crisis, we knew it was the Soviets. We don't know who this is, but we really have to find out. He was angry. He really was angry. He wanted to pay back, as well as obviously share the remorse with all the victims and their families that he was witnessing. This is something that we're going to have to go through a catharsis in this country. We have been attacked. We have been, in a way, like never in our history. More Americans will die today, certainly in the last century, perhaps since the Civil War. It is an overwhelming, numbing experience.
And Tim, as you and I discussed, what was it, 7-8 hours ago, when was the last time the president's location and destination on board Air Force One was undisclosed?
I do not remember. And White House aides insist that the president was taking every precaution. They did not know if there was going to be a second wave of terrorism. That's why the leaderships of Congress were put into a safe house, the First Lady and the President of the United States.
An incredible risk that this country is not used to. You brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was the Kennedy assassination. There was World War II. It's a pretty short list.
It really is, Brian. And you look back upon all those various circumstances, we had a common enemy that we could unite around and against. This one's a little different. We have to be a little careful. But people I've spoken to over the last several hours are getting more and more confident that by looking at airline records, by having access to intercepts, by actually having the bodies of perhaps some of the people who were on that plane, they are going to be able relatively quickly to make some real judgments as to who is behind this. Then comes the hard part. How do you find them? How do you pay them back? How do you get them? And the president started tonight by putting on notice any country that's harboring them, look out. I have never seen such passionate resolve here in Washington amongst liberals, conservatives, Republicans, Democrats. They understand we were attacked today as a nation, our principles, our values, our way of life, and someone is going to pay the price.
And there's a side missing from the Pentagon, and parts of Manhattan look like the surface of the moon tonight because of this. And Tim Russert, thank you for summing it all up for us tonight. Our Washington Bureau Chief Moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert. Howard Feynman also with us tonight. And Howard, you supplied a crucial bit of reporting earlier this evening having to do with something Americans who were watching live coverage, and that's just about everybody who was home, witnessed. There was a point in the afternoon where the most senior official who was kind of giving the remarks that traditionally calm the nation, government's up and functioning, everything's okay, was not an elected official at all. It was Counselor to the President, Karen Hughes. You want to get that or put it on hold? It explains a lot that you were told tonight that it was because the President was under threat and they felt they couldn't bring him out, couldn't fly with him, didn't want to come back to the city of Washington necessarily right then.
Brian, it's a chilling story. And I'm trying to get the minute by minute on it right now. By the way, right now there's a National Security Council meeting going on over at the White House. The President spoke, convened that meeting, and they're going over their options even as we speak, is my understanding.
And a picture is beginning to form. Bloodbath aboard some of those planes, with hijackers with knives attacking flight attendants. The callers indicated the hijackers armed with knives in some cases were stabbing flight attendants. And a businessman, his wife, and young child aboard a United flight that left Boston and crashed into the World Trade Center. Twice, this businessman called his father in Connecticut as his plane was being hijacked. This is according to law enforcement officials. Now, the law enforcement official said the victim aboard the plane's father told the FBI his son made 2 calls. Both times the phone was cut off. In the first call, the businessman said a stewardess had been stabbed. In the second call, the son said his plane was going down. Now, there was another report on another aircraft that a flight attendant aboard the second jetliner that struck the World Trade Center managed to call an emergency number from the back of the plane, and an American Airlines source said that the flight attendant reported her fellow flight attendants had been stabbed. This is information we didn't have earlier, and pictures begin to form of what the terror was in the skies. Two of the flights involved in today's attacks began in Boston. Wyatt Andrews has more on how that city has been struck by this tragedy. Wyatt?
No, but I think we lose. Kenny Hot Roll, yeah. I wouldn't do that tonight.
At Boston's Logan Airport, where two of the hijacked planes originated, scores of relatives of the victims were met by airline officials for consolation and were then taken to a nearby hotel to await information. American Airlines lost its Los Angeles-bound Flight 11, and the airline confirmed the identity of its lost pilot, Captain John Oganowski, who was 52 and a 22-year veteran of the airline. Outside his home in Dracut, Massachusetts, the captain's extended family gathered, including his wife and 3 daughters. Oganowski's brother Jim described him as a hero, a man who joined the Air Force out of patriotism during the Vietnam War and who viewed his work as an airline pilot his life's dream.
Our family is obviously grieving, as is the whole nation, for what has happened today. I personally think I'm in shock. I'm in some type of denial.
Official information about how the flights were seized and how Logan's security might have been breached is still under investigation and is closely held. Airport officials stress that security inside Logan's terminal.
Airline and airport security and where it may go from here.
For years now, one of the primary focuses of aviation security has been to prevent terrorists from smuggling bombs onto our planes. But what was never fully anticipated was that the planes themselves would become the bombs, guided missiles in the hands of the terrorists.
It was a jet. I couldn't believe my eyes.
The agency charged with spearheading airport security and safeguarding the skies, the Federal Aviation Administration. Now, after the most devastating terrorist attack in U.S. history, the FAA, often criticized for lax enforcement and bureaucratic bungling, is itself under siege.
The FAA has blood on its hands because it's not doing its job and hasn't been.
Michael Boyd is an independent aviation consultant with commercial airlines among his clients.
We have a major security problem, obviously, and the FAA is at the middle of it. We've known this for years. I've said it for years, that to a trained terrorist, our airports look like a laundromat. You can get in and get out.
Along with each commercial airline disaster have come new revelations of serious failures by the FAA, perhaps none more frightening than the multitude of security lapses.
Asking grandma whether she's packed her own bag isn't security when whole perimeters of airports look like sieves.
1988, Lockerbie, Scotland. The aftermath brought both recriminations and recommendations. Our government assured us airport security would be beefed up. Additional security personnel were hired, metal detectors, X-ray machines, and most recently, bomb detection technology. All were deployed to combat the threat of terrorism.
But time and time again, in the 12 years since Lockerbie, gaping holes in security have been exposed. Holes the FAA pledged to fix. Holes that government reports warned still remained. Holes that were likely exploited by these terrorists today. There appears to have been a total breakdown at least 3 airports in this country. Give us the scenario of what might have happened.
Well, there are 2 plausible scenarios. Either someone was able to get through the security side at those airports, or maybe even more likely, people working on the ground crews had been compromised.
How easy is it, and tell us the plain truth, to get a gun or a bomb on an airplane?
There are always some airports that fail when we try to get a gun or a knife on an aircraft.
How easy is it to get a job as a security screener?
It is as easy as falling off the proverbial turnip truck to get a job as a security screener. We have people that would be flipping hamburgers if they weren't working in the security function. They're not very well skilled, there's very high turnover, and I'm not sure that they're up to the job.
But inadequate screening of passengers and baggage is not the only threat to security.
We don't screen the people who work at airports properly. At tests that have been done at airports around the United States, we found a large percentage of, or certainly a large number of illegal immigrants, people whose background that we really couldn't check out.
In fact, as Dateline reported in 1996, our producers applied for and were given jobs at two of the biggest airports in the country. At Newark Airport in New Jersey, where one of the hijacked planes departed this morning, our undercover producer was hired on the spot, no questions asked, and no job references checked to drive this electric car. But within 2 days, he was working security, checking carry-on bags. He was given no training. And watch how our undercover producer wanders along tarmacs and throughout airplanes without the ID to be there. And he passes some 10 other airport employees without being stopped. At Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta, our producer was hired as a baggage handler without the required background check. Again, he was free to roam on airliners like this one. After Dateline's broadcast, the FAA did change policy to try to prevent these types of security breaches, but recent government reports indicate problems persist. This year, the General Accounting Office warned security screeners at U.S. airports continue to miss as many as 20% of weapons smuggled in carry-on luggage during FAA-sponsored tests, and that FAA plans to improve hiring, training, and supervision of security screeners, including the companies that provide them, are woefully behind, in some cases up to 2 years. It's too early to say whether the terrorists gained access to the planes today because of poor security checks or someone working on the inside. But this much is clear. The hijackings were well planned and the terrorists highly trained. Once on board, they knew exactly what to do. Experts say once airborne, there was little the crew could have done to fend off the attackers.
Once on board the aircraft, it would not at all be difficult to gain access to the cockpit. Cockpit door is not like the vault door in a bank, for example. They're rather fragile. You can kick them in if you had to.
Barry Schiff is a retired commercial pilot for a major airline who flew both Boeing 757s and Boeing 767s, the same kinds of jets involved in today's attack.
Pilots go in and out of the cockpit as they need to go to the restrooms. Coffee is brought to them, so the door is opening every once in a while anyway. And even if the cockpit door were locked and nobody were going in or out, it would not be difficult to threaten a flight attendant such that she would get the pilots to open the door because of fear for her life.
Though pilots are trained to handle hijackings, Schiff says historically they don't usually result in fatalities, much less the downing of an airliner.
In most cases, a hijacking is not a dangerous situation. Most hijackings are easily resolved. There's very little a pilot can do if an armed hijacker comes into the cockpit. In most cases, he'll believe that a hijacking is going to end peacefully. In most cases, they normally do. He would have no idea that his aircraft were going to be used as a missile.
Commercial pilots do have the ability to push a button to communicate to air traffic controllers that their plane has been hijacked. But apparently, none of the pilots this morning even had a chance to send the signal.
If one had to speculate, I would say the terrorists were flying the aircraft, not the airline pilots who should have been flying the airplane. Mainly because I don't believe any airline pilot would intentionally fly into the World Trade Center, even with a gun at his head.
We may never know exactly what happened in the cockpits, but both the FAA and the airlines had to have known that something was terribly amiss, as each of the planes veered inexplicably off their flight paths. What you are looking at is the actual radar tracking of the two flights that left Boston's Logan Airport this morning. American flight number 11, shown here is the blue plane, takes off first. United Flight 175 takes off next. Both proceed west towards Los Angeles. They are fully fueled for a transcontinental trip. Then, somewhere near New York State, the planes abruptly change direction, now flying southeast to Ground Zero, the tip of Manhattan. American Flight 11 finds its target first, Tower number 1. 21 minutes later, American Flight 175, in red, flies south of Manhattan then makes a sharp turn to the north, where its final chilling moments aloft were captured on videotape. Meanwhile, United Airlines Flight 93 leaves Newark Airport in New Jersey for San Francisco. The radar shows that somewhere near Cleveland, the plane makes a sudden U-turn, then disappears. It crashed in this field near Pittsburgh. Its final destination unknown, but experts suspect that it was likely headed to a target in Washington, D.C.
Since the airplane crashed in a rural area, that there might have been a struggle on board that aircraft between the crew and the hijackers, and that the crew somehow managed to thwart the hijackers' intent of crashing that airplane into something else.
If that's true, the crew probably saved hundreds, maybe thousands of lives on the ground. Unfortunately, even their heroics will not be enough to save the aviation system upon which America relies so heavily.
A linchpin of our economy is our air transportation system. We can't do without it. It's not an accessory. As of today, that linchpin has been shut down. In the coming months, what we're going to find is an air transportation system that's totally different than we've known. It's going to be one where airports are going to be basically armed camps.
Providing safe and secure passage for the 640 million passengers passing through 1,000 screening checkpoints, traveling with more than 2.5 billion pieces of carry-on and checked luggage, flying on 97 air carriers is a monumental task that will likely take years to manage.
That's Dateline's Lee Thompson tonight on the state of airport security in this country and airline security. Some very sharp critics in there. It will get much tougher in the days immediately following this terrorist attack and for months and probably for years to come as well. The mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, has appeared to give us an update on the toll of casualties in the World Trade Center attack and the collapse of those 110-story skyscrapers, and also 7 World Trade Center, the 40-story building that came down later. Here is some of what he had to say this evening.
At the scene, it's a horrific sight, but there are thousands and thousands of emergency workers down there. We've gotten a tremendous amount of help and assistance. In fact, we actually probably have more equipment than we need at this point. We're very grateful for it, and it'll be stored in areas, and probably over the next 2 or 3 days we will need it. And we'll do everything we can to support the efforts of the people who are trying to recover people from the debris and the horror that's taken place down there. The number to call if you have questions. I'm not sure we can answer all of your questions, but at least we can try to answer it. Is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call rather than 911, which you should just call if there is an emergency. We had over 1,100 emergency room visits today that we know of. So far, we have 6 fatalities that we know of, 5 at St. Vincent's. Obviously and tragically, there are going to be a lot more than that, but that's what we know of at this point. We had over 300 patients that were treated at St. Vincent's, over 160 at Bellevue, 250 at Beekman Downtown Hospital. And the hospital, these hospitals were probably the ones under the most stress, but they were able to get through. I want to thank all the people that helped St. Vincent's getting the water that they needed and the support that they needed. Also, I'd like to say to people that might consider doing this that services should be made available in New York City tomorrow on a fair and equitable basis. Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and the Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful. This is a time in which we all have to cooperate and help each other. Alternate side street parking is suspended. Sanitation services will take place in most of the city, except obviously in the lower part of Manhattan, where the sanitation department will be working to remove debris, which has already started. and the schools, again, will be closed.
You've been doing there, and what have you seen?
Just when we first got here, originally we were mobilized here, and just trying to help out and get people off the streets and just helping wherever we can.
For the last 5 hours, 6 hours, what has the rescue effort been? How's that been going?
Just trying to get to see if there's people around, and just trying to call out going into the subways, and just trying to see if there's anybody that we can help out.
How would you characterize the scene back there now?
It's words I guess can't describe it. Never seen anything in my 14 years. I've never seen anything like it, quite like it. Hopefully I'll never see anything like it again.
Detective, thank you. Tom, I want to bring in Captain Canner from the Fire Department of New York, who is one of the people who's been back there. Captain, thank you for taking the time. Tell us what you have been doing there. You seem to be covered in soot.
Just I've never seen such carnage. Right now, you have some heavy cranes, payloaders, lifting heavy steel beams and all, and doing search and rescue operations. Quite a bit of devastation over there.
When you say search and rescue operations, what exactly is that involving?
Well, we're looking if there are any survivors. I try and ID what we can, and basically lift some of the heavy building off. As you know, 2 buildings came down and another 60-story building collapsed. It's nothing like you could ever imagine. So we have some big payloaders and cranes, and we're going into that operation. Commissioner's over there. We just walked out now after about 10 hours, and we'll be going back in a little while. So everybody's working very hard and doing the best we can.
Have you found survivors? I mean, a lot of the firefighters are coming out are saying to me, look, this is a recovery effort. Have you been finding them?
No survivors so far. So sad to say, quite a few victims, but no survivors so far. So,
and again, when you say quite a few, can you give us a little bit more specifics about what you've been seeing back there?
You'd have to ask the command post. They have an overall view. We were in small pockets in certain areas doing our searches, so I could knowing what we found, and I'd really rather not say what type of numbers, but I know the command post would have the overall figures.
Finally, what is the state of the building right now? How would you characterize it?
Non-existent, gone. So both towers and a 60-story building next to it. So totally collapsed into each other.
Okay. Thank you very much, Captain Kenner. We appreciate it. Tom, back to you.
They don't call them New York's finest for nothing. Those are really heroic efforts that are underway tonight in the lower end of Manhattan, and they will go on all through the night as they have all day long. The New York City Firefighters Union saying they believe that they lost at least 200 firemen when those buildings came down, and the toll, as we have been saying repeatedly, I know you may be tired of hearing it, we simply don't know how high it may go. At one point today, the president used the phrase, thousands dead. It could very well go into the thousands. 2,400 people were killed when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor 60 years ago this year. This attack on America, this terrorist war in America, could be more consequential in terms of lives lost, and it could be as well consequential in other ways in terms of getting this country involved around the world. Pearl Harbor, of course, triggered World War II, one of the epic events in the history of mankind. This is not expected to do just that, but it will change this country in so many ways. Let's go to Robert Bazell now, who has been at St. Vincent's Hospital for much of the day. It's one of the hospitals that are very near.
We understand from hospital officials that's because rescue workers have hit some kind of a hot spot, possibly a gas line or something like that, that's made them have to stop the search and rescue operations. But to get the latest numbers from the hospital, I'm going to bring in Mark Ackerman, who is a deputy administrator of St. Vincent's Hospital. He's been here all day. Mr. Ackerman, you had an emergency plan here in place. You were the lead hospital for the 1993 World Trade explosion. How well were your people prepared today?
Bob, I think we're very well prepared. Unfortunately, St. Vincent's has been in the epicenter of a number of these types of incidents, and we have preparedness drills throughout the year, so we were quite ready.
What are the latest numbers of casualties that you have here now?
St. Vincent's here in Manhattan has received 327 patients thus far. 62 of them are in critical condition. How are we doing with that? 55 of those individuals are firefighters or police officers, and 3 of our patients have passed away.
Now, that's a lot of casualties, but it's nothing compared to what we thought we would see when we got here this morning.
It's really very upsetting to our entire staff. We really, in the beginning, had been told to expect up to 1,000 patients. And I think the realization is coming to all of our physicians and nurses that we were the hospital that received the most patients, and that really only means that there are still many, many people down under that rubble.
Now, you have some personal tragedies here as well as the people that are coming in. You had a nurse who was communicating with her husband. Tell me that story.
Yeah, one of our nurses in our comprehensive cancer center, husband was up on a very upper floor. She heard about the airplane. She emailed her husband. They were talking back and forth, and then the email stopped, and she found out that the building had collapsed and realized that her husband had gone down with it. So it's a real tragedy from that perspective. A number of our nurses are married to firefighters and police officers, and they've been working hard all day, knowing in the back of their minds that their loved ones may be among the casualties.
Oh, there's some terrible stories here, Tom, and I think that we're going to find out that this is going to continue on in the next few days, although certainly not at the rate that we saw it today. And I think from talking to the Dan Abrams talking to the firefighter officials, we were talking about the magnitude of the rescue efforts, huge steel beams. It is the bodies and the victims, the injured, will continue to come in, but at a much lower rate. Tom?
Ask Mr. Ackerman for us quickly, if you could, Robert, whether they have enough medical personnel, doctors and trained nurses and so on.
Mr. Ackerman, are there enough doctors? Do you have the staff you need to deal with whatever contingencies come up?
We do. We had over 500 physicians and nurses on duty, or people that came in from their days off. There was a convention of physicians in town here. As a matter of fact, we had people from Europe come and offer their assistance. And in fact, ultimately, we ended up turning people away because so many wonderful New Yorkers and people from around the world volunteered their services.
And there was also an amazing sight here today. At one point, the hospital had asked for blood, and the number of donors who were spilling onto the street here was so great within just minutes of the first announcement that you had to turn them away.
We did. Actually, we had over 800 people in line at one point. The mayor happened to come at that moment and said, "What do you need?" And we said, "We have people we have to ship to other blood centers." And we had 10 city buses here in a matter of moments. Those 800 people were brought around the city to donate blood in other places.
And you have enough beds to handle all the people that have come in and all the people that will be coming in the next hours?
We do. We have 2,600 beds in the St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center system, 800 beds here in Manhattan. We were able to send many of our patients to our other hospitals, and they will be ready now with beds here in Manhattan in the event we get many more patients overnight.
Thank you very much, and great job here by many, many doctors and nurses, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, Bob Bazell. St. Vincent's, one of New York's premier hospitals in Lower Manhattan, not too far from the World Trade Center, or what used to be the World Trade Center. You can only imagine what it was like in the nation's capital today. First, the news that the World Trade Center had been hit by a plane. Then a second plane had hit the other tower. That, of course, conjured up immediate visions of that this was some kind of a terrorist attack. Then the Pentagon was hit by a hijacked airliner. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, was in his office at the time. It penetrated 2 of the rings of that fortress-like building. The fires continue to burn there tonight. There was a code red on Capitol Hill. That meant that House Speaker Dennis Hastert, who was third in line of succession, had to be taken to a secure location. Condoleezza Rice, the national security advisor to the president, was on the phone to him. He was at a literacy event in Florida, and she told his staff that they then suspected terrorism as a result of the second attack. She went to the operations room in the White House with Vice President Dick Cheney. Colin Powell turned around on a trip to Lima and started back for the United States. What kind of a day was it for the rest of the day in the nation's capital? Here's NBC's Nora O'Donnell with a report on this day that will be remembered for so long, for so many terrible reasons.
Help me get all these people across the street, please.
Moments after the attack on New York, the chaos spread to the nation's capital.
So what looked to be maybe a 20-passenger corporate jet, no markings on the side, coming in at a shallow angle like it was landing right into the side of the Pentagon. And then a huge fireball, perhaps 5 times the height of the Pentagon.
The terrorist target was the nerve center of the United States military. An explosion ripped through the building that since World War II has symbolized America's power.
And we heard this boom, the building shook, the ceiling tiles fell out of the ceiling, and we ran out. We kind of dazed, grabbed our hard hats, ran out, and there was just smoke people were screaming, "Run, what is it, what is it?"
Let's roll! Get on the other side!
As firefighters rushed to put out the flames, America learned that the Pentagon had indeed taken a direct hit, not from a corporate jet, but from another hijacked plane, American Airlines Flight 77, en route from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles. 58 passengers and 6 crew members were aboard. There may have been as many as 100 more people killed or injured inside the building. Dozens were rushed to area hospitals, yet to be accounted for, others that may still be left in the smoldering rubble.
Here in Washington, D.C., we are at threat condition Delta.
Washington, D.C., now in the crosshairs of terrorism. The military was ordered to its highest state of alert. And at the White House, the Secret Service received a credible threat of a terrorist act.
You've got to be off the grounds and inside the building.
A fourth hijacked plane that crashed 80 miles outside Pittsburgh is believed to have been headed for an attack on Camp David, the presidential retreat in the mountains of Maryland. The president wasn't in town, but Vice President Cheney was. He and key aides were whisked out of the West Wing and into a secure location, while other White House staffers were evacuated under the watch of Secret Service agents armed with machine guns.
We've had some reports about intrusions of airspace, which caused us to be concerned enough to recess the House of Representatives subject to the call of the chair.
At the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue at the U.S. Capitol and Supreme Court, lawmakers and justices were forced from the seat of American democracy.
I think, in a sense, it is unfortunately a unique experience in American history.
And I characterize it as a man who lived through World War II, or as a young sailor at the end of the war. It's another Pearl Harbor for this country.
By 10 a.m., all federal offices were closed, sending the government's entire workforce into the clogged streets to try to make their way home. For tourists, museums and monuments were shut down as well. Washington was in a frenzy. Hospitals in emergency mode, roads shut down, bridges closed, fighter jets patrolling the skies. The mayor declared a state of emergency.
That all of our emergency agencies are fully deployed to meet any emergencies that might arise.
The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow.
Later, Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, stepped up to the Pentagon podium to state the horrible truth everyone already knew.
There is no question but that the attack against the United States of America today was a vicious, well-coordinated, a massive attack against the United States of America.
What kind of world do we live in? This is terrible. It's just awful.
Tonight, Washington is a ghost town. This is the Memorial Bridge, normally crowded with traffic. Yet the attack has succeeded in shutting down the capital of the United States and left Americans wondering, how could it have happened in this of all cities?
The White House, the Capitol, and the Pentagon are symbols of America.
Counterterrorism forecaster Marvin Citron authored a report in 1994 for the Department of Defense, warning of Washington's vulnerability to terrorist attack.
We predicted a plane could have crashed into the Pentagon. That's about as specific as you can be. If you made a right turn at the Washington Monument, you could hit the Pentagon. A left turn, you could hit the White House.
He advised back in 1994 that air traffic be controlled over and around all federal buildings, but he says this recommendation was not implemented. People are wondering today how the Pentagon, which is the symbol of America's military power, could be hit by a plane. How could that happen?
Because we're a free society. The balance you've got in the United States is access and freedom to complete security.
Despite heightened security after the Oklahoma City bombing and barriers at the White House, Citron says Washington became complacent about protecting itself.
We've let down. We strengthened ourselves during Oklahoma because the crisis was there. We were in a crisis mode. Once we get rid of that mode, we go back to laissez-faire.
But is it even possible to protect Washington, a symbol of democracy, but also the nucleus of the country's power?
You cannot defend against this kind of an attack. The Pentagon is just one more Washington office building. That's all it is. It's not a fortress.
Noel Cook is a former Pentagon counterterrorism chief. Just this June, he authored a report warning that an attack of this kind was imminent. Now he says the nation has to face the reality of terrorism in our own backyard.
What's emotionally gripping is the feeling that this thing has come home to roost in a major way. We are vulnerable in ways that we never were prepared to admit to ourselves, and we're going to have to cope with that.
Marvin Citron concurs. He predicts a city under siege.
I think people are going to be more looking around. It'll look more like Israel, where the people there are accustomed to attacks from terrorists, and they're prepared, and they look for things. We'll do more of the same thing.
The first step for now, a show of determination by President Bush, who returned to the White House at the end of a tragic day, hoping to allay the fears of a stunned and terrified nation.
That's Nora O'Donnell, who covers Congress for NBC News and Washington in general. The D.C. Police Chief Charles Ramsey said tonight, nothing in Washington, D.C., your nation's capital, is likely to be the same again. That's the police chief of that city. But as far as security is concerned, there is no longer any such thing, he said, as business as usual. Already Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House had been closed down. There had been some talk about reopening that. That talk will disappear in a heartbeat as a result of this attack on the Pentagon today and the terrorist attack up here in New York City. What goes on in a cockpit when there's the kind of chaos that we witnessed here today? Well, someone who knows a lot about cockpit chaos in a flight that is in a distressed mode is Al Haynes. He was the man who was at the controls of that United Airlines flight in July 1989 and made that heroic, controlled crash landing in Sioux City, Iowa, and saved so many lives with his heroic action. Let's talk to you, Mr. Haynes. You were not being hijacked at the time, obviously, but what it must have been like in that cockpit. You had to be thinking about that today as you watched all these images.
Yeah, Tom, I can't imagine what that crew went through. I have to believe, like everybody else has been saying all day, that the crew only had control of the airplane from the very beginning, and after that it had to be someone else. No crew would do what those people did.
Yeah.
What they went through had to be terrible.
And they were obviously very sophisticated, the hijackers, because they knew enough to turn off the transponders so no one could track their flight.
Oh, I hadn't heard that. They did turn the transponder off.
Yes. And
well, that would be...
Go ahead.
Excuse me, they can track them by the blip, but they would have just a blip to follow, and it'd be very difficult for the controllers, I would think, to follow. Yeah.
What are the procedures in a cockpit if you are being hijacked? How are you trained as a pilot?
Well, you have several different things you can do. One is you do send out a transponder code, but obviously they knew better than that. And that's about it. There's not much else you can do. You send the transponder code, and if they won't let you transmit on the radio, then you're just there, and that's all there is to it.
Is there any other way to send a secret signal to air traffic controllers that you're being hijacked?
Not unless you use a transponder. Other than that, there's really no way to contact them other than by radio. And if they know enough to turn the transponder off, I'm sure they won't let you talk.
Once you get airborne in a 757 or whatever these planes were today, how difficult would it be for someone to remove the pilot from the chair and take the controls and fly it as precisely as they did into the Pentagon and into the World Trade Center?
Well, I would just guess here, speculation, that once they're in the cockpit, they probably know enough to put it on autopilot. They put it on autopilot, then they pull the crew out of the seats by either executing them or making them unconscious, and then they can get back in and fly. But first it would go on autopilot, so the airplane would be under control while they were doing this. And they probably know enough to do that, evidently, if they know enough to turn off the transponder. That'd be a guess anyway.
Yeah, but they made a hard left turn when they left Boston, according to the blip that we were able to follow on the tracking tape, and then they were able to make a couple of banking turns at low altitude here over Manhattan, and I think that there was at least one report that they did the same thing over Washington, D.C., perhaps over Lafayette Park. So it does appear that the people who were at the controls were skilled pilots, and if they were the terrorists, they were obviously highly trained.
Well, it's also possible that they hijacked the airplane before it took off. I'm just, again, a wild guess, so that they were actually in the cockpit at the takeoff. And if you know that the one down in the Caribbean that crashed, the hijacker was in the right seat while the captain was in the left seat. It's possible if he thinks they're just going to hijack the airplane, you'll do whatever they say. And if he says, I'm going to sit in this right seat, you take off, that's what you do, because you assume he's just going to go somewhere and land and refuel and that type of thing.
How difficult has this day been for you watching these planes being flown into buildings and the Pentagon?
It was difficult at first, especially when I found out there were crews involved, and when I found it was United, it was even more so. But the whole thing has been very difficult. I have been busy most of the day and haven't seen an awful lot of it. But what I have seen is just, as the word everybody uses, horrific, and it's a very emotional thing for anyone.
Al Haynes, thank you very much for being with us. It still was a marvel of piloting that you did when you landed that plane in Sioux City, Iowa, a United Airlines plane that had lost most of its controls, and he was able to bring it in a controlled crash landing. They did lose some of the passengers, obviously, but any number of them were saved as a result of his great skills in the cockpit. We want to show you some remarkable scenes now from inside Air Force One. This is the fighter jet escort that Air Force One had as it flew back to Washington today from the Strategic Air Command headquarters at Offutt Air Force Base. That may become a routine procedure for the president as he flies domestically in this country as well as internationally. It's not always a conspicuous presence. You generally have planes when you're flying with the president over disputed areas that are in the vicinity, but you don't see him flying that closely off the wing of Air Force One. They're on their approach now to Andrews Air Force Base. That's an F-16. I think I can only see one tail sticking up, so I think it's an F-16 that helped escort them back to Andrews Air Force Base. Let's go to Dateline's Keith Morrison, as he has been taking the pulse of this country. America, in all of its complexity and all of its parts, becomes a family on a day like today. Here's Dateline's Keith Morrison.
In a moment, everyone knew things can't be the same anymore. And all across the country, as shock gave way to fear or anger or some other emotion, officials in charge of places and events shut them down. Suddenly, this is a country in which security means everything. Airports almost everywhere closed.
No airplanes will be leaving any of the airports in the United States until the ground stop is lifted.
Hundreds of people at airports all around the country crowded around TV sets, stunned.
It's unbelievable to me that people can crash planes in the World Trade Center and collapse on thousands of people. All the rescue workers outside there. It's absolutely devastating.
I don't think anybody in this nation is going to be able to sit down at dinner this evening or any evening from now on and consider ourselves to be completely safe. It's crazy.
The order to close for the first time the entire national air traffic system came early from the Federal Aviation Administration. Many of those airports were evacuated. For how long? Who knows? At least until tomorrow afternoon, perhaps longer. No one's ever done such a thing before, ever.
I think our security is going to be so tight tomorrow that you're not going to believe it. It's going to take a long time to get everybody cleared. I mean, they're going to be doing hand searches. They're going to be doing all kinds of stuff. It's going to be the top level of security that we have tomorrow.
Markets, of course, just stopped. How could they operate here? Already, the financial loss has been in the billions. And, said UCLA finance professor Bradford Cornell, it will hurt for some time.
Investors are likely to get frightened. That will lead to a dramatic drop in stock prices.
And now, says Cornell, now that many institutions and companies will try to be more careful about security, we'll keep paying.
That throws sand into the gears on which our economy runs. And it's going to make the cost of doing business greater, corporate profits lower, and that will depress stock prices and economic activity, even in the long run.
But that's for some other day. Today, nationwide, flags were lowered to half-staff. Many states closed their public buildings, courthouses shuttered, trials postponed, popular landmarks locked up. Seattle's Space Needle, the Disney parks on both coasts, even the U.S. Mint shut down. The national pastime went the way of the national mood. Baseball commissioners announced that the schedule is off indefinitely. And for the Emmys, postponed indefinitely. Who felt like celebrating?
This weekend is not the weekend to put on this telecast.
In Texas, thousands of people flocked to a prayer vigil at Southern Methodist University.
Help us to make sense of senseless acts.
Psychiatrist Dr. Stephen Kingsbury said he expects a lot of people will want to be overcautious for a while.
Our sense that we live in a safe society where we have good protections against external threats has been taken from us.
And a terrorism expert, Peter Chalk, who spoke to us over the phone because security kept him out of downtown Washington, told us overreacting towards safety might be a good idea for a while.
That symbolic message that's been transmitted across the world will have profoundly affected the image of the United States abroad, of invulnerability, and that the U.S. can be brought in to the very front line of this sort of attack.
And what wasn't shut down today, we are much more careful about guarding. The border with Mexico and with Canada closed for a while. Security around military installations like this one is at extraordinary levels, of course, also at atomic plants and the other sensitive places in the American infrastructure, which in the past had seemed impervious. No longer. The terrorism expert worries that in their fear and anger, Americans may decide it's time to end this country's famous openness. That would be a mistake, he says.
Without a doubt, I mean, one of the prices you pay for being in a democratic society is that you have to live with a certain risk threshold. The only way you could realistically counter a lot of these dangers is to have a closed society, but that's not what we're about.
America may be a little different after today, a little more conscious of external threat. As the psychiatrist said, we may have some new routines now.
Does that mean that there'll never be another hijacking or terrorist attack? Probably not. Does it mean the vast majority of us will feel safer? Definitely, eventually.
But not today. Today we interviewed the doctor in a park because security at his university office kept our cameras outside.
That's Dateline's Keith Morrison on the mood of this country on this stunning day that so brought together America in grief and shock, frustration and anger and determination to go forward as well. We do have some additional information for you. A top New York City police official said at the end of the news conference by Mayor Giuliani that, in fact, there are people still alive trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Center. He wouldn't say how many, but they're bringing in heavy construction equipment to move a lot of the big blocks of concrete that have come down and the steel beams as well. And he says that they have recovered some victims who were still alive when they found them this evening. So that's the most heartening news that we've had from the site of this carnage in lower Manhattan so far tonight. The work will go on through the night and for several more days. John Hanson, the assistant fire chief in Oklahoma City, reminded us earlier that in Oklahoma City the rescue efforts were going on for 7 days before they were called to a halt, and they had a full accounting of all the people who were missing. And as horrendous as Oklahoma City was, it will pale in comparison probably in terms of the number of people who were in the World Trade Center when those two buildings came down, say nothing of that 40-story building that came down later, although that area had been evacuated by that time. NBC's Maria Shriver is in our Burbank bureau tonight, and she has been looking at the people who were on those flights that were destined, most of them for Los Angeles, although one flight was headed for San Francisco. Maria, what can you tell us?
Well, Tom, as you have been reporting, as you just mentioned, all 4 of the hijacked planes were headed here to California, 1 to San Francisco, 3 here to Los Angeles. And the news that came here to California when people heard that those flights were coming here brought this city almost 3,000 miles away from the New York World Trade Center to almost a complete standstill. Los Angeles was one of the first airports in the country to get the early morning call to close down.
Los Angeles International is one of the airports that we've asked to be evacuated early on.
That unprecedented move spread fear throughout the city that terrorism might be heading west. The city went into high alert. Federal buildings, City Hall, and the courts were all evacuated, and that was just the beginning. The chief of police attended an emergency council meeting and went on television to try and calm people's fears.
We certainly want to, again, reassure the public that all is safe in the city of L.A.
We certainly have no guarantees, but we're certainly looking at all of the precautionary measures to ensure that the community is as safe as possible.
And while there were no terrorist incidents, nonetheless, businesses came to a standstill. Disneyland closed its doors not just in California, but throughout the world. Virtually all studios closed down, including Jay Leno, who suspended production for the rest of the week. Tonight's Latin Grammys were also canceled. So was Madonna's concert and sporting events for the near future. Even the Emmys canceled Sunday's award ceremony.
A celebration and a comedy show would just not be something that would be appropriate for this country this weekend.
By mid-afternoon, the state's governor felt it necessary to go on television and reassure all Californians that their state was indeed secure.
First of all emergency services operations are up and running throughout California. Secondly, all law enforcement and firefighting personnel at the state level are fully deployed.
But despite the pronouncements from elected officials, this was a state in fear and shock.
It's like a movie. I can't believe that it could happen in this country.
And while thousands of Los Angelinos were stranded and frightened, the real concern here was for New Yorkers and for the families here in Los Angeles who had loved ones on those planes. American and United Airlines asked the Salvation Army and the Red Cross to be available today to offer pastoral and ministerial services to the families of victims.
It's just to be there and to say to them, we are here and we'll do whatever we can do to help you through this trauma and this pain.
Tom, it's important to note that neither American Airlines or United Airlines have officially released the names of the passengers on those 4 flights. But however, some family members have released some names, most notably David Angel and his wife Lynn were on the flight from Boston here to Los Angeles. Angel is well known as the producer, one of the producers of the hit television show Frasier. His colleagues released a statement this afternoon calling him an incredibly talented, kind and gentle man, a man of incredible personal faith as well. He perished on that flight. Also, as we've been reporting, I know you have also Barbara Olson. She was the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. She was on the flight from Washington to Los Angeles. She was one of the few passengers on several of these flights who managed to make a cell phone call to her husband where she told him that they were being hijacked. Moments later, her plane crashed into the Pentagon. Several other names have trickled out, but we don't know whether their kin have been notified, so we don't want to go out and actually tell you who they are. American Airlines and United have both asked us to publicize 800 numbers that they have put together. This is for family and friends who have questions, who want information about whether loved ones actually did get on those flights. The United hotline is 1-800-932-6555, and the American Airlines hotline is 1-800-245-0999. And they're quick to point out that people who are just who have no real personal connection should not tie up these lines. These are phone numbers for families, for concerned members of families who might have loved ones on those flights. But people here, if you flew over this city today, you wouldn't even recognize it because these normally clogged freeways were virtually empty. Many people kept their children at home from school, although the school system did go on as usual, and people have been asking the city to return to normal. But very much, this was a city very much in shock this morning. Throughout the day, people thought this terrorism might be headed this way. So we'll continue to keep you up to date on the California situation. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Maria Shriver. I suspect that was the case across the country as well, even for cities and small towns that were not the destination of these airplanes, that things did come to a stop today because it was one of those events in which America coalesces around its sense of national identity and shares the television set as well, trying to keep abreast of what has been going on.
Everyone looking up to the big screen. Downtown, the mass exodus began.
I saw everybody crying in the streets, saying their prayers and crying. I saw different races, nationalities, and creeds that usually have differences with one another come together and bond and love and respect.
Along Fifth Avenue, people flooded to the streets to watch together.
Oh my God, it's inside the first building.
The faces of New Yorkers, solemn, quiet, praying. A father trying to give security to the innocent ones. The tiniest of faces protected. Streets filled with anger and shock.
I have never witnessed nothing like this in my entire life. Human beings, parents, daughters and sons jumping out of the window at least from 80-something floors. None of you want to witness that. I'm traumatized for life.
The street where now everyone shares the pain out in the open without shame. The street where office chairs have become eerie stretchers outside a hospital.
We've had multiple types of injuries, from severe burns to blunt injuries and multiple fractures.
The street where a depleted mayor summons some strength.
New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid.
But Times Square is empty, the streets are silent, and a city mourns. Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
And I think it is fair to say millions of people were in a state of shock today based on the conversations I've had with people who witnessed this attack. That state of shock is turning to outrage. Joining me right now is Scott Hess and Jennifer Ruth, both of whom were working in the area at the time. I should make it clear before we go any further, some 50,000 people worked in the World Trade Center area. You were not far from there. Both of you were evacuated from your workplaces. What did you see, Jennifer?
I work at the Three World Financial Center on the 35th floor, and my cubicle faces the World Trade Center. And we saw the hind end of something entering the building and the gaping hole through the building, and then the debris starting to fall. So we then evacuated and crossed the street and saw the second plane before it actually hit the building. And at that point, everyone panicked and screamed and started running north on West Side Highway.
Now, at that point, police obviously had not blocked off streets, so you were able to run as fast as you could.
Right.
What do you remember about what you saw earlier today?
After we evacuated the building, the first tower was on fire, and we saw bodies either leaping or falling from the upper floors, and it was just a chilling scene. And a few minutes later, almost in a very surreal action, the second plane, and I could almost see that it was a United plane, I thought, just
so that
smashed.
actually has been confirmed
right,
this
it
evening.
smashed right into the building, and people were just screaming and crying, and it was just, the fire just, started to explode.
Some of the police officials have said tonight that they were surprised about how orderly the evacuations were, not only from your two buildings, you'd expect those to be more orderly than those of the World Trade Center bombings, but that isn't exactly what you experienced on the street.
There was a little more panic on the street. For the most part, things were fairly organized once we got up to the West Side Highway, but there was just people grieving and crying, and when the schools were being evacuated, there's a bit of panic there. But overall, I think people just needed to get north and just get out of the area.
You saw, as you said, the first attack. You also saw the second plane slam into the South Tower. You heard the mayor tonight say that they have reason to believe that people are still alive in that wreckage. Are either one of you that optimistic based on what you saw? You were very close.
It was very close, but I couldn't see. I left before I was able to escape the scene before the buildings actually fell. And so
You ended up going up onto the rubble heaps.
Myself and the firefighters from my company were ordered to go to, we were at a command post, we were ordered to go to where one of the towers was, I believe it was the Tower 1. There was nothing really there, but maybe 5 or 6 stories of debris, and we slowly climbed over as much as we could and started searching for people that might have been on surface, and trying to crawl into some of the crevices and crawling out, hitting tools, looking for possible firefighters or civilians.
You knew at the time there would be firefighter casualties. Did you have any idea that the number as it stands is about 200 of your colleagues?
We were assuming it would be a large amount, but firefighters, civilians, police officers, emergency workers. They even a block away. There are fire trucks and police cruisers that are ambulances that are flipped over, burned out a block away.
Just quickly, you were able to call your wife via our cell phones when you got out of your 12-hour shift. She had no idea you were alive. What was her response to you?
She was hysterical, but I would imagine hundreds of firefighters are the same way, their wives.
Lieutenant Pat Clancy, thank you Thank you for talking to us, and good luck. Stay safe. I know you're going back in tomorrow, so be careful. Thank you. Tom, that's been the story from a number of the firefighters and emergency workers who've emerged from this, many of them covered in the white dust that you've seen probably throughout all of the pictures today. It's been just a tragic story all around, many of them knowing full well that they've lost a lot of friends, colleagues, and loved ones in that rubble as well.
Actually, because you have been isolated down there in a way you may not have heard, a top New York City official is now saying tonight that, in fact, there are some people who are alive in the rubble, and they do hope to get them out before the end of the night. He also said that they had recovered some people who were still alive when they got them out of the rubble, so there is some faint hope, at least, for people who have been trapped in there. We don't know the number by any means or how severely they are trapped at this time, but thank you very much. It's been a long and difficult and dangerous day for you, and we do appreciate your reporting. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now, who has some additional information for us on that United Airlines flight that left Newark bound for San Francisco and then was headed back toward the East Coast when it went down outside of Pittsburgh. Robert?
A couple of pieces of key information. It comes from a briefing that Attorney General John Ashcroft has just completed for members of Congress at the Capitol Police Headquarters down near the Capitol. First, before that Pennsylvania plane, he did tell the members of Congress that knives were the weapons used in these attacks. We'd had some inklings of that before from cell phone calls made from the planes, but as far as federal authorities know, knives were the weapons used. There are no reports yet of guns having been used in any of these 4 planes.
Have a profound impact on America in many, many ways. We will review the threats to which we are susceptible.
Military response now from the United States.
Sometimes that type of decisive military action is the absolutely only way to make sure that our resolve is clear.
Northup was actually going to meet with some staff members from the Pentagon at around 10:15 this morning. Of course, that meeting had to be canceled. Northup's staff is from the Louisville area. All those workers had a hard time getting a phone call through to Louisville to let their families know that they were okay. And by Louisville's City Hall, many gathered to watch today's developments at the Manhattan Deli. From retired military personnel to office workers coming to watch the amazing developments themselves. People were shocked at what happened this morning and also worried about what might come next.
I understand what happens when you have to mobilize the resources they're doing right now.
What do you think about it?
Well, the terrorists definitely have it going for them right now, because we don't know when they're going to hit, where they're going to hit. It's up to them. You can't judge what they're going to do until they do it.
I mean, I think anywhere everybody should be somewhat worried.
Been to Egypt. I've been to quite a few countries since I've been retired, and we're always treated nice in foreign countries. And just like I told my wife before, I was just, don't worry about the trouble we have over there. We're more vulnerable here in the United States, and this has been proved.
For Kentuckiana students today, the lesson was learned from live television coverage. It seemed as though time stopped when word of a possible terrorist attack came from the television sets. For students in Mrs. Bryant's U.S. history class at PRP High School, the visual images imprinted an indelible page in their memory no history book could.
It's like follows trait with like the rest of the world's like hatred of America and like their capitalist like society.
It's even more shocking to know that there's people out there that would do stuff like this and just go out to hurt people. I personally don't understand it.
Jefferson County schools and after-school activities will proceed as planned for tomorrow. For the first time since World War II, the Courier Journal has printed an extra edition. The Courier printed 40,000 copies of the special late edition entitled Terrorist Attack U.S. The 6-page edition includes pictures, interviews, and reaction from the victims that were in the middle of it all today. Vendors hit the streets with the paper, and people were lining up to buy them.
And be sure to stay tuned to Wave 3 and NBC for the very latest on the tragedy. Wave 3 News has a crew on the way to Washington tonight. Throughout the day tomorrow, we'll have live coverage from the nation's capital. Our political reporter, Tony Hyatt, is headed there right now. He may be arriving very shortly. And we're also sending a crew to New York.
Sound of a fighter jet of one kind or another overflying the mall here in Washington, overflying the White House. Those flights were visible during the day today, even as all other flights had been wiped out of the sky, prevented from flying. So that is one thing we keep hearing here this evening. As you say, the president did make a speech tonight, but he arrived back here at the White House at around 7 o'clock tonight. He came in by helicopter from Andrews Air Force Base. The interesting thing to see, though, is that as the president flew around today, and I think we have some pictures to show you of this, from Air Force One, you could see clearly the Air Force One plane was covered, if you will, tracked, if you will, by fighter jets, one on each wing and others unseen in the air. So there was a heavy, unusually heavy security presence guarding the President of the United States today as he traveled first from Florida, where he was making some routine appearances, and then was flown for his protection to an Air Force facility in Louisiana, and then on to another military facility in Nebraska. It was there that the president first had a meeting with his national security advisors via telephone, and then here at the White House tonight, even just a short time ago, a meeting with his national security team and other cabinet officials ended. Of course, they did discuss the issue of options, but they don't want to say too much about that tonight. They wanted to talk much more about the victims. However, there was a hint in some of the remarks the president made tonight. In one of the statements he made in his televised speech, the president said, "We will make no distinction between terrorists and those who harbor them." That's about all we heard in the way of possible options for retaliation from this White House tonight. At another point, Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, was asked, well, what about the president? Isn't he angry? Isn't he as angry as a lot of the American public about all this? Ari Fleischer's response, he has a steely demeanor. He's been showing a steely demeanor, a steely resolve all day. His only angry words, tough words they're described, were saved in private for those who committed these acts of terrorism today. Here's a little bit more of what the president said earlier this evening.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could.
In his speech, the president said that the attackers today attacked a way of life in America, freedom in this country, and he said those acts will not be allowed to stand. Of course, the difficulty will be finding precisely who was involved and then targeting them. It is definitely on the minds of people here in this administration this evening. And Brian, if I may, I was here this morning when this all began, and another interesting aspect of things, you see where we stand right here in this narrow patch right off the driveway leading to the West Wing. What happened at first when we were out here giving reports as the first plane and then even the second plane hit the World Trade Towers, we were still out here. We were told we might have to evacuate, but then they kept changing their minds and there was confusion. All of a sudden, as soon as word filtered out that a plane had hit the Pentagon, you actually saw people running, staffers running, chefs in full dress, if you will, in their uniforms, cooks, by the 50s, by the hundreds, running out these doors, running down the driveway out toward Lafayette Park. This place was cleared. All of a sudden, the uniformed and non-uniformed protective services were out with their guns up out of their holsters. We were then pushed into Lafayette Park across the street. A short time later, a block away from there, and then eventually 2 blocks away. And now there's a perimeter 3 blocks around the White House, and security is that tight at this place at this time.
A very tense day at the White House. Correspondent Bob Kerr, thank you for that. Again, a day of rumors, but then again, the news that turned out to be true was so stunning and shocking and surprising to most Americans. Few people discounted the rumors when they heard them at first. Tonight, it was a report of a truck full of explosives at the GW Bridge. We are still trying to chase down just how big a vehicle that is. This evening, the world's tallest buildings have been evacuated in Kuala Lumpur. The Petronas Towers, a pair of buildings, have been cleared of all people because of a threat And we have a report tonight on reaction to what happened in the United States today overseas, specifically in the Middle East. Here with that, NBC News correspondent Martin Fletcher.
These Palestinians in East Jerusalem today delighted at the bombings and American loss of life, offering cakes and sweets, calling out, "God is great." Thousands more celebrate in other West Bank towns until Palestinian police disperse them. The Palestinian leader, however, stunned and sympathetic.
We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
But the voice of the street reflects anger at America's role, especially in Israel and Iraq.
We should show America that they should learn and they should know what is to attack somebody like Iraq. It should be more.
And many Arabs furious at American support for Israel. This man holds up an American-made bomb part fired by American-made aircraft used by Israel. American support for Israel, some believe, makes America a legitimate target for terrorism. Many also angry at years of almost daily American bomb attacks against Iraq, which didn't stop with the end of the Gulf War a decade ago. And US troops still in Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden, the prime suspect in today's terror attacks, angry at American support for what he calls the tyrannical government of Saudi Arabia, his homeland, and for America's close ties with Israel. In almost a year of unrest, more than a dozen Palestinian suicide bombers and other attackers have killed 170 Israelis, while Israel has killed more than 570 Palestinians. A conflict that always threatens to suck neighboring countries into the fighting. Israel tonight called for an international war against terrorism.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness who seek to destroy our liberty and our way of life.
Today, the leader of Hamas, the Islamic militants who send most suicide bombers against Israel, called on America to change its policies. Sheikh Yassin said America is behind.
Reason to panic about prices yet.
There's a scare right now. Now, as far as petroleum prices, we cannot say what they're going to be tomorrow morning until tomorrow morning. Right now, we're still at the street market that it was this morning. I still got the less expensive gas in the ground. That's what it's going for. Tomorrow, I can't answer that until tomorrow morning when the news comes out, what the gas price is going to be.
I just came from the West End. Oh man, almost had a wreck out there. All the traffic jams out there in the middle of the street trying to get gas.
The crowded pumps are causing people to pop their tops. Jefferson County police have reports of gas station fistfights.
We're having situations whereby people are going to the gas pumps and causing trouble and feeling that they have to fill up with gas. If you will just be patient, you will get your gas, and everybody can be civil with one another.
The prices keep changing. $189 at Marathon on 18th and Broadway. $156 at Thornton's on Bardstown Road. DeMarcus Turner is getting it while it's cheap, even with the warning not to panic.
I heard starting in the morning to be from $3 to $5, and it's $1.59 now. So I'm going with the $1.59 while I got the money.
And we're used to seeing gas prices change all the time, but eyes will be on the signs tomorrow just to see how much they change, if any, whether they go higher or not. And Jefferson County Police want us to tell you that there are certain pumps throughout the county where police and emergency vehicles can go and use those pumps, and they're specifically for those vehicles so they can get to emergencies.
McKinley, who had to face another explosion with the USS Maine, found himself, even though he didn't want to go into war at first, carried along by the yellow journalism, which somehow forced the American public to think we had to go to war to make up for an attack that turned out later, according to historians, to be an internal explosion, not even the Spanish blowing it up. So it's a
How long is it theirs for?
Well, what it is, I think, in some ways that they are able to tap is that the American people feel at such moments a part of the nation as a whole. You know, they go about their daily lives and they've got families and work and communities, and the country is sort of an abstraction. But what historians have noted is that one of these crises occurs, a leader is able to make the people feel they belong to the country as home. Even the logo that you've been using all day, every time I see that, attack on America, I feel a sense of being an American. The difficulty is that I think what happens, especially it happened even after Pearl Harbor,
it wasn't as if we had a victory quickly after all that resolve and excitement about we're going to get them. There were a whole string of failures, and then the leader's more continuing task is how to keep that confidence, to keep that determination over the long haul. And here, that may be an even greater problem if there's not a swift action as to what we're going to be able to do. And we can't even call on the American people to be as involved as in a rubber drive or a scrap drive or joining the Army as volunteers. There aren't as many activities so they can feel a part of it as there were then.
And there's no case law, no model, no playbook for this new president to follow. At his doorstep this morning, almost literally landed this huge foreign policy, domestic policy crisis.
The only playbook I think that he has, not the event itself, not the actual terrorist attack, because this is a new world in some ways, but presidents in the past who've gotten through these crises have shown a certain number of traits. They've shown confidence in themselves and in the people at large. They've shown determination. They've been very present. I think it's very important that he be seen as an active force in these next few days. I think it was extraordinarily important he come back to America. I mean, back to Washington. Obviously, those security threats had to be taken seriously. But, you know, Abraham Lincoln was waylaid from his original journey to Washington for the inauguration on a security threat. He came under cover of night, and he never really was, he was always sorry that he'd done that, because he thought to maintain the signals and the dignity of the office is so important. They're going to have to start rebuilding. One of the other questions was what to do about the White House in World War II. They wanted camouflage over the White House, darkened blackout curtains, nobody to see it, no lights on. Roosevelt refused all those actions because he said he had to show the symbol of strength. So there'll be symbolism that he's going to have to think through, as well as actions. There's going to have to be speeches before the Capitol Hill and mobilizing the country as a whole. And there's at least a playbook if you look back on the past, because other presidents have done that, if not for this. And also what one hopes is that each president learns from the history of the past. Some of those great speeches Roosevelt made in World War II, he remembered what it was like for Washington at Valley Forge. He remembered the North struggle during the Civil War. He remembered the immigrants coming to America. He recalled for the American people this long string of historical examples. Presidents don't call on history enough. Now is a time that I think George Bush should remind us of what we're all about and what we've been through together as a nation.
The pleasure of a perspective after this day of crisis coverage. Doris Kearns-Goodwin, as always. Thank you, Doris, very much.
You're welcome, Brian.
Here's where we stand tonight. As many as 200 New York City firefighters might be dead, say nothing of the thousands of people believed dead in all on the ground in Washington, in New York. That's the scene in Lower Manhattan. The search, rescue, salvage going on, in some cases just beginning. As the flames die down, the dust continues, the real work begins now, this day of crisis and attack for America. Our coverage will continue this evening on MSNBC.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening, everyone. It is 11:30 Eastern Time on the 11th day of September, a day that on the clock at least is drawing to a close, but the long nightmare that this country has been suffering all day long continues well into this night, through the next day, and well beyond. You are looking now at the Pentagon, where Pentagon officials are saying at least 800 civilian and military personnel were killed when a hijacked airliner was driven into the side of the Pentagon this morning after that attack on the World Trade Center in New York. The most concentrated and efficient and cold-blooded terrorist attack on America in its long history, the most serious attack since Pearl Harbor. President Bush is back at the White House tonight. He has pledged to the American people that those responsible will be brought to justice, and any nation that harbored them will suffer the consequences as well. In Lower Manhattan, frantic rescue efforts continue underway. The collapse of two 110-story towers and another 40-story building, tons of rubble and steel and debris and smoke. But now New York City police officials are telling us that some people trapped in the rubble are on their cell phones saying they're still alive. Let's go to NBC's Rahema Ellis now and get the latest from her. She's had a tour of Ground Zero. Rahema?
Tom, I'm about 15 blocks right now from the World Trade Center, but with two outstanding producers and an incredible cameraman, the four of us made our way past the police barricades and right into the heart of the disaster. Take a look at some of these pictures. The firefighters are still hosing down the smoldering remains of what is left of the World Trade Center area, and the emergency searchlights cast an eerie glow over this area. It is absolutely frightening and devastating. There is no one in this area except emergency workers. They are literally raking through the rubble, hoping that they will find someone alive. And in a miracle of miracles, within the hour, I was told, they did pull one man, a Port Authority worker, from the rubble alive. 30 minutes prior to that, a fire department official told me they pulled another man from the rubble. We understand he is also a Port Authority worker, that he was pulled alive from the rubble and taken to a nearby hospital. It is almost unbelievable to think that anybody could survive what has happened down in that area, Tom. It is just covered with dust and soot. It is difficult to see. It is very hard to breathe. Nonetheless, the firefighters are going inside, but there are still fires that are breaking out throughout the area. As one firefighter told me, they're going in teams, but because it is such an unbearable heat, they can stay in for only a short time, and then they have to come out. But in the staging area, the deputy fire chief said they will continue to send in waves of firefighters all night long. They are not giving up hope that they might find more people alive. Tom?
NBC's Rahema Ellis, those are extraordinary pictures that you're sharing with us now. This is from earlier today, the collapse of those twin towers of the World Trade Center. There have been rough estimates that there may have been as many as 20,000 people inside at the time. Many of them were able to escape through the stairwells when the planes first hit the building number one and then building number two, but then thousands more were trapped inside and they have not been heard from. There were not as many patients at the New York City hospitals as people had anticipated because simply there were not that many that they were able to get out of there. Then when the buildings came down, emergency rescue personnel, firemen and policemen were in the area. The New York City Firemen's Union reports that at least 200 firemen were killed at that time, although city and state officials, including the mayor and Governor George Pataki, say that that number cannot be confirmed. People are saying quietly that they do expect the death toll could be in the thousands. That's the scene in New York City. We want to get you an update now on what is going on in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon, the emblematic building of the United States military, a fortress that it was attacked today by a hijacked airliner. And tonight we got the stunning news that the military is saying that 800 people at least were killed in that attack. NBC's Jim Miklaszewski is there now. Jim?
That's right, Tom, and there's little hope of actually finding, unlike at the World Trade Center, of finding any survivors here. One of the reasons is you look back at the devastation and you can see where the 757 American Airlines that was hijacked by the group of terrorists who were at the controls, when they slammed the plane into the side of the building, the plane sliced deeply into the building. What you're looking at here is called the E-ring. There are 5 rings to this building, and the plane continued on through the E-ring, through the D-ring, into the C-ring, where the damage occurred. But one of the problems is, even as the upper floors collapsed down on the wreckage, there was an intense fire that burned for hours. So the hopes of finding any survivors is very dim tonight. Firefighters seem to have finally gotten the fires under control as they continued to flicker and actually burst through the roof throughout the evening. They'd bring back in the trucks and hose it down, only to find a fire pop up somewhere else in that section of the building. But for about the past hour and a half or so, we haven't seen any more flames. But according to local fire officials, the rescue workers are now in the scene there. We did see some heavy earth-moving equipment moving some of the rubble, a clear sign that they don't expect any survivors underneath. And those rescue workers with cadaver dogs are going through the rubble in search of what now local fire officials say may be as many as 800 dead. Tom?
NBC Jim Miklaszewski. They're operating really on 2 tracks at the Pentagon, aren't they, Jim? They're trying these rescue efforts in the portion of the building that was attacked by the airliner, but at the same time, America has its military forces around the world on highest alert. So the military operations have to continue out of that same building.
And they're continuing apace, Tom, and it was almost in defiance of this attack today that Secretary Rumsfeld and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Hugh Shelton held a news conference in the Pentagon, at the opposite end of the building, but nevertheless in the Pentagon, even as this devastated portion here continued to burn. And during that news conference, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Hugh Shelton issued a pledge that America would retaliate against those responsible. And I can tell you that for some time that the U.S. military has always had a variety of contingency plans in place to attack various terrorist targets. In this case, the prime suspect, Osama bin Laden. Military officials confirmed tonight that the Pentagon, the White House, national security advisors are taking a very close look at all those plans tonight. One immediate step that the military took, the aircraft carrier Enterprise had just left the Persian Gulf, was on its way home, and the Pentagon said, not so fast, stay there, we may need you.
All right, NBC Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon tonight. Jim, stand by as you have all day long. We'll be coming back to you later. A couple of other quick updates on what's been going on in the nation's capital. At the White House, the president had a long day going from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, Strategic Air Command headquarters at Offutt and Omaha, then back to the White House for a short address to the nation tonight. Senior White House officials say he'll begin his day tomorrow with a National Security Council meeting. They also say that they're putting out what they call an administrative alert to all federal employees, requesting that they donate blood tomorrow. There have been lines around the block here in New York at hospitals that are taking blood. Officials also say that the airports in America are on track to open at noon tomorrow. Here in New York City, the mayor and the governor both have said to the citizens of the city and the people who do business here, tomorrow's a good day to stay home, be with your children or your family, because this is a deeply wounded city. They've got, in lower Manhattan, an enormous rescue operation underway. The rest of the city, obviously, is in a state of psychological shock at this point as to what has happened. Let's listen to Mayor Rudy Giuliani and some of what he had to say just moments ago at a news conference in New York City.
The rescue efforts will obviously go on all night. We have been able to rescue two people, two Port Authority police officers who are alive. I do not know what condition they're in, but we are hopeful that we'll be able to rescue some more people. I have no idea how many others, but at least there's some hope that we'll be able to get some people out. We have been able to get two people out who have been identified as Port Authority police officers. I don't have their identities and I don't have their condition. That's the good news, and all night we'll keep trying to extricate people through tomorrow. And there are over 1,000, well over 1,000 rescue workers and emergency workers down there now. Could be 2,000. And the New York Police Department and the Fire Department, emergency services, the assistance that we've gotten from the National Guard, and if you go down there, you'll see fire departments from East Meadow and Belmore and northern New Jersey. And we really appreciate their efforts. It will be of great assistance all during the night. If you have questions that we can answer or try to answer, the number is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. I know that there's great concern over what the numbers of people lost are. We don't know the answer to that. The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
Mr. Mayor, there are reports that there are a group of survivors in the basement of the World Trade Center, that they have cell phones. They've been calling their relatives in Seattle to tell them precisely where they are, and that there's a group of NYPD police who are with them and alive and well. Do you know about this?
I know that rescue effort's been going on for a couple of hours, yes.
Mayor, do you know anything about the report about the possible explosives that were found in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the police commissioner was able to get information about that.
I just got a confirmation from the chief of detectives. He's reached out to the...
All right, that's Mayor Rudy Giuliani and police and rescue officials. He did confirm what we'd heard earlier, that there were a couple of hundred firemen and policemen that are missing in that rubble, and probably thousands who were in the building when they came down. He said it's going to be a very large number in terms of those who are lost. They're trying desperately through tonight and in the days to come to rescue those who may be alive. So we have, at this point, well over 1,000 people confirmed dead. The 300 that are missing that he talked about, 800 at the Pentagon, 266 who were on those airplanes today, passengers and crews. We're now up to about 1,300. And it is expected to go much higher. 2,400 people altogether were killed in Pearl Harbor. They were military personnel for the most part. It was a military attack on military installations. We know who did it. This is a different kind of a war in a new century. So let's go to NBC's Pat Dawson, who's been on duty not too far from the World Trade Center throughout this long day as well, talking to emergency rescue personnel. Pat?
Tom, over the past 2 to 3 hours, we have seen a number of those rescue personnel, emergency workers, police, fire, coming out, finishing what amounts to their shift for the time being. They will be sent for some rest and brought back here again tomorrow. I would say of the 2 to 3 dozen that we spoke to, almost consistently, without exception, all of them reported on the devastation inside, and pretty much all of them came to the same conclusion. They didn't see how anyone, based on what they'd seen, and I think probably confirmed by those extraordinary pictures that we saw in Rahima Ellis's report earlier, they didn't see how anyone could have survived in there. Yet, nonetheless, we are having reports now, some fragments of good news, if you will, in the midst of all this devastation. You mentioned, of course, the fact that there are reports of people calling with cell phones who are inside that building alive, in addition to which the mayor mentioned the fact that they actually have rescued 2 people from the rubble in that building, and we're going to talk to our guest about that right now. This is Inspector Gene Ciccarelli of the Port Authority Police. Inspector, it has been a long, very difficult day, but you have had some encouraging news in the last couple of hours.
Yes, we did have 2 officers that were trapped in an area on Liberty Street, and there was a noise heard from that particular area by an emergency services rescue person, and who alerted us to the fact that they did identify themselves as Port Authority police personnel. And after an extensive effort to extract them from that area, both were taken from the rubble and are on their way to area hospitals and are being treated at this time.
Do you have any idea of their condition?
I don't know that at this time.
The other report that we wanted to ask you about, earlier we had heard that an FBI spokesperson said that there was a report on the George Washington Bridge, which is another facility which you folks are responsible for policing, a report that there had been a van stopped there that had explosives. Have you, the Port Authority Police down here, heard anything about that?
I have received no reports on that particular incident, and there's nothing that has been brought to our attention to that effect.
Okay. Austin? At this point, you're basically looking to continue the rescue operation through the overnight period. I assume you're sending more people in there. Is that correct?
We'll continue the search and rescue operation through the night into tomorrow. We have new troops coming in the morning, and we'll continue to stay here all night until we have to do what we can to retrieve anybody that's still in that area.
Inspector Gene Ciccarelli of the Port Authority Police. Tom, I can only tell you that, as we said, a lot of the firefighters coming out of there, although not terribly happy about their duty, are saying that the scenes are of devastation, but they're going to continue going back in there in the hopes that they may find, as they did earlier, some people still alive. Tom?
Thank you very much. Pat Dawson, a real brotherhood, obviously, and these big city fire departments and rescue operations, especially during a time quite like this. Pat alluded to a report that there had been a van loaded with some explosives stopped near the George Washington Bridge, which is the northern end of Manhattan Island. It turns out the van had no explosives. They did detain the drivers for a time. There have been any number of reports all day long about bombs in schools, planes setting down because there was a rumor of a bomb on board. We are told tonight, however, that FBI officials think that they've gotten a name out of one of the passenger manifests. It triggered an alarm when they entered it into their database at FBI headquarters. They have obtained a warrant to search the former home of this man. It's believed to be in Broward County for possible evidence. This is all, at this point, as much as we know about it. The FBI obtained the name of the passenger, as I say, from one of the flight manifests, and we don't know the man's name, but the FBI thinks that he could be one of the terrorists. It is in Broward County, which is just north of Miami. These terrorists entered these planes, two of them in Logan Airport in Boston, and one at Dulles and one at Newark. The chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee is the senator from Florida. He is Bob Graham. He joins us now on the telephone. Senator, I don't know whether you heard what I was just saying, but we do have a report that the FBI is looking for some evidence in Broward County because a name on one of the passenger manifests, when it was entered into the data bank of the FBI, set off some alarms. Do you know anything about that?
Tom, I do not. This was the first I had heard of that possibility.
Everyone continues to say that all the suspicion centers primarily on Osama bin Laden, the Saudi dissident, who is widely believed to be harbored by the Taliban in Afghanistan. Is that what you're hearing as well from American intelligence agencies?
I have not had a specific briefing from the CIA or FBI. We will do that tomorrow. And my feeling is that prudence would be to withhold premature judgments. It's important that we determine who the perpetrator was, but it's also important that we get it right. You may remember after Oklahoma City, the first assumption was that it was an Islamic group. It turned out to be a United States militia group. We're going to respond, as the president said tonight, very forcefully against whoever we determine to have committed this horrendous act. So we need to be sure that we are responding against the right person or the right supporting state.
Senator, there have been any number of terrorism experts on the air tonight and throughout this day who are saying, well, we shouldn't be surprised by the fact that there was a terrorist attack. We've all been expecting that, although most of them were stunned by the complexity and the magnitude of it all. But have we turned a deaf ear to all these warnings about how vulnerable America is to terrorism?
I don't think we've turned a deaf ear, but we have been allowing our front line of protection against terrorism, which is our intelligence services, to gradually degrade. We have not been maintaining our capacity to eavesdrop on terrorist groups in the same way that we did for 30 or 40 years against the Soviet Union. We have not made the investment in human intelligence, particularly people with the diversity of backgrounds, language skills, and technical skills to effectively get inside these terrorist cells and determine what their capability and motivations might be. And we are collecting a substantially greater volume of information than we are able to adequately analyze and therefore use for intelligence purposes. We need to shore up all those areas of weakness in our intelligence system.
Finally, Senator, this is a terrible wake-up call for this country. Will there be a redistribution of resources, in your judgment, to beef up the war against terrorists around the world in terms of military personnel and political efforts that will be made?
Yes. For some time, people who have made these assessments have almost universally established that our two major threats to national security were the 7,000 nuclear warheads still in the possession of the Russians and terrorism. I don't think we've been applying adequate priority to that terrorism threat. This will be a wake-up call. It's a terrible thing that it took such a loss of life and a shock to the American people to do so. But I think as we look back from some perspective of history, September the 11th, 2001 will be the turning of a page in the history of America, and in this new chapters that we're about to write, we'll be putting the kind of importance and resources behind the challenge of terrorism that the threat deserves.
Thank you very much, Senator Bob Graham, who is chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Democrat from the state of Florida. We're joined now by one of the most highly regarded terrorism experts in America, Brian Jenkins, a veteran of Vietnam. We heard earlier today one of the firefighters in New York saying, "I was in combat for a year. I've never seen anything like this." As you look at these scenes, is there any doubt in your mind that we are in a state of war with terrorism, Mr. Jenkins?
No, I don't think there's any question about it. The scale of the incident is unprecedented in the annals of terrorism, and indeed we have to go back. I think even I'm not even sure the metaphor of Pearl Harbor, which has been used frequently today, is adequate. At Pearl Harbor, there were approximately 2,400 casualties. It's entirely possible that we will see, I hope not, but it's possible that we will see those figures surpassed today. This brings to mind the images that one saw of the Blitz in London, of the cities in Europe during World War II.
But in those cases, both Pearl Harbor and the Blitz, we knew who the enemy was. And in this case, they hijacked civilian airliners, used innocent civilians as weapons against other innocent civilians, and we don't know who they are. So it is a whole new form of warfare for a new century.
It is completely different, and we're not going to have in this type of warfare the satisfaction of landings at Normandy Beach, or anybody coming out on the decks of a battleship to ultimately sign a surrender. And that is going to create inevitably some frustration between, on the one hand, the anger that this incident will create. Right now, the American people are stunned, they're frightened, they're alarmed, and that's understandable, but that will very quickly congeal to anger as we fully comprehend the cost, the carnage of today's attacks. There's going to be frustration between that and our ability to achieve what will be seen as victories in this war against terrorism. You know, Tom, I think people don't understand that the war goes on constantly. There are constant reports, intelligence reports, threats, warnings that we react to. We react to them by issuing alerts, in some cases by increasing security at a particular location, in some cases by evacuating an embassy. And those actions, in some cases, thwart the terrorist plans. But those victories are invisible. We can't count things that don't occur. What we see are the failures of intelligence, the failures of security, as we see here today.
Brian Jenkins, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We now have some more details about what was going on these airliners. Cell phones are ubiquitous in American life, including on these planes as they were being hijacked. There are a number of both instructive and poignant stories that we're hearing. One man and his wife and his child were on a flight. They called his father twice to say that the stewardess had been stabbed, and called a second time to say that the plane was going down. The man was identified as a former Easton, Connecticut resident, Peter Hansen. A minister confirmed the cell phone call to his father, Lee Hansen, an official in Easton, a small town which is near Bridgeport on the coast. He called to his parents' home, and so in that way they were together at that moment, according to the Reverend Bonnie Bardot, as she was describing what transpired between this young man and his family on the plane before it went down. Another flight attendant on one of the American Airlines flights managed to call an emergency number as the flight was being hijacked, and she said that one of her fellow attendants had been stabbed. A San Francisco woman told KUTV in San Francisco, in that area, that her son, Mark Bingham, 31 years old, called her from aboard the United Airlines Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania, saying we've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. That is Alice Hoagland quoting her son calling from the flight. This is what happened mid-morning today after the towers had been hit by the plane. They simply began to collapse. First tower number 2, which took the most severe hit, that's the one that had the huge fireball. The architect who designed these buildings later told NBC's George Lewis that the heat was so intense that the structural steel in a building like that will melt within 3 or 4 hours. Well, the heat was so intense it melted in a shorter time than that. Then the second one went down. These are 110 stories high. Many people were working in the building at the time. Some of them were trapped above what you see there. Others were below, still trying to get out. And, of course, it's very hard to imagine that there could have been very many survivors in that kind of collapse of steel, concrete, electrical circuitry, and glass. It created a kind of tornado effect in the canyons of Manhattan. A number of the NBC News correspondents were trapped, many of them in grave danger, as well as a lot of rescue workers, obviously, and other people who were in that area. And there are reports that between 200 and 300 firemen are missing who were in there at the time trying to rescue personnel. We heard earlier in a report from Dawn Fratangelo about a woman who was coming out of the building. She said the firemen were going up and she just knows that they were lost. These are the people who were watching that at the time. Let's go to the White House now, and NBC's Campbell Brown, who is in Washington, at least, if not at the White House. And tomorrow morning, the President's Day will begin early after this long and arduous day in which he addressed the nation tonight. Campbell.
Well, Tom, he convened a national security meeting here this evening after his remarks. That meeting has now ended, but I can tell you there are many, many lights still burning here at the White House tonight. And aides do tell us he is expected to begin the day early tomorrow, again meeting first thing in the morning with his national security team. The focus now shifting to, number one, getting federal aid to the thousands of people who have been touched by these attacks, and number two, focusing now on finding out who is responsible. The president, in his remarks tonight, having some very strong words regarding punishment for the terrorists, as well as any country, in his words, who harbors them. The president also tonight talking about how the country has the strength to overcome this. And here was the president from earlier this evening.
This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night.
Now, Tom, aides who spent the day traveling with the president described his demeanor throughout the day as somber but very even-keeled, that he was never overly emotional. His security was obviously a top priority today, which is why we saw Air Force One hopscotching around the country. He began the day in Florida at an education event, and that was really the one time that we did see a sort of emotional reaction from the president when he was informed by his chief of staff, Andy Card, who whispered in his ear about the second plane crashing into the World Trade Center. We really did see a fairly strong reaction from the president at that time when it became clear that these were in fact terrorist attacks. He from there went to the Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, from there to the U.S. Strategic Command Center in Nebraska. And at each of these times, as Air Force One took off and landed, we were not told where it was going, and this was deliberate. The Secret Service has a plan that they have not implemented in some time, but this is a deliberate plan where they send the plane around the country without informing anyone exactly where it is going. The entire time, the president having F-15 air escorts on his wings, and Air Force One essentially turning into a flying White House. The president had communication with anyone around the world. He was fielding calls from world leaders. He spoke first with Vice President Cheney. He spoke twice with his wife, Laura Bush, who was also rushed to an undisclosed location. And again, Vice President Cheney, the person he was in contact with most today, Cheney was here at the White House in the Situation Room. And we are told that tomorrow morning we will likely get briefings in the morning from Secretary of State Colin Powell and FEMA Director Joe Albaugh. Tom.
Campbell Brown at the White House tonight, who's been on duty as well all day long. Campbell, I'm just going to share with you some information that we heard from Andrea Mitchell earlier. And now Orrin Hatch, who is the ranking Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, says that he has been told that U.S. intelligence officials, we presume it's the National Security Agency, which runs the intercepts around the world, picked up some information that included people associated with bin Laden who acknowledged a couple of targets were hit, but he would not be more specific. He also said law enforcement has data possibly linking one person on one of the 4 ill-fated flights to bin Laden's organization. We had been telling you earlier that FBI agents were on their way to what they thought was the former home of this man. When they entered his name in the FBI data bank, it did trigger some alarms from them. The home is either in Broward County or in Daytona Beach, which is just north of Miami, and of course you know where Daytona Beach is. It is now 12:02 Eastern Time. It is a new day. It is the 12th of September, but an old and terrible day will linger with us for an untold number of hours yet, perhaps days and weeks for that matter. The 11th of September, a day that will have a dark, dark mark in American history. We've asked Dateline's Stone Phillips to take us through this day to tell us all that has happened. Here is his report.
Today, the unimaginable happened. At the start of a busy workday, New Yorkers heard an explosion, then looked up to see a symbol of America's economic power, one of the World Trade Center's twin towers billowing smoke and flames.
The glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center, and glass flew everywhere.
Minutes later, literally from out of the blue, an even more horrifying sight. A jetliner bearing down on the other tower. It was a direct hit.
A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
Before the hour was out, the symbol of American military power, the Pentagon, was also in flames. It too apparently the target of a new weapon, a passenger jet hijacked and turned into a guided missile. Across the country, shock, sorrow, fear, outrage, and the realization that America was under attack. About 8:45 this morning, the sky over Manhattan was clear following a night of violent thunderstorms. In the city's financial district, the very heart of American commerce, thousands of workers were already at their desks. Moments later, in the upper reaches of the 110-story North Tower, sudden impact.
As Matt just mentioned, we have a breaking news story to tell you about. Apparently, a plane has just crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City.
1 second after the sound started, there was gray smoke and what looked to be like confetti flying all over the place.
Fire and death above, confusion below, as some 10,000 people streamed out of the building.
There was a lady had a big gash on her head, so it was people stampeding one over top of another.
Witnesses reported a horrifying scene. Desperate people jumping from the burning skyscraper. Bloody clothing and body parts scattered on the streets below. As emergency crews rushed to the southern tip of Manhattan, the immediate thought, could it really be happening again?
Step back, okay? I'm on the job, guys.
In 1993, the same building was hit by a truck bomb, Islamic militants hoping to topple the one tower into the other. 6 people died in that attack, and 1,500 were injured. But within the first minutes today, it was clear that the toll this time would be much higher. Then, at 9:03, less than 20 minutes after the first strike, with police and rescue personnel still scrambling to respond, this.
There were many people in the building.
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on this shot.
Live cameras trained on the first stricken tower captured another huge explosion, this one on the South Tower. Only this time, the attack was documented. This indelible image to be replayed again and again, seared into the American memory.
And here it comes right there.
An American Airlines 767 with 92 people on board hijacked on its flight from Boston to Los Angeles, becoming the implement of mass murder. The impact was devastating, the airliner punching through the skin of the huge tower, another rain of glass, concrete, and terror.
just like this unbelievable ball of fire. And the whole street, which is now awakened, is, everyone's like, whoa. People start crying, people start running.
It was now clear that this was no accident. The first tower had also been hit by a hijacked passenger jet, a United flight that had also taken off from Boston, bound for LA. The attacks left New York virtually paralyzed. Tunnels and bridges linking the city shut down, subways closed, telephone lines jammed, cell phones overloaded as frantic callers tried to contact loved ones. At 9:30, President Bush in Florida to talk about education addressed a nation reeling and in need of reassurance.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
But even as the president pledged to hunt down and punish those responsible, another attack, this one even more audacious. The target, the Pentagon. Another American Airlines jet bound for Los Angeles had been hijacked, this one taking off from Washington's Dulles Airport. It was another direct hit. NBC's Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklaszewski suddenly found himself on the front lines of a war that had come home.
I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
9:43 a.m. With concern that the White House could be a target, President Bush boarded Air Force One bound for a special secure command post at a military base. At 9:49, the Federal Aviation Administration announced it was shutting down the nation's air traffic. In a world turned upside down, hundreds of passenger planes crisscrossing the country were now potential terrorist weapons.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport.
This morning, on a scale beyond belief, Americans experienced what it's like to feel truly vulnerable, to realize when someone is willing to die for a cause, we are all potential targets. The number one suspect, this man, Osama bin Laden, a radical Islamic terrorist linked to past attacks on American interests. A London-based Arab journalist said today that 3 weeks ago, followers of bin Laden warned of a huge and unprecedented attack on the U.S. Was this it?
Somebody provided the logistical support for this operation, and clearly the only person, or one of the only people, that has built up such a network in the world today is Osama bin Laden.
There was no word from bin Laden, but the Taliban-ruled government of Afghanistan, where bin Laden is based, issued a statement this morning condemning the attacks and saying bin Laden did not have the capability to carry out such acts. And there were plenty of other suspects, ranging from radical Palestinian groups to rogue governments.
President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks.
While the nation's intelligence community ran down possible suspects and tried to assess whether more attacks were imminent, rescue workers in New York and Washington confronted a disaster of immense proportions. In New York, local hospitals began filling up, urgent calls going out to every available surgeon and nurse, long lines of people outside waiting to donate blood.
It was a war zone. It was unbelievable.
And still, there was worse to come. At 9:59 a.m., the Trade Center's South Tower, the building that took the second hit, began to crumble. It was almost incomprehensible. In a matter of seconds, the skyscraper collapsed and was gone.
Suddenly, we hear, the security say, everyone get out now, everyone run for your lives.
NBC producer Shahar Baran was there with a home video camera.
A bunch of women just standing there, shocked. By then, the whole building sort of implodes. It just goes like this. And you see like a side of the building, and then it goes, and there's this ball, this silver yellow ball sort of heading towards you, kind of in slow motion. You can't figure out what to do. People are starting to run like crazy.
Then, at 10 a.m., news of another passenger plane in trouble. Someone on United Airlines Flight 93, traveling from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, called 911 and reported a hijacking. Then an explosion and silence. The plane crashed here, some 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. There were 45 people on board. So far, 3 passenger jets used kamikaze style, and a 4th that might have been. 266 people on board killed. The death toll on the ground still unclear. Then, at 10:30, another sickening sight. The tower still standing, following its twin, collapsing, vanishing in a cloud of smoke. By 11 o'clock, the sense of alarm had spread across the country. Troops standing guard as national landmarks were shut down. Fighter jets actually patrolling the skies as the last airborne passenger planes rushed to safety. 11:14, officials trying to manage the disaster, struggling to describe it all.
First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day, and we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
And New Yorkers were struggling too.
And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
At 11:42, another plane from Boston declared an emergency. Fearing a bomb on board, it landed in Cleveland. Soon, all planes in Canada as well as the U.S. were grounded. The borders with Mexico and Canada were sealed, and Major League Baseball announced the cancellation of all games scheduled for today. At 1:12, President Bush, at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, again spoke to the nation.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Moments after his speech, the president reboarded Air Force One for a then undisclosed location. Meanwhile, in New York, an army of rescue workers and volunteers from the city's building trades and other unions made their way to the wreckage of Lower Manhattan, seeking the injured and dead.
You guys going back?
Yes. It's our job.
You worried about that other tower?
Personally, I am. I got fellow officers that might be trapped. I'm not trying to be a hero, but I think if you were in this position, you'd do the same thing.
Those civilians who could made their way by foot across the Brooklyn Bridge, as New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani called for calm in a city that was more shell-shocked than terrified.
And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal.
The mayor's news conference gave the first hint of just how high the casualty count could be.
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon.
Just before 3 p.m., President Bush landed at Offutt Air Force Base outside of Omaha. From an underground bunker at the Strategic Air Command Base, he convened a National Security Council briefing. As 4 o'clock approached, the president's spokesperson, Karen Hughes, briefed reporters back in Washington.
The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington.
5:21 p.m. Even as people around the country struggled with the enormity of today's events, a third building at the World Trade Center, damaged by this morning's attacks, collapsed.
They advised us to leave because we have...
Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No.
Fortunately, the building with more than 40 floors had been evacuated. But once again, the concrete canyons of Lower Manhattan were filled with the sounds of sirens and the sight of people fleeing for their lives. At 8:30, the president, now back in Washington, addressed the nation from the Oval Office.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors.
The president focused on America's strength as a nation.
Our military is powerful, and it's prepared.
He also issued this warning.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
Tonight, search and rescue efforts continued at the Pentagon and in New York City, where the Twin Towers once stood, a hole in the skyline, an eerie glow, and the realization of just how much was lost on this terrible, terrible day.
Dayline Stone Films tonight with a comprehensive report on this long and difficult day in American history, a day without end, because in Lower Manhattan and at the Pentagon tonight, they continue to look for people who may have survived this deadly attack. They're trying to find victims as well. Law enforcement fanning out around the world tonight. U.S. military forces on the highest state of alert. The Pentagon is now asking Army personnel who were assigned to the Pentagon today to call this number, 1-800-984-8523 or 703-428-0002. 428-0002. Families are also asked to call those numbers if they are still trying to locate a loved one. Navy and Marine personnel assigned to the Pentagon today should call this number, 1-877-663-6772. The Pentagon wants everyone to be aware of those numbers because they're trying to get an accurate count of the dead and missing in that 757 hijacked airliner attack on the Pentagon that was such a devastating blow to America's military headquarters. At least 800 people in the Pentagon alone were killed in that attack. I'm joined on the phone now by Tom Clancy, who is a real authority on American security, and of course one of the world's best-known authors of terrorist attacks in fictional form. He once wrote a book called Debt of Honor that ended with a 747 crashing into the U.S. Capitol. Tom, it turns out that truth is much stranger and much more devastating than fiction.
Well, Tom, it always is. And, you know, one of the problems with being a writer of fiction is keeping up with all the perversity of the real world. It's just a horrible event. And, you know, it's all, you know, we're talking over 10,000 American dead, and that's about as bad as it gets.
When you first heard these reports today of hijacked planes being flown into the Twin Trade Towers and into the Pentagon, what was your initial reaction?
You know, I wouldn't have written this into a novel because I would not have regarded it as a credible threat. 4 people willing to give their lives up for their cause in a period of a few hours. That's not very. It's just hard to grasp. It's hard to wrap your mind around something like that.
Well, the other thing that we have to say is that this was a very efficient, in a cold-blooded fashion, and a very sophisticated and a very complex operation that didn't happen in just the last 48 hours or so.
Well, obviously, there were some months or weeks or months or potentially even years of preparation went into this. I mean, pardon me for putting it this way, but it was a beautifully planned operation. It just, you know, Pearl Harbor achieved tactical surprise and achieved the objective of the Japanese Navy, so this operation achieved the objective of its perpetrators.
We want to put on the screen now, Tom, and have you watch it at home as well. This is the tracking that we had earlier today of these airliners that took off from Boston's Logan Field. And as you can see, it was very shortly after takeoff that they make a hard left turn and head for New York Harbor. and the World Trade Center. We were told that they were armed with knives, but this hijacking all happened very quickly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar track now. It's somewhat surprising that the air traffic control system wasn't alerted by this, but I don't know I'm not a pilot. I don't know the ins and outs of that.
Well, one of the things that happened apparently is that the hijackers were so sophisticated they knew to turn off the transponders. So they had this kind of a track on them, but they didn't have the radar track that they would normally have, or the radio traffic that they would have with the air traffic controllers.
Well, that'd be one explanation of it, I guess. But again, I'm not an airline pilot. I don't know the ins and outs of that system. I really can't comment on it intelligently.
You do know a lot about the perils that exist in the modern world and the high technology that is available to just about everyone out there. You think that there's a full appreciation, certainly there may be by the end of this day, a full appreciation across America, even in the highest echelons of our government and our corporate life, of the real threat of terrorism?
Well, certainly this event has brought things pretty close to home for everybody. I mean, we've got, again, more than 10,000 Americans have probably lost their lives today. And that's 10,000 families who have learned the hard way that terrorism is quite real.
Give you any pause about writing additional fiction about terrorist attacks?
Well, I have no such plans. But yeah, I'm not going to. You don't try to make money off things like that. It just isn't ethical.
All right, Tom Clancy, thank you very much for being with us tonight. Tom Clancy, of course, wrote, among other things, Debt of Honor, a fictional account of a terrorist attack on the U.S. Capitol, Hijack 747. Tom was using the number 10,000. That was his rough guess at this time. We have no indication that that many people have been killed. The numbers that are being used by New York City and federal authorities are simply that they do expect the death toll to be huge. Horrendous is another number. We think that there were thousands of people in the World Trade Center when it came down. This is Air Force One returning to Washington today with some company, F-16s flying escort to Air Force One. That likely will become standard operating procedure whenever the president travels domestically, and certainly it has been the case internationally. They put up a cap. They fly cover for him when he goes into Europe, whoever the president is, when Air Force One is in areas that they need to have some controls over. The president does have some major trips scheduled. He's going to be coming to New York to address the United Nations. He's also scheduled to go in October on a major Asian journey. He'll be going to Beijing for one of the most important meetings of his new presidency with President Jiang Zemin and the other Chinese leaders. There are real military and political and economic tensions between these two great powers, and there will be additional emphasis, obviously, on that trip with the president going there at that time. So I want to now share with you the experiences of Robert Harper, who was in the World Trade Center today when it was hit by a plane. We talked earlier today when he was at a hospital and he had been treated some. Mr. Harper, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. Thanks, Tom.
Tell us exactly where you were and what you were doing when the World Trade Center was attacked.
Yeah, I was outside of the World Trade Center at the point of the impact of the second airplane, and had only recently come into Manhattan. I was running a little bit late, as we had talked about earlier in one of the broadcasts, and I saw the second plane hit the building, and I couldn't believe it, because at first, my thought was, well, maybe it was just an accident, but then when you saw the second plane come in, it was clear, I think, to everyone that this was not a mistake. This was a clear, deliberate, malicious act, that was, perpetrated on the United States. And at that point, I just felt that, this was a very dangerous place to be. There had been a huge fireball that came quickly after that, and I knew that, it was a very dangerous place to have been today.
And so you began to run, I gather.
I did, and one of the things that I think the videos that you've shown tonight really don't reflect is that, by the time those buildings started to come down, there were so many thousands of people that were down there trying to help everyone out. There were, EMS workers, firemen down there, and the huge cloud of smoke. I think someone referred to it as It is looking as though it was snowing down there, and that's exactly what happened. I had to take my shirt off and put it over my nose to breathe because all of the debris that was coming down there just made it impossible to even feel like, you were going to get out of there. And once the building started coming down, I was sort of over in the area near the Woolworth building, and I thought, this building comes down, it's probably going to hit the Woolworth building, and I began to run. I mean, literally just run, at the top speed that I could to try to get over to the bridges. But then I kept thinking, whoever did this, they perpetrated this particularly to try to maybe bring down some of the other buildings. So all of the thousands of people that were on the Brooklyn Bridge, I also felt were probably in danger, and you really had no idea which way to run, but you knew that you just had to get somewhere. So it was incredible because I think that for the amount of people that have lost their lives today, it was just no way of knowing, what you could have done then.
Where did you work in the World Trade Center, Robert?
I wasn't working in the World Trade Center, but I work on William Street a few blocks around there, but I'd come into the area and was down there then.
And what about your other co-workers? Are they okay tonight?
I hope so. I mean, as you know, the cell phones were operating off of the World Trade Center tower, so a lot of people I've lost contact with. I've tried to call a lot of people. Cell phones initially had been out of touch. I've left messages from people, and I'm just glad to hear that Mayor Giuliani has suggested that people, don't come into Manhattan tomorrow because it's been very difficult to get communication. I've tried to call to various members of my family, and they're saying that a lot of the lines have been tied up or not, able to get through. So I would suspect that a lot of voicemails in that area probably are not operable now.
All right, thank you very much, Robert Harper, who had a narrow escape today. He was just a little bit late for work, and it was a good day to be that, probably.
Absolutely.
And he was able to get out of that area, but he was witness to many of the horrors that were existing down there. In fact, New York City is a much more personal city than a lot of people realize. It's really a collection of small towns. There are networks of friends and contacts all over New York City tonight. And so many people are talking to one another because when you had a building like the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, 20,000 people, as many as 50,000 in some days, were working or passing through there. Someone almost everyone knows someone who worked there or worked near there. And tonight people are frantic trying to find out what happened to their friends. And then there are these terrible stories of cell calls being made from the Twin Trade Towers back to loved ones saying, I don't think I'm going to get out of here, I love you. Or in one case, a nurse at St. Vincent's Hospital was online with her husband when the line went dead. St. Vincent's was one of the major destinations for rescue workers today, and NBC's Robert Bazell has been there all day long. Robert, is a little bit quieter there tonight?
Yeah, it's quieted down quite a bit in the last few hours, Tom. I just got word that another person in the burn unit died of the injuries just a few minutes ago. In addition, 2 police officers were brought in. Many of the police officers today have had eye problems because there was just a storm of concrete dust down there, and a lot of the rescue workers had very severe problems with their eyes. Mayor Giuliani tried to get a lot more goggles taken down there at one point because there were so many eye injuries. But of course, that's not the worst of it. The multiple burn injuries and a lot of people that were crushed. And as we can't repeat it often enough, of all the people that did manage to make it in as casualties, an enormous number, maybe 1 in 5, were rescue workers, firefighters, and police officers. And as we've heard over and over again, there's that enormous number who are missing. Mayor Giuliani mentioned the number 200 firefighters, which is just an astounding number from New York's fire department. I also have word that one of the favorite chaplains in the New York Fire Department, a chaplain, Father Judge, was killed when the second tower collapsed. He was giving last rites to another fireman, and he died in the incident. That's one of the names that I've heard. But the impact is enormous. And again, the big problem is that there aren't enough casualties. This hospital behind me is the one that was expected the most casualties of all. They expected at least 1,000, and so far the number is below 350. And that has a lot to do with the number of people who were probably killed or are still trapped in there. In the last few hours, I'm along 7th Avenue here, which is the path that a lot of the equipment goes down to downtown to the World Trade Center. We've seen an enormous amount of very heavy equipment going down to assist in the rescue efforts. A lot of trucks from the New York City Housing Authority that are going to be used to take away rubble. Clearly the beginnings of a massive cleanup operation that's going on now, but I think will be even larger tomorrow. Tom?
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Robert Bazell at St. Vincent's Hospital, where he has been during most of the day. Some of the hospitals were sending out word that they needed additional doctors and trained medical personnel. That was not the case at St. Vincent's. They had about 500 doctors and other medical personnel on duty. There was a physicians meeting in New York City today, including European doctors, and many of them showed up at St. Vincent's volunteering for duty. St. Vincent's is a very active, and of course it's a first-rate hospital here in New York. So that's the situation at St. Vincent's in New York City. We're going to go back down to Washington now. Our aviation expert is Robert Hager. Of course, there were 4 hijacked airliners today that were used as guided missiles. That investigation is underway as well. All air traffic in this country, Robert, was suspended today. That's never happened before. But the White House is saying tonight they do believe it's on track to reopen flights again tomorrow at noon.
Yes, noon is the word, but it's not going to be anything like the flying that we know. And in other words, I mean, security will be much tougher. Already they've said there will be no curbside checking of baggage. There's going to be tougher identification checks, and the airlines themselves will have a terrible time sorting everything out because the ground halt, ground stoppage was called suddenly this morning at 9:30 a.m. So all over this country, airlines have planes scattered at airports that they're not supposed to be at, so it's going to be a long time before they get that all sorted out, get the planes to the right places, and get their schedules back to some semblance of normalcy. Just as an example, somebody here in the office reported father-in-law was flying back from Brussels. The plane was diverted to Newfoundland. It was on the runway for 6 hours because there were no gates at the airport at Newfoundland. And then finally, when it came to the terminal, there are no motels around there to handle all the crowds of Americans that landed there. And so everybody's spending the night at the airport. There are similar scenes at U.S. airports, too. So it'll take, as I say, a long time to straighten out. Now,
I was going to say, Bob, we've had this system in place in America recently in which you can go up to a vending machine and get an electronic ticket, and then the vending machine says, did you pack your bags yourself, yes or no? Did anyone give you anything, yes or no? My guess is that that convenience will likely be eliminated as well.
Yeah, there are cross pressures there because of all the publicity about late flights and overcrowded airports, and that's where they were hoping to go with all those machines, and they've been very proud of them. But now this will be a lot of pressure to call some of that stuff back, or at least put some restrictions on it. So we'll see where that goes. Attorney General John Ashcroft gave some details tonight about what's known about what transpired on these planes. He said that there were 3 to 5 terrorists aboard each of the flights, that knives were the weapons that were most apt to be used in the cockpits. He didn't say this, but it does appear that all these crews were disabled. Almost no one believes that a pilot could be forced to fly a plane into the World Trade Center under any circumstances, and so it's assumed that the crews were disabled, probably stabbed. There had been cell phone reports of flight attendants in the back of these planes being stabbed, and then the next part of the scenario would be that those aboard apparently knew how to disable the transponders. A transponder is a device in the cockpit that lets controllers know through the radar what altitude the plane is at. It identifies the blip as a particular flight in the altitude. So if indeed, and this is not confirmed, but if they killed those transponders, that took some of the ability away from controllers to know, took all, the controllers would not have been able to tell what altitude these planes were at. But it didn't matter. There you see those tracks. The red plane being the second plane that left Boston, the blue plane being the first. Interesting how the blue plane, that's the first flight, goes direct into New York. The second flight coming behind, here's a repetition of it. The second flight, see, goes off there up by Albany, New York, then down, loops over New Jersey, and then goes back up to the World Trade Center. The second flight was United, and the first flight was American. There's one more repetition of it. That's the American flight that goes up high and then goes direct into New York, and the United flight that goes down lower over New Jersey and then loops back into the Trade Center. Tom?
Bob, what are you hearing from your aviation experts about how difficult it is to fly a 757 once it is airborne? We have believed that those were skilled pilots that were the terrorists.
Yeah, you see in the footage there of that one plane doing a last-minute maneuver in order to hit the World Trade Center and hitting a horizontal target, the Trade Center being a vertical target, a horizontal target like the Pentagon. You have to calculate the ground as well. That would be like landing a plane at the end of the runway, so it would require a fair amount of sophistication. The planes that were hijacked were 767s and 757s, and you take one general exam to be certified for both of those planes, so they're somewhat similar. The point being that terrorists, if they were training someone to fly these planes, they might have had to train them just to fly the one model in order to be able to fly either one of the two.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Robert Hager. There will be a radical change in American airline security that will begin tomorrow at noon. Also, private aviation will undergo closer scrutiny, no doubt, as well. We learned today, in the most tragic sense, that airplanes can be used as weapons by willful and determined people who want to cause damage to this country. NBC's Andrea Mitchell covers the State Department for us and national security matters as well. Andrea, Osama bin Laden is the name that almost everyone has been mentioning. Are there any other groups or any other countries around the world that are falling under the veil of suspicion?
Well, Tom, top officials tell me tonight that they do not see any signs of state sponsorship. So, ruling that out, they say the only freelance group that has the kind of sophisticated training that Bob Hager has just described for flying, training hijackers to fly a 757 or a 767, the only group that has the money, the motive, the means would be Osama bin Laden. And tonight we're told that members of Congress are being briefed not by the intelligence community, but by the FBI and John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, and that they're being told that all signs do point to Osama bin Laden as being the man behind this terror operation.
Well, we've known for some time that he is a very sophisticated terrorist, that he has a lot of money. He's a Saudi originally, and that he has used the internet effectively and computer technology to be in touch with his agents around the world, Andrea.
We know that he uses computer technology such as downloading zip disks and sending instructions by couriers. So he has avoided some of the electronic communication that has been more easily intercepted by the National Security Agency. But we do know that one of the signs pointing to bin Laden, according to at least Senator Orrin Hatch and a few others on the Hill, has been that there were intercepted communications. And this would follow his method of operation after the embassy bombings. One of the things that pointed to bin Laden and helped them track down some of the suspected terrorists was that they were bragging about it after the fact. Well, what they intercepted today, apparently, were communications between members of his groups who were acknowledging that these targets had in fact been hit. Also, as I think you mentioned earlier, the FBI is zeroing in on the manifest of at least one of those 4 flights, the doomed planes, that there was one person who was suspicious, that the names did provide a match, and as you know, there was a search warrant sought and received to go after a possible former residence in Broward County, Florida. So they do think that that person who was on the manifest is someone that they knew of as having a link to the bin Laden organization.
Andrea, earlier tonight you gave us a very detailed look at Osama bin Laden, who he is, where he came from. We're going to share that with our audience now.
An attack on America coordinated with military precision. 4 planes, split-second timing, penetration of airports and airspace, no warning.
They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way.
The first question tonight, is it over? The terrible answer, despite billions spent on U.S. intelligence, the nation's top experts do not know where or when terrorists will strike next.
The problem is that they are hard to penetrate. They are located in places that we're very hard-pressed to get any kind of information out of. And as hard as our agencies have tried, they've had some success. You don't hear about that. We only hear about the failure.
Who could have done this? Before today, the worst failure, the attack on 2 U.S. embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Again, perfectly timed, no warning, 224 dead. The alleged mastermind, America's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden also involved, U.S. officials say, in helping the man convicted of bombing the World Trade Center, Ramzi Youssef, 9 years ago, by protecting Youssef before and after that attack. Last winter, CIA Director George Tenet told Congress that bin Laden is capable of multiple attacks with little or no warning.
Osama bin Laden and his global network of lieutenants and associates remain the most immediate and serious threat.
Bin Laden's alleged millennium plots planned attacks on 3 tourist areas in Jordan frequented by Americans, on Los Angeles International Airport, and on a U.S. destroyer in Yemen, all foiled. But 6 months later, terrorists do strike successfully, ram another destroyer, the USS Cole, killing 17. In June, bin Laden brags on this home video of killing U.S. sailors, a remarkable tape made to recruit more terrorists against America. And just 3 weeks ago, a warning to a London newspaper, allegedly from bin Laden's group, that he was targeting America again.
I think it is a dilemma for the United States now. I believe the only thing is, to revise their policies, to look at what's happening. Why, for example, the anti-American sentiment is very high in the Middle East and in the Muslim world.
How could this happen? Only from a massive intelligence failure. But in this case, at least there will be some evidence.
The good news is that the hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking 1 is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in. They will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names.
If the U.S. cracks the case, how will it retaliate? Current and former officials say massively, but carefully.
If we're going to act, we need to be able to convince the world that we were justified in our actions. We had that evidence during the African embassy bombings, and I think it's critical that the intelligence community now begin to develop that with respect to these attacks.
There could be no clearer warning, Tom, than what President Bush said tonight, which is that they will make no distinction between those harboring the terrorists and the terrorists themselves. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, just very quickly, though, there is no sense yet that we know for sure that it was Osama bin Laden, nor do we know for sure that he is being, at this moment, harbored by the Taliban in Afghanistan, although that is the widespread speculation.
Our community believes very strongly that that is where he is. They don't have an exact location. They say he is in Afghanistan, and you're absolutely correct. They do not know for sure that he was behind this. He is just the top of their suspect list.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Earlier tonight, there were reports of explosions in Kabul, which is the capital of Afghanistan, and the United States, both at the CIA and at the Pentagon, deny that they were responsible for it. Later, anti-Taliban organizations said that they were responsible. An anti-Taliban leader, in fact, was the target of an attack, an assassination attack in the last 48 hours or so. And there's some question about whether that attack was successful. So that kind of anarchy that has been going on there continues in Afghanistan tonight, and so much of it is closed off. Reporters who are able to get in there are restricted in where they can go and who they can see and what they can report when they get out of there. But now I'm sure that it will be closed off even more, although officially Taliban officials were denying tonight that they had any role whatsoever, or that Osama bin Laden had any role whatsoever in this terrorist attack. And tonight, this is the kind of world that we live in. Libya and Cuba both expressed shock and solidarity with the United States as a result of this terrorist attack, said that they would offer any kind of assistance that they could. Here in New York City, you are looking at the lower end of Manhattan, the great canyons of the financial district, backlit by the fire that continues to burn. 3 buildings, 2 towers, 110 stories each, and another 40-story building have come down as a result of this terror.
We have seen that
earlier today from a freelance photographer who shot it down below, and now we see it again from another angle today, courtesy of CNN, who shows the power of an aircraft going at speed, absolutely going into one of the two trade towers today. And we thank CNN, and we all thank each other for sharing today in a state of national emergency, the information that we have available to each other. Here's a piece we prepared and ran some hours ago, which I hope makes a contribution to the rest of you in the country as to just some of the turmoil that occurred on the ground.
Let's just get back. Get back. You with me, Don?
What are we in, 3 World Financial Center? We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
Give him in. Give him in. You can watch. You can film it. Okay. Hey, go home. Give him in.
As soon as he got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Anything else that you saw? Were you there for the second hit by the plane?
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere. People jumping out. People just kept jumping and jumping and jumping. And you could still see they were alive because they were flailing around.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
He's not in a life jacket.
Jerry, try and shoot this. Try and shoot this as we run, Jerry. Try and shoot this. Yes, you do.
This way. Get up. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Now put it down. Oh my God, there it goes!
You okay, officer?
One World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass like blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for like 20 seconds.
We came from the 82nd floor, and I don't know where my peers are. I don't know. I hope to God they're okay. That's all I can say. I don't know what. We saw a shadow. It looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, boom, and the floor started shaking.
Right behind us.
It's a war. We've been attacked. It's like World War II.
This is so terrible.
Can't even look at it because all I can see are people. I don't see a building. I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
Well, I don't mean this to be self-serving in terms of news gatherers, but we have a lot to thank camera teams and our own ABC News camera teams and the freelancers today who've contributed to all of this, who've helped us to understand the magnitude of this. You just run through those pictures again, and you appreciate, first of all, the danger and the immensity of the tragedy. There's the dust everywhere, the dust and the debris everywhere. It could indeed be an earthquake in some rural place, as we've seen in Turkey and Mexico and Armenia and other places, where everything just gets simply buried. It's small compared to what's happened to entire communities in the past, in that it's in a fairly self-contained area it's a very small area in downtown in New York City, at the very tip of the island of Manhattan, adjacent to the Hudson River. You see all those papers, which are businesses and lives, going up, and then you hear a woman there just simply saying all the children tonight who do not have mothers and fathers, and there is the confusion and there is the panic and those constant pictures of the firefighters. Mayor Giuliani said not too long ago, confirmed that 3 senior members of the New York Fire Department and indeed had lost their lives, And we have believed for some hours now that as many or perhaps more than 200 firefighters have lost their lives. And you think of what an enormous event when a single firefighter loses his or her life, mostly his life, in any community in the United States, in most parts of which we have volunteer fire departments. And here we have one of the most professional fire departments in the city and has lost 200 members of its force.
I can't see what the top one says. Apocalypse and the Daily Star are there, obviously. This has been headlined, "Is this at the end of the world?" That's the Daily Star in London. It is not the end of the world, but it is a very difficult day in this world, especially in the world of the United States.
While thousands fled for safety, New York City firefighters were heading straight into the blast.
As soon as this happened, people were calling on the phone, every station in the city, "How can I help? How can I help?"
But with buildings of this size and fires of this magnitude, on this day, even their best wasn't enough.
We tried our best, and it was just too much. It was unbelievable. For me, it was.
When the towers showed signs of collapsing, they scrambled to escape. Most made it, but some couldn't get out fast enough. Exactly how many, we may not know for days.
Firehouse.
But what about the others? At this station, calls started pouring in.
Unfortunately, we don't really have much to tell.
In all the chaos, there would be no quick answers, just firefighters looking for their lost brothers.
Get our brothers. Get our brothers. A couple brothers are also trapped down there.
It's a scene of frustration and fear. Trucks as far as the eye can see, blocked from going back, and a triage center already seeing too many firefighters.
Have you ever heard of an incident where so many firemen and so many policemen were hurt?
No, and I used to work at EMS many years ago, and no. I mean, firemen were coming in and telling us that there were 3 rescue companies that never made it out.
As of tonight, as many as 200 firefighters are feared to be dead. Many are missing, and still, the rescue effort.
They're less willing to fly in the future, and the number of people who said they were worried that someone in their families would become a victim of a terrorist attack, 58%. That's the highest since just after the April 1995 Oklahoma City bombing. The great lesson from Oklahoma City for all of this nation is that we do band together and we go forward from here, and that we will not lose the war of terrorism to what were described earlier by the president as faceless cowards. NBC's Brian Williams will join you in a moment on many of these stations. The Today Show tomorrow morning continues our coverage. Thank you for being with us during this long, difficult day.
Today we've had a national tragedy.
I've never seen anything like it. It literally blew itself into World Trade Center.
Just a short time ago, saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon.
The World Trade Center is no more.
New York City is partly torn up tonight. Parts of it look like a war zone. The people in the biggest city in the United States are shaken up, and that is tough to do. Why? You're looking at it. The smoke and ash plume continues to rise over the lower portion of the island of Manhattan, where 2 towers once rose above all the other buildings in the city. The Twin Towers, as they're known, are gone, stricken from the skyline. The World Trade Center hit and destroyed today by commercial jets, 2 of them in order, then the buildings collapsed. The Pentagon hit today but not destroyed in what appears to be a well-coordinated attack, the worst attack, period, in U.S. history. Comparisons to Pearl Harbor even don't work today, given the enormity and the scope of what has taken place in the scope of this day. The news as we come on the air at 1 o'clock a.m. here in the East. The FBI is now focusing on Osama bin Laden. The names on the air manifest are turning up areas to search and one of them is Broward County, Florida, for reasons that investigators are mostly keeping to themselves. But already there is good, firm evidence in the search for who is behind this. A U.S. official quoted tonight as saying there is no form of retaliation that is off the table. And certainly President Bush, in his remarks to the nation tonight, telegraphed that not only could individuals be targets, but the nations that harbor them and terrorism generally. And in financial news, the Nikkei, Hang Seng, the news isn't good. Tokyo Exchange early on down 5%, Hong Kong down 10 at the open. There will be no trading tomorrow on Wall Street while banks are open in New York, not the stock exchange. Tonight, we have received a view from inside the protected zone, the inner circle in lower Manhattan, that looks at times like a moonscape, at other times like a light snowfall in midwinter in New York. Very little left standing, even less moving tonight, where the World Trade Center once stood. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is...
Sometimes I think that the pictures may not be able to really grasp the enormity of what has taken place down here in lower Manhattan. What was the area of the center of the financial district in this country, and some might say the world, it's not there anymore. The World Trade Towers don't exist. The buildings surround it, it is an unbelievable scene. They are not there. There are shells and skeletons. The firefighters are still hosing down hot spots. While I was in the middle of the area, we could see fires burning. As one firefighter said to me, the heat is so intense, they can only go in for a short while, and then they are literally pushed out because it is unbearable. Nonetheless, they have been literally raking through this rubble, hoping that they will find someone alive. And in a miracle of miracles tonight, not so long ago, we heard from a deputy fire chief who said, yes, indeed, they were able to pull two men, two Port Authority workers, out of this rubble, out of this unbelievable devastation, alive. Their condition at this moment, we do not know. They were taken to nearby hospitals. As you can imagine, they were suffering from some tremendous injuries. The firefighters say, even though it seems like we may not be able to find others alive in this rubble, they are not going to give up. They're going to stay here all night long and into the coming days until all hope is lost. But right now, they say they have lots of hope and they will continue to work. Brian?
Rahima Ellis, thank you for that report and those haunting images tonight of the skin, the familiar skin of that building. It is about all that is left, but there are reports again of people inside the wreckage using cell phones to call out to get help. Tonight, the mayor of New York was asked about that very thing. Now, let's talk about these 4 commercial flights. We can't repeat this enough. Somehow, this nation's system of air security was not only pierced, but completely deflated today as 4 hijacking crews, numbering 3 to 5 individuals each, took on 4 commercial jets, hijacked them, and in all cases, drove them into the ground, killing all aboard. They were 757s and 767s. They started, 2 of them did, from Boston, 1 from Newark, 1 from Washington, and almost more importantly, they were bound for Los Angeles. 3 of the 4, the other to SFO in nearby San Francisco. NBC News correspondent George Lewis is in Los Angeles, where he reports on the grieving families, some of the crash victims. George, good evening to you.
Good evening, Brian. Well, the common thread here is that all of those flights were bound for California. One theory is that the hijackers knew that these planes would be loaded with fuel for the transcontinental flights, so they picked flights that were bound from the East Coast to the West Coast. Now, 3 of the flights were coming into Los Angeles International Airport, where a lot of grieving relatives were headed for earlier today. The airport was completely closed down by authorities, but one flight did get in at 6 p.m. tonight. That was an American Airlines flight from Dallas, loaded with American Airlines personnel who are here to act as grief counselors for the families of those aboard those two American Airlines jetliners. Families have been taken to two hotels near the airport of the families of the American Airlines people and the United Airlines flight. But otherwise, Los Angeles International Airport is completely buttoned up tonight. Nothing taking off or landing.
Please.
Shocked and grief-stricken, the relatives of those aboard the hijacked flights rushed to the airport, where authorities quickly took them to private rooms. Grief counselors from the Salvation Army joined airline personnel in trying to comfort the families of the passengers.
It's just to be there and to say to them, we are here and we'll do whatever.
Trade Center, American Airlines Flight 11 was bound from Boston to Los Angeles, piloted by 52-year-old John Oganowski. This afternoon, his brother...
...of sophistication, Dan, that perhaps you wouldn't be able to get in the camps in Afghanistan, which may suggest some connection to a state, though no one at the White House has mentioned the name of Saddam Hussein tonight.
John Roberts, our chief White House correspondent. Now, we want to go back and try once again to bring you that moment-by-moment recapitulation of how the attack on America unfolded this morning. Here, we hope, is Russ Mitchell's report.
Early this Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, 2001.
It began as a shimmering late summer day.
WCBS News Time, 8:48. It's traffic and weather together. Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have something that has happened here at the World Trade Center.
And within half an hour, became America's second Pearl Harbor.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
By now, you've seen the pictures. But it's been a long, agonizing, and confusing 12 hours.
Well, it was chaos. It's something out of a movie.
So, briefly, here's what we know about exactly what happened. 8:48 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, hijacked en route from Boston to Los Angeles, slams into the North Tower of the World Trade Center, 2/3 of the way up the 110-story building.
We had seen a fireball, and I can tell you it appears as though something has gone into the World Trade Center.
20 minutes later, at 9:08 a.m., a United Airlines flight, number 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles, tips its wings and crashes into the South Tower.
Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
An incredible fireball, so remarkable, it didn't even seem real.
Looked like a plane rammed into the second building.
35 minutes after that, 9:43 a.m., American Airlines Flight 77, scheduled to fly to Los Angeles from Dulles Airport outside Washington, dives into the Pentagon, destroying one of the building's 5 sides.
I haven't heard of...
Or worse was yet to come. At 10:05 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center, possibly weakened beyond hope by the plane's impact, collapses. People can be seen jumping from the high floors.
The building came just rumbling down. It was like a war zone.
10:28 a.m., and the North Tower, choked with smoke and flames from its upper floors, disintegrates. Smoke and ash from the destruction combined to make parts of New York City look like ancient Pompeii after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Rescue firemen were coated with thick white dust.
This is terrible. We lost tons of guys. We lost tons of guys.
Cars were under blankets of ash. Rescuers were just happy to be alive. As for the death toll, even tonight there were no hard numbers. But New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani feared it might extend into the thousands. Half a world away, there was a far different reaction. Gunmen appearing to applaud today's terrorism. But Palestine Liberation Organization leader Yasser Arafat did not join in.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked.
In Afghanistan, a spokesman for the ruling Taliban, who provides sanctuary for terrorist leader Osama bin Laden, said he could not have been behind the attacks.
Everybody out! Everybody out!
Back home, it was as if war had been declared.
Ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families.
President Bush spoke to the nation.
Were in the air about 45 minutes. Even before the towers are hit, this American Airlines 757, Flight 77, has left Washington's Dulles Airport bound for Los Angeles. It's believed the plane was in the air for over an hour before it destroyed a section of the Pentagon. This is all that's left of United Airlines Flight 93. It left Newark bound for San Francisco. It appears hijackers took control somewhere over Cleveland. The plane took a hard turn to the south. Then someone in the cockpit radioed that the plane wanted to change flight plans and head to Washington, D.C. It never made it, disappearing from radar, crashing south of Pittsburgh. As the hijackings unfolded, passengers on at least 2 of the jets made cell phone calls, warning of hijackers armed with knives. And a flight attendant on the American Airlines plane that hit one of the Twin Towers called the airline's operations center to report 2 flight attendants had been stabbed. Hijackers had broken into the flight deck. The flight attendant also identified the seat number of one of the hijackers. ABC's aviation analyst believes at the end the hijackers, not the pilots, were flying the planes.
There were pilots on board those airplanes of some sort, people who were sufficiently trained to be able to handle those controls and do what was done here.
Just before 9:30 in the morning, the Federal Aviation Administration took an unprecedented step, ordering a nationwide halt to all air travel. All planes on the ground stayed there. Planes already in the air continued on. They were all on the ground by mid-afternoon. One critical question: how did the hijackers and their weapons get on board the planes? 2 of the jets departed from Boston. The director of the Port Authority there defended the security system.
We have a very high security standard here. We consider ourselves as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in the United States.
But numerous government reports over the last decade have found significant security lapses at many of the nation's major airports.
U.S. airports have a terrible security problem, and just asking Grandma if she's packed her own bag isn't going to fix that problem. It's more than just the passenger checkpoint. It's the whole perimeter of the airport and all the people that go on and off. And the FAA, no matter what they tell you, has done a terrible job at that.
Aviation experts say it is likely the air transportation system in America will be changed forever by today's tragedies.
Now, of course, what security lapses there?
You could feel a collective shudder as it all came crashing down. And the voices of those at Ground Zero are still shaking. Fathers.
All of a sudden, we felt the second one go.
Mothers.
We all heard this just really loud explosion.
Daughters.
A huge explosion and a shudder.
And our own colleagues at NBC.
I never thought that it would happen here.
Tom Lochtefeld, at work at a trading firm on the 80th floor of World Trade Tower 2 when the first plane hit.
All you could see were papers and smoke just flying through and around the plaza. And we looked up about maybe 10 or 15 floors up, and the whole wall was blown out, and it was filled with flames. And everybody was just like in awe. We had no idea what it could be. And suddenly our 2 managers in the office, they came screaming in with an urgency that I've never, ever heard before in anybody's voice, saying, "Get out, get out, get out, get out." We had gotten down to about the 50th floor from the 80th floor, and there was a PA announcement, and they kept saying, there's a fire in World Trade number 1. The firemen are attending to it. World Trade Center is secure. You may return to your offices. Repeatedly, repeatedly. And everybody just stood in sort of disbelief.
Tom didn't go back. It was far from secure. Just minutes later, the second crash right into his office.
If I went back up, I would have been dead. And if I didn't leave the minute that I left, I would be dead. And God bless the people who were on the 110th floor, because if I was down at the 50th, they were down at the 80th.
It took 15 minutes to get out, but once there...
People had left their shoes to get away. I mean, there were piles of blood in the street of people who had gotten hit by shrapnel from the buildings.
Your wife, she said to me that she thought she was a widow.
I bet.
Kim White was stuck on the 74th floor of Tower 1.
The doors were locked.
Why?
I have no clue. We sat around for about 5, almost 10 minutes trying to find a door or get somebody with a key to come open the doors so we can get downstairs. If we had those precious 5 or 10 minutes, would have made that much of a difference.
A difference because she barely managed to escape as the building was collapsing.
Glass just flying all over the place, and we're not knowing which way to go because we didn't know which way the building fell. Once it hit ground, all you saw was blackness. I'm sitting here saying to myself, breathe properly, Kim, breathe properly, because you don't want to take in too much because you're going to collapse and no one's going to be able to find you because there's nothing but blackness.
And breathing wasn't easy, not just because of the debris. To make things worse, Kim suffers from asthma and suffered an attack.
Was there a time today when you thought you were going to die?
Oh, definitely. On at least 3 or 4 occasions. The initial explosion, going out to the reception area, seeing that ceiling collapsed, being stuck in a stairwell and not being able to get in. We couldn't go back up, we couldn't go down. My life didn't flash before my eyes. It was just trying to get down far enough where, I would be safe.
And to the safest place and person.
I just want to see my mother, that's all. I'll probably be 32 years old, sleep with my mom tonight.
Someone else's mother, Maggie Cusack, was also battling her way down from the 82nd floor of Tower 1.
The building just shook, and you could see the stuff kind of flying down. It was big. I mean, you could tell it was a large event. I believe all of my coworkers got at least out into the stairwells. I guess it was about the 27th floor. The firemen started coming up into the building. And I just felt that they were very brave, and, we were kind of clapping for them and wishing them luck on their way in.
Are you thinking of the firemen because you fear that they were perhaps trapped in the building when it collapsed?
I think they probably were. I think there were a lot of them that did get trapped in there, and I think that's very sad. They were all nice, young, healthy, good-looking guys, and I'm just really grateful that I got out before the buildings collapsed.
A few moments ago, we saw you when you were reunited with your sister. What went through your mind?
Just very nice to have family here.
And members of our own Dateline family found themselves in the middle of the maelstrom. Producer Christian Martin saw the smoke from his home and rushed to the scene. With a journalist's instinct and ingenuity, he bought a camera from a tourist and started shooting.
And the collapse happened 10 minutes after I got the camera. I shot a couple of shots of the building burning. As I said, it was, it had the feeling that, as terrible as the tragedy as it was, that it was beginning to get under control.
But control was about to be lost.
And then, the cop was like, run, to save my life, and took off on a dead sprint. I mean, as fast as I can go.
One of the towers was collapsing as he looked through his lens. Then, a wall of swirling debris came racing right at him.
I was thinking about getting around the corner. I was thinking about getting out of the way of that cloud. And then, I got blown into the car, and it was pitch black, and, you just cannot overemphasize.
Some of the pictures from the Pentagon from early on Tuesday evening. Now we'll go back to our simulcast of the BBC's live morning newscast and their coverage of the terrorist attacks in the U.S. and some local reaction.
747 was halfway across the Atlantic when news of events in America were announced by the crew.
Most people were just stunned, really. And obviously we didn't have a lot of information.
Well, we got relatives in Canada who are quite worried because we were LA bound. I guess the planes that were hijacked were LA bound as well. So, but no, they know we're all right now.
Ourselves.
You knew the plane hadn't gotten lost?
Not a day like today. First thing, it's a beautiful day. How does a plane hit a building on a beautiful day like that?
Firefighters working at the center of the attack describe a scene of overwhelming devastation. Pieces of bodies in the streets and in the rubble. Rescuers climbed the girders of the shattered building searching for any sign of life, but there were precious few. Many firefighters and officers were wounded or killed when the first responders were caught in the collapse of the towers. One police officer told us no one has ever seen anything like this unless they were in Dresden in World War II.
Horrible, horrible. The whole building just collapsed on us inside the lobby.
1 block from the base of the World Trade Center tower, the inferno burned 4 hours after the attack. Police cars, the first to respond, were incinerated by the collapse of the second tower. Many firefighters and officers were wounded in the collapse, perhaps killed. No one can say how many.
No idea how many people, cops are dead. We have many people hurt.
What about the casualties? What have you seen?
Uncountable. Let's go, let's go.
Courageous firefighters responded from all over New York City, called from off-duty, called from vacation. Renee Davila was the first EMS supervisor at the scene.
I was there, and I saw the building collapse. We all started running. And I ended up inside the Hilton somewhere. I was like trapped. I don't know where I was. I couldn't find my way out with all the smoke and the debris in there. I finally just closed the door behind me and covered it so no more smoke and debris would come in. And what I did was I called my wife. I told her I love her.
Go again. Another one. Hours after the attack, many smaller explosions rumbled through downtown. Firemen, paramedics, and police officers walked out of the carnage in shock and disbelief.
It was unbelievable in there. This guy's still trapped. We couldn't get to him.
Anybody want to volunteer?
Many New Yorkers rushed downtown to volunteer. These construction workers were from Ironworkers Local 40.
What's the job in there?
Whatever it is, to save somebody, one person saved is a life saved.
Through the day, an inferno raged in World Trade Center Building Number 7, another massive office tower. Firefighters feared that it would collapse, and a little more than 8 hours after the attack, the abandoned building fell. 47 stories in the street. This is what's left of the carefully organized files and lives that were the World Trade Center. Bits of paper blasted into the street, construction dust 1 inch or 2 inches deep everywhere you look. What's eerie about this place now, several hours after the initial disaster, is just how quiet it is. You don't hear any ambulances racing away from the World Trade Center anymore.
I saw many injuries.
Hundreds, thousands.
My eyesight did not see hundreds and thousands. I know that my heart and my brain tells me they were hundreds.
60 Minutes 2 correspondent Scott Pelley. This calamity is the most devastating terrorist attack ever waged against the United States. One is tempted to say ever waged anywhere, but certainly ever waged against the United States. Knife-wielding hijackers aboard the aircraft. If they had other weapons, it's not known. It is known that on at least 2 of the planes, and believed to be on 3 of the planes, cell phone reports from the planes before they were crashed into the targets. Cell phone callers reported that on at least 2 of the planes, and possibly 3, that flight attendants had been attacked with knives. The twin 110-story towers of the World Trade Center each hit separately by hijacked airliners. All this was witnessed on television screens across the world. And then another plane slammed into the Pentagon, and yet a fourth plane crashed outside of Pittsburgh. These scenes played all over the world. In China, Outer Mongolia, everywhere in the world, these pictures eventually played. President Bush said in an address to the nation tonight, "Today our nation saw evil." The president said thousands of lives were, quote, "suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror." Establishing the death toll could take weeks. The 4 airliners alone had 266 people at least, possibly as many as 285 aboard. There were no known survivors aboard those airliners. Officials put the number of dead and wounded at the Pentagon at about 100 or more. That's a quote from officials at the Pentagon, with some firefighter reports suggesting that the death toll at the Pentagon could raise to 800. These pictures are from this morning at the World Trade Center. A union official in New York said he feared 300 firefighters who first reached the scene may have died in rescue efforts at the Trade Center. And the head of the fire department in New York City said later that some 300 firefighters were missing, and that the hope was that eventually many of those would be found. But we do know that there were heavy casualties among New York City firefighters especially, and some 30-some-odd police were missing, and some other police were known to be dead. New York City's Mayor Rudolph Giuliani said, and I quote, "The number of casualties will be more than most of us can bear." He was talking about when the final toll comes in. Police deep into this night and into the early morning were reporting some calls from people with their cell phones trapped in debris, calling for help and hoping that rescue workers could somehow get to them. And
in our world. Thank you. Good night. And God bless America.
And with that, George W. Bush concluding his speech tonight. That all happened at 8:30. Cockpit and seized the plane. They started killing stewardesses in the back of the plane as a diversion. The pilot came back to help. That's how they got into the cockpit, said the source. Suspects had no guns, but used shaving kits and other carry-on luggage to smuggle knife-like weapons made up of plastic handles embedded with razor blades, sources familiar with the case said. That finding is consistent with reports of a flight attendant's cell phone call from one of the doomed airliners. And here's the quote. "People were calling from the plane, saying they were getting killed, calling 911, said one source. One stewardess called her husband to say goodbye." That was the scene on board at least one of these 4 downed commercial airliners. Let's bring on our next 2 guests, Cliff Van Zandt, veteran former FBI profiler, and Dan Garay, been with us all afternoon, Deputy Director of the International Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, also an NBC News military analyst. Cliff.
Second jetliner flew straight into the second tower.
I'm standing on the corner watching, taking pictures. You can see the wings of the plane come from the south and hit the middle of the second building.
We're walking the dogs and we saw a plane flying really low, a small jet, and it flew directly into the World Trade Center, and then all the pieces fell to the bottom in seconds.
It was chaos.
Just get out of the tunnel and it blew.
Built in the mid-1960s, the World Trade Center towered over Manhattan. Each tower 110 stories. Over 40,000 people work in the 2 buildings. It is still unclear how many people were in the towers when the planes crashed and how the evacuation was going an hour later when we watched aghast as the towers collapsed. The skyline of Manhattan has changed forever. New York's Twin Towers are gone.
We are looking now at pictures, this of the second of the 2 World Trade Center towers collapsing.
Oh my God. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running in the other direction. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running for their lives, literally. Police, media. I see a woman pushing a baby carriage.
No, I'm all right. Let me go. I saw the building falling down.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
saw people jumping from the building.
I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran. I didn't know where to go. My first reaction was to go down to a subway stop just to get some cover because I felt this cloud of all this stuff, the stuff coming down, the debris, and I thought that was the best, smartest thing, but I got stuck in there for a while. It was pitch dark.
And now, all we are left with are questions. Who could have done this? What is the toll in human lives?
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden, we heard a loud bang, and the elevator doors blew open. Some guy was burnt up, so I dragged him out. His skin was all hanging off. So I dragged him out, and I pulled him out of the parking lot. This was what was left on it.
And what will happen now?
And we, of course, have no answers to that just yet. But one of the questions that a lot of people are asking are how did those hijackers get control of those 4 planes and steer them into their targets? 3 of the 4 did expert piloting in order to achieve the job that they set out to do.
Right, these are big planes. These are 757s, 767s, not easy to steer. It almost seemed as if these pilots may have known what they were doing. Let's go now to our senior correspondent, Rita Cosby, who joins us now with some late-breaking news on some terrorist pilot training. Hi, Rita, what can you tell us?
Well, Lori, law enforcement sources are telling me that they do believe that these pilots were very sophisticated, very highly trained to be able to make those quick turns, those very quick vectors, and to be able to do it at such a narrow window, to be able to do it so precisely to hit the Twin Towers as they did, and also the Pentagon. What I'm also hearing is, and they're pointing back to what came out in the embassy bombing trials. This is, of course, the 2 embassies in East Africa that were bombed, and obviously bin Laden was indicted tied to those blasts. And what they're talking about, there was a gentleman by the name of Ihab Muhammad Ali, and he was a sympathizer, a bin Laden backer. And during the grand jury testimony, this was not in trial, but when he testified before the grand jury, he told the grand jury in that trial, in that case, that he received pilot training in Oklahoma in 1994, and also that he got some training during trips that he took abroad for Osama bin Laden. It's very interesting, especially if he did indeed receive some training in the U.S., particularly Oklahoma is interesting because I've been out there to Oklahoma City, and that is where the FAA has its own training center. So it's very possible that he actually may have been trained by the FAA itself. A number of pilots sometimes go through the training center there in Oklahoma City. He was a taxi driver in Florida, in Orlando, and today, indeed, law enforcement sources are saying that they're looking at a name that just blared out to them on one of the manifests on one of the 4 planes that is tied to some locations in Florida, and Daytona and Orlando are some of the areas that they're looking at. So there appears to be a number of Osama bin Laden sympathizers in the Florida area. In addition to that, law enforcement sources are telling me, Lori and Rick, that they hear that what they received were at least 2 cell phone intercepts, that they were able to intercept 2 cell phone calls from Osama bin Laden backers. One of them appeared to be on the ground where they were saying, look, some of the targets have been hit, sort of jubilating and excited that some of the targets had been struck, indeed, by these planes. And then another one, it sounds like actually may have come from one of the hijackers themselves, a cell phone call intercepted by a hijacker, rather from a hijacker to possibly even another hijacker on the same plane or to somebody on the ground. But intelligence sources are telling me that they were able to intercept at least 2 cell phone calls indicating that Osama bin Laden was tied indeed to these 2 attacks, at least these 2 that were carried out, and obviously connected then, therefore, to the 4 others. Right now, law enforcement sources are saying they are almost 99% certain, is what I'm being told, that Osama bin Laden is behind this. And in addition, obviously, to the cell phone calls, which is much more hard evidence compared to other things that they were getting earlier, they are still looking at all the warning signs. This is the only man who had the financial backing. This is the only man who had the infrastructure for the World Wide Web, the tentacles really all over the world to be able to carry out this. And they also say it would have taken at least many months to plan this type of thing. And, of course, they're trying to find out right now, was it somebody on the inside in terms of the airports getting in who was able to get in this close? Were they all on the manifest? Were some of them able to just sneak in? Some of these things, of course, have yet to be determined. Back to you.
Senior correspondent Rita Cosby joining us on the phone with new information. Rita's sources saying that they are 99% certain at this point that Osama bin Laden was behind today's terrorist attacks.
That's right. Well, it is about 1:45 in the morning Eastern time. I can't even do the math right now, but it's, I guess, been something like 18 hours, something like that, since these attacks happened in New York City. The search and rescue mission, I'm not sure if it has exactly proceeded yet, not because of darkness, but because of the conditions in that area.
Fox's David Lee Miller is in downtown Manhattan, and he joins us now with the very latest on that. David.
Hi there, Rick and Lori. Let me set the scene for you right now. It is a very surreal one. If you take a look behind me, you can see that all the lights are out here except for some of the emergency lights provided by generators and batteries. I'm on Church Street here, which is a street that heads northerly. Nevertheless, you see these emergency vehicles, cars filled with police officers and firemen heading in a southerly direction towards the World Trade Center, which is a few blocks behind me at this time. And what's left of that structure is lit up with the emergency lighting. In many ways, it looks like a movie set from a Hollywood disaster film, but in this case, no special effects. For people here, this is just all too real. Now, for the last few hours, we've been watching them bring a significant amount of very heavy equipment to the former site of the World Trade Center. Tractors, cranes, generators, lights, all types of equipment to actually get this search and rescue mission underway. Now, the authorities wanted to get this thing going as soon as possible, but their efforts were hampered by a number of reasons. Number one, there was a fire at the location of the World Trade Center. Number two, one of the adjacent buildings was not only ablaze, but in danger of collapse, which it did shortly before 6 o'clock tonight. Now, authorities expect that in earnest, the search and rescue operation is actually going to get underway at just about dawn. It's not clear exactly what they're going to find, but according to the mayor of the city of New York, we are told that it is certain that there will be survivors. At least 2 people buried under the rubble, incredibly, were able to use their portable phones and call their families. But exactly how many survivors there will be, that figure unclear. It's going to be at least a couple of days, the mayor says, until we get a real indication of the death toll. For now, back to you in the studio.
David, thank you very much. And for those who have been rescued, a lot of them are being taken to a hospital nearby where the World Trade Center towers used to be at St. Vincent's Hospital.
That's where our own Dari Alexander has been standing by all evening for us, and she joins us again with the latest. Hi again, Dari.
Hi, Lori. Hi, Rick. You know, something new to tell you about right now. Earlier, we were talking about how all of the hospital workers were outside. Well, there are still many, many workers outside waiting for the incoming wounded. But I have to tell you, they've actually split treatment locations right now. We've heard that they've actually gone down to the scene because, imagine, visualize, the people under the rubble, people alive under the rubble. They figure these people obviously are going to need care right away. So they want to be as close to them as they possibly can. Obviously, they can't keep them there for very long because of the fact that there's so much debris, very difficult to breathe down there. But they have decided the way that they are going to look at this is they are going to try to treat the people as quickly as possible. I know we are tight on time, but I've got a worker who has been digging through the rubble, who I asked to come over, and all the TV crews now are interviewing him. So I'd really like to just stick my mic in here, and if you have to leave me, just let me know.
You physically can't get to the scene. You can't. It's just very hard. And there's no emotion. It's just physically impossible to get up to the scene.
Words can't describe what you're seeing down there. It's just...
You came in and you were covered. I talked to you. You were covered in debris. What does it look like down there? Can you see anybody in the debris? Any survivors?
We have no survivors right now. Right now, it's more recovering bodies. Just twisted steel. It's something that is undescribable with words.
But now we've heard reports that people were calling their families on the cell phone underneath all of this rubble.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard any sounds while I was there. I haven't heard anything at all.
In the area you were working?
Yeah, in the area that I was working.
It's very possible, but the area we were in, there weren't any survivors. There were some bodies, but they have to bring in the heavy machinery in order to get to it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Once again, let me just tell you, that's obviously what two rescue workers have told us, but we did speak with the chief of the emergency room, and he is hopeful and does believe what Mayor Giuliani believes, that there are survivors under there, and that is why they have sent doctors down there to treat them right away. So once again, you know, this is one of those situations where you can't speculate, but you hope for the best, and they are ready for whatever they have to face. Outside of St. Vincent's Hospital, I'm Derry Alexander. Back to you, Rick and Lori.
All right, Derry, thanks very much for that update.
All right, and some new developments at the Pentagon, also the target of today's attack.
That's right. Let's go now to Brian Wilson, who has been there live for us all day. Brian, what is the latest?
Well, Lori, let me just step out of the picture briefly so you can see what's going on behind me. They have brought in a very large crane in the last few minutes right above that impact crater in the south side of the Pentagon building, and there is apparently a basket attached to the crane. Part of the problem they've been having is they've still got a little bit of a fire going up there in the roof area, and they're having a little trouble getting it out. That may be part of that. It may be for the rescue efforts and the recovery efforts that will go underway tomorrow morning at first light after they're able to extinguish the last bits of this fire. Here are some pictures from earlier today, right up at that impact area. I mentioned earlier there are 5 concentric rings in the Pentagon. They run A, the very most innermost, and to E on the outside. The plane was in a full power nosedive right into the south side. It penetrated rings E, D, and C. So some serious damage here. The most important information that we have for you on how many people may have been injured or killed here, according to the Arlington County Fire Department, they are now estimating that between 100 and 800 people may have died here. Now, there's a large difference between those two numbers, but what we're getting is the best and the worst case scenarios. And they tell us that as many as 850 people could have been working in this particular part of the Pentagon complex. So they're giving us a worst case scenario. Of course, all 67 people aboard the plane did perish in the first few moments of the impact. Back to you.
All right, Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. Thank you very much, Brian.
September 11th, 2001, a day no one will forget. Horrible events playing out here in Washington and in New York City.
Let's take a listen now to some of the accounts of eyewitnesses, people who saw these events unfold firsthand.
Well, when we got down to the bottom floor, we thought we were okay, and then there was a collapse. We don't know what collapsed. There was a collapse of something. The police and fire department told us to go run to the wall and don't look outside. Next thing we know, billowing black smoke just came in, and I mean, it went down my mouth, up my nose, all over the place, and people were hysterical at that time.
Keep going. You're okay.
There was a big shaking. Some of the ceilings collapsed. Looks like there was a fire in the elevator shafts.
Dozens who survived.
Oh, my is out there! My is out there!
Miss, you stop. The whole building, watch the debris come down the street. Don't open the door. Get away from the windows. Get away from the windows. Don't open it. Get behind.
Oh, my God, thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh, my God. Oh, my God! You're right! Oh, my God, you saved my life! You saved my life! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!
I covered a lot of sound back, miss.
Thank you! Thank you!
MSNBC investigates 24 hours at Ground Zero.
This is an exclusive look at the first 24 hours of the worst terrorist attack in our history. Using cameras like this, much like the kind you'd use to shoot a birthday party, we've put together a ground zero view of the events. A handful of civilians and a few teams of video journalists took to the streets to document this terrible tragedy. Our story starts at 8:48 in the morning, September 11th, when a French documentary producer who just happens to be shooting with firefighters records these dramatic images. The first plane hitting One World Trade Center. Hearing the explosion, Luis Alonso, who lived in the shadow of the towers, watches the events unfold through the lens of his camera.
My name is Luis Alonso, and I live below Houston Street, approximately, I would say, 2 miles from the towers, perhaps not even that far away. I was having breakfast, and then suddenly I heard this loud thump. It was physical. It shook the apartment. And I went to the window to look out, thinking there had been a backfire, very heavy truck hitting a very big pothole or a gas explosion. And then I saw this gaping hole in the World Trade Center in the northern tower. And at that point, my jaw just dropped. I looked at it for a bit, just in shock and disbelief. And then I ran and got my camera. It seemed like I entered a zone of unreality. It seemed so impossible what I was looking at. The day was so clear, you could almost see into the hole. You could see the shreds of the cladding of the building hanging from the hole. You could almost look into it. It was an enormous hole. And it just seemed like something that could never happen, would have never happened. Here I was looking at this thing. Then I climbed out onto the fire escape and I walked up a bit and I started shooting it. When I had zoomed in, I saw something. I never actually really knew that it was a body, but it seemed like it would be a body. It felt like a body, the way it was falling, the way it was responding to gravity, the sense of its mass and its scale relative to what I saw. And what I noticed later too that I didn't see when I was shooting was someone very high up in the northwest corner. I don't know if it was someone, but what I interpreted to be was somebody waving a towel or a sheet, because it was obviously something that was happening outside of the windows, and I always assumed that those windows couldn't open. And then I noticed something to the corner of my eye, and I looked and I saw another airplane. And then I tried to react to that and to include that in the film footage. At the same time that just my whole sense of what this was entirely changing. I wasn't thinking. I think I was just reacting almost automatically in terms of doing that. I was shaking, and I've never experienced it, but I felt like I was experiencing something maybe like what a combat troop would feel. It seemed like I was disassociating from it almost in a way. It seemed so unreal, so impossible. And I was just thinking about what an impossible situation that was becoming for the people inside the building, and then eventually for the people who would be attempting the rescues, which obviously there would have to be, and what would be happening inside of that building. When I saw the other plane, it just became apparent that this was no mistake. This was not an accident. When I saw the paper out of the building, it was a beautiful thing in a way, just all of this sparkling and floating in the air, just as a visual event. And I also thought about the unexpectedness of what something like this happened, the kind of peripheral events that I would never expect to happen, but then here's all of this up in the air that obviously was sucked out from the building by the force of the explosion or the aftermath. I don't know what. And as all this was going on, I was thinking how much this is going to just alter the nature of the American psyche, especially the New Yorker. It's probably going to alter architecture, building codes. It's just the ramifications of all of this, how far this is going to expand in terms of the effects that it had. Nothing will be the same. That's exactly what I was thinking. And it's not just in people, but just the whole mechanism of how the country works. It just became more and more and more unreal in degrees. At first it was this tremendous hole, no idea where it came from. Then a plane hits it. It just, it was unbelievable to begin with, and it became unbelievable in stages, each time more so. It's going to be like when Kennedy died. Everybody's going to know exactly where they were and what they were doing. It's funny because looking from the house, and this is what I noticed immediately yesterday, you look into that sky, and it's like you can feel the scar in the sky.
Lucia Davis is a journalist who lived minutes from the towers. And what you're about...
The first inkling I had that it was an attack was when my father called and said that it was a terrorist act. I don't think I was really scared. I just didn't know what I was walking into. I had to see what was going on for myself.
Everyone just standing, looking at the smoke pouring out of the World Trade Center at this moment.
I had never seen anything like this. I've never been in a war zone shooting before, so things obviously are overwhelming. You have a lot of adrenaline going, and there's stuff that happens suddenly that you've never seen before. I saw the two towers in front of my very eyes. And then I looked up and there was one tower left and there was a billow of smoke. Oh my God, that's just... What does it mean?
You know that one blew up, it's gone.
I know it's gone. That's why it's unbelievable. And I knew at that moment that there was history happening now, and I had to see for myself what was going on. And I did not think that there was any danger because it seemed so far away. The cops started coming out in military format and pushing us back, and that is when I first was aware that there might be some risk involved.
No change. Excuse me, miss. You gotta move.
Let me just stay right here.
Move. I told you to move. All right? It's an order. Police order. Back. Excuse me, miss. You gotta move. Let's go.
So I knew that I wanted to film the second tower coming down and that I had to see what was happening. I have an inner sense of where my line of safety is, and I hadn't reached that line of safety yet. I knew that I had a few seconds left to stand in the street and keep shooting before this cloud of ash and stuff hit, so I stayed to shoot it.
Let's get in here. Get away from the glass.
Oh, my shit is out there. My shit is out there.
The whole building. Watch the debris come down the street. Don't open the door. Please away from the windows. Yes. But I just told him. Don't open it. Get behind.
Oh my God, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Look at the shadow of death.
Oh my God. You're right. Oh my God, you saved my life.
I told you.
You saved my life. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I covered a lot of ground that miss.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's still coming down, so nobody on the street. Oh, miss,
my
look at
God. I've never seen anything like this.
And this is the World Trade Center.
Oh my God.
They just lost a bunch of their friends.
Oh no.
What happened? Who's it?
Coming back. Go. Open the door. Thanks. You guys don't. Let me leave my stuff here today. It's very possible that those people saved my life. I don't know if you can die in that sort of thing out there, but I'm very glad that they pulled me into the store, and I'm very grateful.
Did you see the shadow? The shadow came first.
And going back outside, the first thing that I saw was inches and inches of ash. And God only knows what that ash is made out of. Papers, debris from the 102nd floor of the World Trade Center. People who were throwing up because of the atmosphere.
Can you go this way, please? Work with me here.
Rescue personnel, frantic, up and down the street. It definitely looked like a war zone. The most chilling thing was that there were papers on the street.
Yeah, I just found a piece of paper that's burned. It says One Trade Center, 92nd floor.
You're kidding.
Look.
With names on them, faxes, you know, documents, and we don't know what happened to those people who just moments before had those documents all around them. I think everyone on the street was probably feeling a mixture of emotions, just as I was.
What about the buildings next to it? 'Cause my niece is in that building. I don't know the one next to it.
Fear, surprise, shock, incomprehension, disgust, horror, and rage.
What religious in their right mind who believe in God would do something like this? How could they do that, bro?
It was a surreal experience. It was a disturbing experience. It was frightening. It was overwhelming. And I think it's very difficult to comprehend the magnitude of it. And I really wish I hadn't seen it, because I wish to God it hadn't happened.
How do you put out the fires left by the destruction and collapse of the Twin Towers? It seems an impossible task. You're now going to the base where the World Trade Center stood just hours after its collapse. It's where we found engine company number 15 and a firefighter who would only give us his last name, Firefighter Miller.
It's tough. This is beyond. You know, we can handle just about everything. This is beyond.
Yeah, it really is.
They were trying to put the fire out down there with towel ladders, but
when it was on the 4th floor, we were trying to.
Well, we got all kinds of water problems. The two trade buildings took out the mains. There's no way to put the fire out. Well, they say 50,000 people work in each of those buildings.
Yeah. I know a bunch.
And you know damn well, whoever was over the top of the crashes was stuck there. How are you going to get down?
There were a lot of people that saw something.
So, I mean, I don't know what floor that the planes crashed into, but if it's in the middle anywhere, well, then you got 25,000 people in each building right off the bat.
Yeah. Where were you?
88, One World Trade.
72.
You on 88?
Yeah.
How'd you live through that?
Sheer luck.
Our rig's one of the ones buried down there. Still missing 3 guys.
3 guys.
Never in the history of this city have so many firefighters and police perished all at once.
He just got to get out. I'm getting him out of here. He was in the collapse. He got buried.
Exhausted and choking on ash, the police and firefighters pull back.
Yeah, you got to see the tail of the plane going in.
We were in the stairway. That was the collapse, the first building. That big hole.
Many firefighters are in shock.
So the plane went in,
107? No, 102.
and bodies came out.
They told me firemen are trapped in the subway, ladder 7. So I got to their rig, grabbed some of the equipment, and I went down in the subway. And that's when the second tower fell while I was in that subway. But I went pretty deep. Nobody to be found. It's pitch black there. Nobody to be found.
Those who made it out try to call loved ones to let them know they're alive. But the circuits are so overloaded, cell phones prove worthless. A command post is set up at Stuyvesant High School. Inside, firefighters line up for the payphones.
Where's our boss? Right here. Stay with me. Chief. Copy. 76 is right here. If you were in a building, I think you were safe. You know, anybody in the street,
Really?
the rubble on Liberty Street's 5 feet high. The silver facade that was on it, that really didn't look like too big when you looked at it. It's huge. It's like each piece is about this wide, and it's about like this deep, and it all piled up like this, all on Liberty Street. There's twisted I-beams and this stuff you wouldn't know. Yeah, if you looked at it, it looks like World War III.
Miller realizes that 7 World Trade Center is next to fall.
See where the white smoke is? You see this thing leaning like this? It's definitely coming. There's no way to stop it. Because you have to go up in there to put it out, and it's already, the structural integrity is not there in the building.
You see the fire coming up the terrace?
The terrace, that just started.
By 3 o'clock, help is arriving in the form of fresh troops from the outer boroughs and nearby counties.
Everybody that hasn't signed up yet at this command post, let's get themselves on the board.
You're going to need cranes. You know, you're not even going to move that stuff with payloaders. You're going to need a crane. And torches to cut it up, move it. They had a total recall of all the off-duty firemen to come in. So I would imagine we're all going to be camped out at the firehouse for the next few days. Because we have the equipment's all decimated, manpower's decimated. You know, we got to get back into, you know, this stuff doesn't stop because of this.
Yeah.
You know, we got to keep going. So.
I don't know how. What's going to happen with the fire department after this?
As far as what? We're going to go to funerals.
Did you go in?
I was there, yeah.
Are you going back?
My job.
Good luck.
Next, inside the intensive care unit where the first casualties are being brought.
This is one of our first patients we saw in the emergency room. He's a 50-year-old white male. He was actually an insurance broker. He was just in his office and was actually on the 78th floor.
How many times have you been up and down these stairs today?
More than I can count. When 7 World Trade Center went down an hour or two ago, we lost power. We're on our emergency generators now. I'm told that we can stay on our emergency generators for 36 hours. And all essential services can run here, including the operating room. All of this right now, the monitoring, the respirator, everything is running on emergency power without any interruption.
As a matter of fact, the GE emergency generating truck, I saw it pull up to the hospital for backup generators in case there's a problem with our backup generators. We have double backup on the generators.
Right.
I've been running, bringing bodies back, bringing them to the triage unit. We didn't bring anybody back alive.
How are you holding up, doctor?
Well, considering about as well as could be expected. It's pretty horrific out there, obviously. Unfortunately, from my standpoint, people come in, a lot of them are not salvageable.
We are staffed to run how many operating rooms right now?
We're staffed to run 3 operating rooms until midnight.
What have you seen today?
Seen
most horrible way a man can treat man.
What I thought I'd like to do is to check up on the status of the patients who are in our intensive care unit now.
This is one of our first patients we saw in the emergency room. He's a 50-year-old white male. He was actually an insurance broker. He was just in his office and was actually on the 78th floor of the second tower and was evacuating the tower and experienced all these explosions and made his way back down. Came in with penetrating abdominal wound and also open shoulder separation, dislocation, and he's actually miraculously doing very well.
Airports throughout the country will be closed at least through noon.
This is in every way comparable to a war zone and to a battlefield.
When we saw the first explosion go off, we saw about 30 bodies just come out of the sky and just thuds all over the place.
The true first responders are the ones that paid for it with their lives.
There's a lot of dead emergency workers today.
That was apparently a firefighter found in the rubble.
Many of them responded to the Trade Center when the first plane hit and were buried in the rubble. Unlike most people, EMS workers tend to rush towards the scene of an accident, and unfortunately many of them have been trapped and are injured.
This patient is a 79-year-old man who had an obvious fractures of the facial bones, basically disconnecting the facial bone with the rest of the craniofacial skeleton. If they can't breathe, they can't live. So we did that immediately on him via the direct incision in his windpipe.
This is the place, though, where life hangs in the balance.
That's correct. This is a unit where patients, after they're cared for, stabilized, are brought in here for further management.
We have to bring a mask. Yeah. Bring your mask.
It's funny because we said, well, if they happen to hit the World Trade Center again, what would we do? And we'd be able to call for more help. We'd be able to call, and we did get that. We got help from other hospitals.
You just said that during your most recent training.
Right.
Yeah. What if they hit the World Trade Center again?
Yes. We went to the windows and we looked out and we said, okay, this is no longer a game. This is reality. I saw the smoke. I saw my truck out there covered with soot. I saw people running here with blood on their heads. This is no longer a game. This is not a TV show I'm watching, a movie. This is reality. This is what we do.
Breathe. All right. Keep on breathing.
Unfortunately, it's not really all that nice all the time. So we'd like to talk a little bit right now about this patient behind the curtain, if we could.
Please.
This is an unfortunate 29-year-old gentleman who suffered severe injuries, was brought into the emergency room. He worked at one of the Wall Street firms, and despite our best efforts, we weren't able to stop the bleeding. We brought in the orthopedic surgeons to try and...
Medic, a nurse, a doctor that can make their way to Pace University. We need anyone that can come and give a hand so it can free up the doctors.
One of the young ladies who saw the building coming down above her jumped out of the window onto some rubble below, and I think she was about 9 stories high. In a normal day, we would say might need amputations or a year and a half of reconstruction, and it's really a tragedy, but really she's alive, so it's a win, and it's a triumph of the human spirit to escape such a disaster like that.
Very excited about being able to save this guy. I have heard that he was a guard of the observation deck. He came with extremely serious, life-threatening, fatal injuries into the hospital. We were lucky that we recognized the problem immediately and were able to treat it effectively. So the fact the patient's actually going to live, he has a great chance of doing well. Situations like this, when you have a guy that you can get back to his family and get him back, that's makes it all worth it, and that makes the years of sacrifice.
Panic, fear, and chaos are words that accurately describe what people felt on the street, and that's where you're about to go. It will become a breeding ground for rumors and misinformation. We start with the experiences of one cop, United States Court Officer Al Mascola.
It was just mayhem initially. Nobody knew what was going on. We saw a lot of glass, a lot of debris.
Sergeant Mascola rushes up 51 stories to aid in the rescue.
And we noticed on the way up that several floors were on fire.
The entire New York City subway system has been shut down now, so we have a lockdown above ground, as you said, and below.
As we were going up, of course, people were coming down. Hundreds and hundreds of people were coming down. We felt a little shake. Everybody fell to one side. We had no knowledge that another plane had entered the South Tower.
It seems to me like a definite beginning of World War III.
It looked like a nuclear bomb coming up Fifth Avenue.
Another explosion, and that...
We are at war. We've been attacked.
And then we heard the calls for Mayday, and officers down at 1013. 1013 is an officer needs assistance, and it's an emergency. It was an extreme situation, and calls were going out, get out, get out, get out. And then everybody started running downstairs. We were trying to take as many people as we can with us. When we came downstairs, when we saw the mayhem and the destruction, it was kind of like a Bruce Willis film. Emergency vehicles on fire, police vehicles on fire. There was smashed fire engines, fire trucks, and cars were exploding all over the place. At that point, we heard a loud rumble, and then we looked up. The North Tower was coming down.
No, the whole left tower is no more. Look. There is no left tower anymore. We were just standing here, and all of a sudden, the whole left tower just collapsed, like sawdust. And if you look down there, it's just one big, huge dust cloud.
And we saw a little alcove. I knew that it was cover, and we needed cover because I knew the impact. I was unsure whether it was going to fall on us, but I knew the impact was going to push us down the street. And it would say 30 seconds later, the world just went black. And at that point, everybody was scrambling to breathe. There was no daylight at all. It felt like you were sucking in pieces of a couch. That's how much stuff was in the air. I tried to breathe through my T-shirt. I tried to breathe into my arm, but it was just no good. There was no breathing available.
But Sergeant Mascola manages to cheat death.
The only thing that saved us, actually, we were all laying down. We lost communication, and somebody was yelling, "Follow my voice." And it was a fireman, kind of a beacon of hope, and he yelled out, "If you can hear my voice, come to me." So we crawled through the muck, and we couldn't breathe, and you're thrown up, and we got pulled into a bagel store. And people were there waiting for us, and they poured water on us, and people began to cough up the material that they had breathed in, trying to get breath.
If what happened to the second left tower, the right tower, the same thing is going to happen. The right tower is still standing, but what happened to the left tower? They can't get up there and stop that fire. The whole same thing's going to happen to the right tower. Maybe in about half an hour, an hour.
Give me the...
The whole building just fell.
What did she just happen now?
The second one just came down.
But I work in the work. I tell you, well, I don't have to touch yourself. 9 o'clock after. The second building just fell.
I imagine all those rescue workers and everybody that was down here trying to render assistance are probably dead. World Trade Center towers aren't there anymore. If you look down the road, it's covered in debris, and all of New York's finest and all of their bravest firefighters are probably not alive.
Almost immediately, the city is consumed by panic and rumors.
Because the plane came down very low, down Fifth Avenue. It's almost as if it was aiming for the Empire State Building and missed it. So it flew over here. They all were watching the plane. There must have been 1 million witnesses looking at the first plane because it was flying low and it was loud and everyone heard it. And it missed the Empire State Building.
That's right. My nephew's in there. I got friends in there. I'll apologize tomorrow if I'm wrong. Tomorrow there'll be too many people dead. There's nothing to talk about. They hit my family. Okay, I think it's them. I'll hit them back. That's right.
What family?
My family. I have relatives in there.
Okay, just talking through how you know where they were.
Because I went to work this morning.
I've been able to use the phones here, and I've been talking to people, and they all have these horrific stories, and the worst stories are of people who know people who work in the World Trade Center.
Both of them are down. Both of them are down, and the Pentagon got just hit by a second aircraft. That's some shit. It's on TV right now.
This was all calculated, man. But
at the same exact time, man. Ah, goodness.
There are 8 planes, American planes, that have been hijacked.
8? Come out of here, man. Hey, man, let's go, man. 8 planes been hijacked. 8 planes been hijacked. Let's go, man.
Oh, God, I can't find a paper on the thing.
There is no subway service. The transit authority said that everything is shut down by order of NYPD. That is what I got. We have lost everything. Nothing is moving in and out of the city. All subway service is dead. We are out of business as of right now. Until further notice.
Do they have an idea of when it's going to resume, or like
until that smoke clears up, until the structure is safe, there is nothing moving. Everybody that was on that plane is dead. We don't know how many people are dead in the World Trade Center. So there's nothing going to be moving.
I'll remember the shake on the 51st floor, and I'll remember the calls going out, Mayday 1013, and having to come down 51 flights as fast as we could. And then I'll remember passing the people that I passed and knowing that when I hit the street, I was only 30 seconds till the building came down, knowing that not everybody got out.
Eventually,
It was very eerie. It was pretty horrifying. I went out about 9 o'clock at night. The sun was down. There were police barricades everywhere. We had to think of ingenious ways to get through if we wanted to get close to the site and what was really happening. I knew it was a dangerous situation, and I still felt that it was important for me to go in for the world to know what had happened and what it felt like. The first people who were staggering out of the scene that I saw were the firefighters, and I was reluctant to even talk to them because what they had seen was so horrific. You can see the grief and the shock on their faces and the physical exhaustion.
How's it going?
They need a lot of heavy equipment to get everybody out.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot of heavy steel in the street.
Do you think there's a lot of people alive still?
I really don't want to speculate.
What does it look like down there?
Looks like a war zone. All the steel from the building, all the facade from the building, there's papers everywhere. You know, it's devastating, very devastating.
Nothing compares to this. This is a war. I am sure that experienced war reporters know what this is like, but this is my first time being in a war setting. I saw, the piles of ash that were quickly turning to mud, and the thought did cross my mind again and again is, what is this ash made of? Is it, God forbid, made up of humans as well as debris from the building? And that is really just so much to take in. Your mind doesn't feel. You're not in touch with your emotions. It's, adrenaline is rushing, and it's flight or fight kind of response. And maybe for me, with the video camera, that's a fight response. Security was very, very tight down there. And I realize now that it is a crime scene. They don't want people to infiltrate it.
You gotta go. This is all closed off anyway. It's a fire zone. You gotta go. No good. We gotta go.
How can we get out?
Straight down the block.
Can we get a shot right here, and then we'll leave?
No, you really gotta go. There's debris on this roof that could fall and kill you at any moment, so I appreciate it if you just move on.
Thanks, guys. Sorry.
I stopped shooting around 3:30 or 4 in the morning. There was no more good that I was going to do. I had done my job, so I left. As we left, I saw more and more emergency vehicles arriving. There were, I believe, there were a lot of military vehicles coming to the scene. There were bulldozers and so forth. And as I got past all of that, the streets were really, you know, deathly quiet. No one was on the street. None of the places were open. Maybe 2 or 3 people walking here and there. And in some ways, I was feeling lonelier. I keep waking up and cannot believe that what's happened has happened. I can't get the images out of my head. It's a lot for the human heart and mind to comprehend.
In the ruins of the World Trade Center, in the rubble of the Pentagon, in the wreckage of 4 airplanes lie the shattered lives of so many Americans. Our hope is that from those ashes can rise a new national resolve and a new faith in America. I'm John Siegenwald.
Sources that I've just talked with tonight say they are not sure whether that has yet begun, that in fact the lists are still being put together, these different branches of the military still trying to account for who is missing from inside that Pentagon. One side, essentially, of the 5-sided Pentagon has been torn apart, and you can see that behind me. There's a gaping hole in the Pentagon. And given that, Forrest, that happened more than 17.5 hours ago, it was just a short time ago that officials spent the time using a large crane to lift some personnel back onto the top of the roof so that they could raise the American flag. Now the American flag is once again flying over the Pentagon after witnessing one of the worst, if not the worst, terrorist attack in U.S. history on the symbol of American power and democracy, our military power here at the Pentagon. It's significant, the raising of the flag, of course, because the message has been from the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, throughout the day that this terrorism will not disrupt U.S. military forces or the U.S. government. That is why Donald Rumsfeld decided to spend most of the day inside the Pentagon, why he decided to hold a briefing inside the Pentagon, a public briefing, and why he has said that he expects that those who can return to work tomorrow at the Pentagon should return to work tomorrow at the Pentagon. Also some news tonight for us that we're learning about the National Guard. Sources saying that there are some 1,500 to 2,000 National Guard officials, not only out here in Washington, but also in New York, that have been deployed. Some officials saying that that number could reach as high as 3,000. I can tell you that here in Washington, there is a sense that this city is under siege, under extremely tight security tonight. Anecdotally, in our drive over here to the Pentagon, we went through M Street, which to some who have visited Georgetown in the Washington area is a well-known shopping and restaurant area. That street was virtually closed down, every other block guarded by camouflaged Humvees with armed men and women soldiers carrying machine guns. Clearly, this city is watching and waiting for anything, wants to be prepared for anything. So that's what the state of this city. Here at the Pentagon, the fight goes on to put out a fire that is still smoldering, which is leaving smoke across the city. Forrest.
Quite remarkable. Nora O'Donnell there at the Pentagon putting in a long night. Thank you very much, Nora.
You're welcome.
The numbers, we've given you the numbers, and they are going to change, but they are all that we have. Some 800 at the Pentagon, it is believed. Some 300 firefighters in New York, some 33 New York police officers, uncounted numbers of people on the ground that are in and around the World Trade Center towers, 266 people we know on board, all for hijacked airlines. Now, how quickly this happened, how devastating it was, is impossible to tell you. First, one plane strikes a World Trade Center tower. As we were trying to begin to absorb that, another plane launches itself into the World Trade Center tower. This is the very first plane. This is actually new pictures. You may not have seen it. Just coming in very, very late this evening. You hear the plane go over, and then they're not sure what's going on, as you see, and neither would we be, and wham, into the World Trade Center building. Shortly thereafter, that picture that you have seen so many times of the second airliner seems surreal, seems like a special effect as it slams into that building, and then each building, first the first one and then the second one, the second one, then the first one begin to collapse, and then the third World Trade Center building that begins to collapse. That is number 7. This is the second World Trade Center building that's been hit, as you see. But Building 7 actually went down as well because there had been collateral damage. Our own Ashley Banfield was beginning to do an interview right when that building went down. I'd like you to just see how easily one is surprised by the devastating events of today. Let's roll that tape.
Please be careful of your baby. Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. No. Listen. We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We're okay. Ashley! I think we're okay. Ashley, I think we're okay.
All right. We're going to have to move this way. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to move. That cloud is coming this way.
Yeah.
Where they were was all right, but as you see, it is almost like a volcanic cloud that swept over people. We have seen this soot and dust that covered people. I mean, it was ankle deep and then knee deep in some places, and impossible to breathe. It was really quite extraordinary. I should mention that life does go on, although badly, throughout the world. Flights have been stopped here in the United States. Trading has been stopped in the United States through tomorrow. In the markets outside the United States, the Nikkei average plunged 300 points. I think it's about 10% or so. That broke the psychological barrier. That's about 6.63% from yesterday. The United States markets will probably respond when they are open. The United States dollar went down compared to the yen. All U.S. bases in Japan are on threat condition Delta. That is the highest defense posture. Also, additional security provided by local police to U.S. military and government facilities has been raised. Flights to Tokyo Narita Airport have been or will most likely be canceled for today. This is not just an American phenomenon. This is a worldwide phenomenon. And it was Richard Holbrooke, former United Nations ambassador, who pointed out that if the United States wants to be very serious about this, wants to consider this an act of war, and wants to strike out at the terrorists who are behind it, it must be done as an international effort. It cannot be done unilaterally by the United States. And so you can believe that the State Department and the White House are already beginning to reach out to allies, to the moderate Arab nations, to try to gather a consensus to strike against the kind of terrorism that can bring down the world system if it is not stopped. Kiko Irisako is with us in London. She has been following international reaction. What do you hear, Kiko?
Well, Forrest, all over the world, millions of people are watching each and every development in this crisis, stunned that it could happen in America, of all places. The news of the terrorist attack in the United States sent shockwaves throughout the world. Everywhere, disbelief that such a catastrophe could happen in America, viewed by many as the most powerful nation in the world.
Devastated, awful.
I mean, I don't know where is safe to go in the world anymore. America was one of the few places that you could go to and feel safe, but I don't know.
World leaders were quick to express their sympathy and support for America.
We are all traumatized by this terrible tragedy.
At this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people. Our hearts are with you.
But in the West Bank, celebrations. Palestinians delighted at the devastation in America, reflecting their anger at America's role in the Middle East. This, despite Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat's statement condemning the terrorist act.
We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Afghanistan's hardline Taliban leaders say they too strongly denounce the attack and deny the possibility that the terrorist Osama bin Laden could have been involved. Flowers and candles outside U.S. embassies in Moscow and Berlin. The sympathy of people from all over the world is with America tonight.
We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy. And we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
American allies say there must be a joint response to fight terrorism, and they're waiting for guidance from the United States and President Bush on this issue. At this time, apparently Prime Minister Blair has yet to speak to Bush, and of course, all allies are waiting for word on what they can do to help. Forrest?
Kiko Itasaka. Thank you very much, Kiko, for following that story for us. Let us move now to Andrea Mitchell, who has been studying who might be responsible for this. This is a central question that is being asked in Washington and in New York and in FBI headquarters around the country. Let's listen.
An attack on America coordinated with military precision. 4 planes, split-second timing, penetration of airports and airspace, no warning.
They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way.
The first question tonight, is it over? The terrible answer, despite billions spent on U.S. intelligence, the nation's top experts do not know where or when terrorists will strike next.
The problem is that they are hard to penetrate. They are located in places that we're very hard-pressed to get any kind of information out of. And as hard as our agencies have tried, they've had some success. You don't hear about that. We only hear about the failure.
Who could have done this? Before today, the worst failure, the attack on 2 U.S. embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Again, perfectly timed, no warning, 224 dead. The alleged mastermind, America's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden also involved, U.S. officials say, in helping the man convicted of bombing the World Trade Center, Ramzi Youssef, 9 years ago, by protecting Youssef before and after that attack. Last winter, CIA Director George Tenet told Congress that bin Laden is capable of multiple attacks with little or no warning.
Osama bin Laden and his global network.
Pakistani officials are expected to give the following ultimatum: hand over Osama bin Laden or face massive retaliatory strikes from a U.S.-led coalition. NBC News reports that U.S. officials have been talking with anti-Taliban rebels in Afghanistan about intelligence sharing and the possible use of a rebel airfield there. Also, New York's financial markets will reopen Monday morning. Before trading resumes at the New York Stock Exchange, 2 minutes of silence will be observed, and people on the trading floor will sing, "God Bless America." Vice President Dick Cheney says that in the moments after Tuesday's attacks, President Bush authorized the military to intercept and shoot down any rogue aircraft within U.S. airspace. Also, the Bush administration is urging Congress to take swift action on tough new anti-terrorism legislation. Among other things, the laws would provide stiffer penalties for people who harbor terrorists. And a sweeping wave of patriotism has led to a flag shortage here in the U.S. Some retailers say they won't get more flags for at least several weeks. As more arrests are made, the FBI is growing more confident that it will track down possible associates of the terrorists responsible for the hijackings. Meanwhile, Attorney General John Ashcroft is seeking broader wiretapping laws for the FBI to help them prevent terrorist plots. NBC's Pete Williams reports.
As federal agents find a passport of one of the hijackers and the debris left from the terror attack on New York, government officials tell NBC News tonight behind Tuesday's attack. Agents searched their New Jersey apartment Saturday. In California today, the owner of this San Diego flight school says his records show that 2 of the actual hijackers took a few lessons there last year. The FBI says the 2 were aboard the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. The school says the 2 made clear they wanted to fly commercial jets.
They said they want to fly Boeing. That's why I remember.
Federal agents also focus on a man who last month showed up at a Minnesota flying school offering $10,000 in cash for training on a jet simulator. Zacharias Moussaoui has now been sent to New York for more questioning as the FBI investigates whether he has ties to the terrorist network. In Washington tonight, congressional leaders are briefed at the FBI, where the Attorney General urges them to approve broader wiretapping power.
Options that he can choose in combat. Now, also this week, look for more of the reservists and the National Guardsmen who are being activated to be called up. At the top of that priority list are going to be air defense units and air refueling units, as well as Coast Guard units that are going to help beef up armed patrols of U.S. ports. Now, at the Pentagon building behind me, the recovery operations have continued, now 6 days into it. 2 more bodies were recovered today. That means 88 of 124 of the Pentagon employees or service members. Those remains now recovered and sent on to the Dover Air Force Base for processing. Still no real word in here on the 64 people who were on board the aircraft, Flight 77, that smashed into the Pentagon. But as you can see back there behind me, they are digging their way in.
All right, thank you very much, Jeb. I'm Jack Cafferty. It's coming up on 1:59 in the morning. Quickly, before we wind this up, Mansour, what did we hear from the foreign minister?
Well, you heard a lot of diplomatic speak, if you will. Here's what
their real estate and their facilities. We need them to cooperate in a host of ways if this goal is going to be achieved. My guess is there will be a number of different coalitions that will be functioning over time. Some will be able to do some things, others will be able to do other things. And how that will work and how that will play out, I think it's hard to say at the moment. But the one thing you can be sure is it'll take a lot of time. It'll take years, not days.
A high-level Pakistani delegation is in Afghanistan carrying a message from the United States. Afghanistan's ruling Taliban has been giving support to Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden, named by U.S. officials as the prime suspect in the attacks, named by the president as well. The message gives the Taliban 72 hours to hand over bin Laden. Pakistan is one of only 3 countries that recognizes the Taliban as the government of Afghanistan and keeps relations with it. But the Pakistan government says it will fully back international efforts against terrorism.
The president, who huddled today with his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, said he has spoken to and received support from 3 key countries: Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and India.
I gave them ample opportunity to say they were uncomfortable with our goal. And the leaders you've asked about have said they were comfortable. They said, "We understand, Mr. President, we're with you."
And that was NBC's David Gregory reporting. Well, a high-ranking delegation of Pakistani officials has arrived in Afghanistan to meet with the Taliban's foreign minister. The delegation's goal? Convince the Taliban government to turn over suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. Preston Mendenhall of MSNBC.com has just spoken with a Taliban official. He joins us by phone from Islamabad, Pakistan. Good morning to you. And tell me, Preston, what is the status of the meeting right now?
Well, Alex, the meeting is currently underway. There's a team of officials from Pakistan that includes the head of Pakistan's intelligence service. The meeting's expected to take place over several hours. I was told by a Taliban official then after that that the Taliban will confer amongst itself, amongst the leadership, and issue some kind of reaction. But as this meeting takes place, the Taliban officials are telling us that, while they are going to listen to the Pakistani government's proposal, they actually have no plans to change their policy on bin Laden and also that refusal to hand him over to any foreign government. I asked one official about possible U.S. retaliation against Afghanistan, but essentially the Taliban remains undeterred and denied bin Laden had any involvement in the attacks. And so this defiance, as we're hearing it yet again today, something that's continued over the last few months and years, actually, almost surely brings U.S. retaliation against Afghanistan one step closer.
Preston, we've heard reports that some of the ruling Taliban movement have started to flee the capital, Kabul, amid the growing expectations of U.S. attacks. Can you confirm that?
The Taliban officials I spoke to today said that everybody was still in place, but that there were certainly civilians, if they had the money to do it, fleeing from Afghanistan's major cities, Kabul and Kandahar at least. They said that the Taliban remained on high alert. Its military, which is a fairly ragtag band of about 50 or 60,000 fighters and militants, remained on high alert. But there wasn't any immediate indication that any of the higher level officials were fleeing, although I'm certain some of them would actually be going into hiding or at least getting outside major city centers.
And Preston, there's also a meeting scheduled later on today with the Taliban's spiritual leader. Could that possibly change?
93. At least one other hijacker on the same flight may have lived in the same building. All over the country, leads are being pursued. 2 more arrests for material witnesses were issued. 2 people are already in custody. And in New Jersey, just across the river from New York, another apartment was searched. This one was the residence of one, possibly both men, picked up off an Amtrak train, allegedly carrying cash, airline tickets, and box cutters. But the top of the most wanted list has not changed and will not, according to U.S. officials. But the effort to add suspect names after Osama bin Laden is accelerating both in the U.S. and internationally.
He headed it up and organized it, but it's a very broad, kind of loose coalition of groupings. It includes not only his forces, but it also includes, for example, Islamic Jihad from Egypt.
Members of Egyptian Islamic Jihad filled the top ranks of bin Laden's Al-Qaeda organization. Islamic Jihad's leader, Dr. Ayman al-Zawahiri, was at bin Laden's side during this 1998 press conference. Widely considered bin Laden's chief lieutenant, Zawahiri is also his personal doctor. Like bin Laden, he's believed to be in Afghanistan. Bin Laden denied he was responsible in a statement released Sunday through an Arabic-language satellite news channel. As for me, I have been living in the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and following its leader's rules, he said. The current leader does not allow me to exercise such operations.
He's a prime suspect, but we have to be realistic. This is not a person. That's the problem. It is a whole host of people and a whole host of countries that are harboring those people.
The head U.S. officials are sure of, bin Laden, but hidden under the cloak of Al-Qaeda's mastermind, a complex organization.
Complex used to stand. You see the buildings surrounding it. Many of those buildings are damaged. Others could eventually be condemned. Now, earlier today, we talked with a policeman from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. This policeman was inside the North Tower of the World Trade Center when it collapsed. He was on the 4th floor. He was a canine officer. He lost his dog, but he survived.
Well, seeing there wasn't much, we were covering up the civilian, Josephine Harris. We just on the ground, hearing it sounded like a rushing locomotive or an avalanche coming at us. And feeling, it was the feeling that I was going to die. You know, that's the only thing I could think at the time. And it went from I was going to die to no, I'm going to live and go home and see my family.
Wow. You were trapped for how long?
We were trapped for approximately 4 to 5 hours.
What did you do during that time before you were rescued?
Well, we radioed for help with using our walkie-talkies, the fire department and myself. And we would try to keep each other's spirits up, trying to get through on our cell phones to our families. And
did you make a connection?
We finally did. Yes.
Wow.
I got through to my wife, and I spoke to her. It was a personal.
During the day on Sunday, in the middle of the afternoon, right in the middle of Central Park is an area called the Sheep Meadow. Sheep Meadow is as big as about 10 football fields. It's called the Sheep Meadow because in the early days of New York City, sheep used to wander around there, but now people go there to get suntans, to have picnics, to throw frisbees around. There are probably about 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 people in the Sheep Meadow today. When about 3 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time, a fire truck came down the road next to the Sheep Meadow, and the fire truck had a huge American flag on top of it. I started to hear some clapping, and then before you knew it, everybody in the Sheep Meadow was applauding loudly, many of them giving standing ovations to the people in the fire truck. It was a sight and a sound that no one there will ever forget. Colleen, back to you.
Gary Tuchman, thanks so much for that. Appreciate it. Michael?
Okay. Efforts continue on the diplomatic front as well. On Sunday, top U.S. leaders continued their work building a global coalition to conduct the campaign.
We'll work with Russia. We will work with the nations that one would have thought a couple of years ago would have been impossible to work with. To bring people to justice, but more than that, to win the war on against terrorist activity.
The key here to keep in mind is that what we're asking nations to do, and which the PACs have clearly made a decision to do, is we're asking nations to do step up and be counted. They're going to have to decide. Are they going to stand with the United States, believe in freedom and democracy and civilization, or are they going to stand with the terrorists and the barbarians, if you will? And it's a fairly clear-cut choice, and I'm delighted to see that Pakistan has, in fact, stepped up to the task.
This is going to change the way we do business. It's going to change the way we go about our daily life here in the United States. It's going to require a greater emphasis on homeland defense, so we can defend ourselves against those who, notwithstanding our best efforts overseas, are still trying to get in to the country to hurt us. And so we should see this as a long-term campaign and do apply decisive force to it. And that force isn't just military force. It's all the elements of national power that are at our disposal.
Well, you just heard the vice president there talking about
I saw that plane hit the tower. I knew I failed. I failed to get their attention.
Meet Brian Sullivan, a former special agent for the Federal Aviation Administration. For 10 years, Sullivan was responsible for checking out the security of FAA radar towers and air traffic control facilities. But after he retired from the FAA in January, he became concerned about the security at Logan International Airport in Boston, as well as other airports throughout the nation.
I knew the system was vulnerable enough to take down several domestic flights on a given day. And I felt in my heart, please don't tell me that there haven't been any hijackings in the last 5 or 10 years. They just decided that they weren't going to exploit the system.
He became so alarmed, he decided the public needed to know. So this spring, he and another former special agent helped a local television crew expose security problems at Logan.
We were successful at penetrating the security screening checkpoints at Logan 9 out of 10 times. And if we were successful at doing it, potential terrorists could do it.
This was hardly the first time that questions had been raised about security test items like pipe bombs and guns. They were also able to gain access to planes that were parked overnight and other restricted areas without even being questioned. In all, 136 security violations.
When we did this video report and it appeared on television, there was a natural reaction on behalf of the FAA and Massport. 2 weeks later, after the dust settled, the people I was involved with went back and retested with basically the same result.
Besides helping the TV journalist, Sullivan says he expressed his concerns to the FAA administrator's hotline. He also says he sent this letter to Massachusetts Senator John Kerry, a letter that now seems all too prophetic.
With the concept of jihad, do you think it would be difficult for a determined terrorist to get on a plane and destroy himself and all other passengers? Is to our overall economic well-being as a nation. Think what the result would be of a coordinated attack which took down several domestic flights on the same day. The problem is that with our current screening system, this is more than possible. Given time, considering current threats, it is almost likely.
Sullivan says Senator Kerry responded to his letter and asked the Department of Transportation's Inspector General to look into the matter.
I think Senator Kerry did get it to the right people and that they were about to take the right action.
The FAA also responded, but in a way that left Sullivan unconvinced that anything would happen anytime soon.
The New England Region Civil Aviation Security Division continues to work with the air carriers and airport officials at Boston Logan International Airport to address security issues raised by the video presentation.
That letter Sullivan provided to us is dated August 20th, just 3 weeks later. The results of the scenario that Sullivan had warned about were there for everyone to see. After the disaster, Massachusetts airport authorities said that Logan Airport met all security requirements, had been as secure as any other airport in the country. Sullivan doesn't buy it.
There were many others out there that saw this potential and that have been begging the government to get us to a level of requisite security, a height of security, where a terrorist who was doing surveillance would have looked and said, wait a minute, we need to move on to a softer target. Obviously, they thought Logan, Newark, and Dulles were places that they could exploit.
The only thing Sullivan hadn't thought of was that the hijackers would choose to crash the planes into 2 towers filled with people.
How can I put my mind in their head, in the mind of a sick bastard who believes so much in jihad that if I kill the infidel, women, children, people at work, if I kill the infidel, I go to heaven? I don't think so.
These days, Sullivan watches the images of devastation, heartbroken by not just what he sees, but at what he couldn't prevent. Now, of course, no security expenses spared. 300 state troopers have been called in. Logan Airport is on high alert. Proof that Sullivan may have been wrong about one thing he said in his letter to his senator. We don't have to wait for a tragedy to occur to act.
That was NBC Dateline's Chris Hansen reporting. Let's take you now live. And metal pilings, they flare up from trapped pockets of gas. And this view here from Brooklyn, looking to the west, where again you see the dusty cloud that remains over Manhattan. And now to ground zero cleanup of 1 and 2 World Trade Center, where despite what you see there, a significant amount of debris has already been removed. The heavy equipment is what does the majority of that. Firefighters, hundreds at a time, clamber over what remains of the 2 110-story tall buildings, in addition to building number 7, which also collapsed. They pick up piece by piece, hand by hand. They go over what remains in the debris, looking for rescuers. If at all possible, though, 6 days now into it, it becomes less and less likely. It is now 2:30 a.m. in the east. Let's get you caught up once again on the very latest details. Pakistan has sent a senior delegation to neighboring Afghanistan to meet today with that country's ruling Taliban militia. Pakistani officials are expected to give the following ultimatum. It is this: hand over Osama bin Laden or face massive retaliatory strikes from a U.S.-led coalition. Also, NBC News reports that U.S. officials have been talking with anti-Taliban rebels in Afghanistan about possibly intelligence sharing and use of a rebel airfield. New York's financial markets will reopen Monday morning, and before trading resumes at the New York Stock Exchange, 2 minutes of silence will be observed. People on the trading floor will also sing "God Bless America." That opening bell will be rung by firefighters and policemen who've been on the scene downtown.
These are followers of his chanting, "We have to fight every day, even to the shedding of blood in God's righteous path." There he is himself with his own rifle. They go on to say, "We thank God for granting us victory the day we destroyed the coal in the sea." That's a USS destroyer that was hit last year. Those are his supporters marching. There you are, as Secretary of Defense visiting Saudi Arabia, used in this video to rally support for Osama bin Laden. And bin Laden himself, we have to practice the way of the suicidal commandos of faith and the heroism of the resistance fighter. And we refuse their culture, and we will take advantage of their misfortunes and the blood of their wounded. He goes on to say, Mr. Secretary, that with small capabilities, we can defeat the U.S. America is much weaker than it appears. What's your message this morning to Osama bin Laden?
Well, I think he seriously misreads the American people. I think you have to ask yourself why somebody would do what he does. Why is someone so motivated? Obviously, he's filled with hate for the United States and for everything we stand for.
Why?
Freedom and democracy.
Why does he hate us so much?
It must have something to do with his background, his own upbringing. He's the son of a prominent Saudi family, successful business group with significant wealth. He went and served in Afghanistan with the Mujahideen during the war against the Russians. And he has, for whatever reason, developed this intense hatred of everything that relates to the United States. And his objective, obviously, is to try to influence our behavior, to force us to withdraw from that part of the world. And clearly, he's not going to be successful.
And that was part of Tim Russert's exclusive interview.
Now, 32 military reserve mortuary specialists have flown in from Traverse Air Force Base in California to help identify the victims. The president has called 35,000 reservists to help defend the country and to help with the recovery efforts. Secretary of State Colin Powell says U.S. citizens must understand the attacks in Washington and New York have changed everything.
This is going to change the way we do business. It's going to change the way we go about our daily life here in the United States. It's going to require a greater emphasis on homeland defense. so we can defend ourselves against those who, notwithstanding our best efforts overseas, are still trying to get in to the country to hurt us. And so we should see this as a long-term campaign and do apply decisive force to it. And that force isn't just military force. It's all the elements of national power that are at our disposal.
The talk is of war, retaliation for the attacks Tuesday. But the Secretary of State said...
And I said, I can't see the president. So I went over and I stood on the back of the rig. And I'm looking around, and this Secret Service guy comes over, and he starts throwing a couple of bricks off the truck. And he said, is this 30? I said, yeah. He says, bounce up and down on it for me. I bounced up and down on it. And he said, okay, well, somebody's coming over. He didn't tell me the president's coming over. He told me somebody's coming over here. You help them up, and you come down. When he gets up there, you come down. I said, okay. Well, who comes around the corner but the president?
Bush.
And I saw him. I picked him up. I said, are you okay? Everything all right here? And he said, yeah. I said, okay. And I started to get off. He said, where are you going? He says, come back here. He puts his arm around my shoulder. I said, uh-oh. And somebody handed him a bullhorn, and he started, you saw.
He said, it looked like he said a couple of things to you while you were standing there that we couldn't hear.
Well, he said, where are you going? And I said, I'm going. I was told to get off. He said, no, you stay right here with me.
The story of a lifetime. That was firefighter Bob Beckwith talking about the president's visit Friday to Ground Zero. Well, for almost a week, we've been living with terror, grief, shock, disbelief, and a coming war. Today is the beginning of the next phase of our lives, the time after the attack, the time to rebuild. NBC's Chip Reed this morning on how that journey begins.
14,000 businesses in Lower Manhattan were affected by the World Trade Center disaster. Many destroyed. Others will take weeks.
Has asked people to try.
We have to go back as much as possible, responsibly, to life and business as usual.
That is so much easier said than done. This past week, people are grappling with all kinds of decisions, and many seem to be wondering, is it okay to enjoy life just a little?
Go out to dinner are the first steps. Go out to clubs, go to dance clubs, go to stand-up clubs, go to movies. Back to being normal. Go shopping.
Caroline Hirsch is the owner of the well-known comedy club Caroline's on Broadway. After being closed for 2 days,
like the Kennedy assassination or various things, we just saw a picture of this guy, Bob Beckwith. That was you, with President Bush. You're a firefighter, Bob?
I'm a retired firefighter.
Retired? How old are you?
I'm 69.
How'd you wind up out there?
I went down there to help with the
Having a little trouble with you, Mike. Try this one. We'll get him to work on this one. Here you go.
I went down to, I volunteered to go help rescue and search and rescue of the people that are trapped.
You heard him call for help, and you came in.
I knew it. I knew it for 2 days. I tell you, I saw that on the television the morning that it happened, and it was god-awful. I just couldn't believe it. It took me 2 days to let it sink in, but the third day I was down there.
Have you tried to describe what you've seen?
I saw, it looked like a war zone. It just was bombed out. It was a shame. It was really disgusting to see this twisted metal of these 2 tall buildings just down. Fire still going, even right now. It's not good.
How did you wind up there with President Bush?
I got down there, and I immediately went and I grabbed a shovel and I started digging where these people were, and I kept digging and filling buckets and digging and filling buckets and moving debris, and then I just got tired and I moved to another section and I started in again. I took a wind and I went down to another section, and we found a pumper, a fire engine, under some of the debris, and the crane operator picked it up and dragged it out to West Street and Vesey and dropped it there, and we continued to look for people.
And I want to bring you along. President Bush came along at some point here?
No. I went out to, they said the president is here. So we all stopped for a few minutes and we went out to see him. It was right on the corner. And I couldn't see him, so I jumped up on the pumper that they had just pulled out. And I was there by myself. And everybody was, all the crowds were around. And a Secret Service guy comes over and he takes a couple of bricks and right next to me where I'm standing, and he throws them, and he said, is this sturdy, this place over here? I said, yeah. He says, prove it, jump on it. So I jumped on it. He said, okay, it's sturdy. He said, somebody's coming over here, and you help them up on it, and as soon as they go up on it, you come down. I said, okay. Who comes around the corner? The president. I say, oh, man. So I grab his hand, I pull him up, I straighten him out. I say, are you okay? Are you going to be okay? He said, yeah, I'm okay.
I'm glad you pulled him up well.
Yeah. And I start to get down. He said, where you going? I said, the Secret Service told me to, as soon as you're up here, to get down. He said, you stay right here. He puts his arm around me. You do what the boss says, right?
You sure do. You sure do. Now, Bob, I know that you were a great firefighter in your time, and you were a great firefighter while you were out there in those days. But you know why he was up there with you? Because you represented every single other firefighter. The 300 or so firefighters whose lives have been lost. The men and women who are still out there every day. And believe me, folks, with the rains that have come down, it is worse out there now than when it first started. It is more dangerous out there now. You guys know it, right? Yes. We're going to talk to you in a minute. And this guy knows it better than anybody. This is Chris Gansey. Chris, how are you?
Oh.
Here you go. Take this one. Oh, you got two of them. All right, keep that one.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Are you a fireman?
No.
No, you're just wearing your dad's badge?
My father was the FDNY Chief of Department, Pete Gansey, who was killed.
Everybody knew Pete Gansey.
Everybody did.
You guys know Pete Gansey? You knew of him, though, didn't you? Yeah.
He was the bravest man that I've ever met, and it's just unbelievable, just the magnitude of what this means, not only to my family, but to the city of New York. The bravery just gives me a warm feeling in my heart. I know that our family has a tragic loss right now, but for the last couple of days, I know that he's with me. But most importantly, he died the way that he wanted to, with his men. He wouldn't have it any other way.
Do you remember the last time you talked to him?
I spoke to him the night before. Thank God, I hugged him and I told him that I loved him. I mean, it's funny, but my dad never considered himself a chief. And when he got the position of Chief of Department, which is the highest uniformed ranked position in the department, he was a little sad. He was a little sad that he was going to be taken away from his men, be distanced from his men. And he wasn't, and that was proved on Tuesday, because my father was in there in the trenches with his guys. If he was willing to send men in there to risk their lives, then he better be willing to risk his own. And he was in the trenches with them, directing men, saving men. At the services that were beautiful this week, even though the terrible tragedy, still so many people showed up just to tell me, pat me on the shoulder, comfort my family, and saying, Pete Gansey saved my life. He saved my life. And just knowing the fact that my father was a hero, like so many of the other thousands of firefighters and police officers around this country, they're all heroes. And my father died a hero. He died with his men. And I know that he'd be smiling down at me right now, probably with a glass of scotch, but smiling down.
He was a great man. That's his hat, isn't it?
This is his helmet. He didn't get a chance to use it. I actually have a picture of him that I brought with me.
Of America, go back to their shops, their fields, American factories, and go back to work. Our nation was horrified, but it's not going to be terrorized.
Mr. Bush in a 15-minute session with reporters showing so many different faces. Disbelief that hijackers could crash into buildings filled with innocent people. Anger when asked about suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden's claim he was not involved, and determination to win the war.
They have roused a mighty giant, and make no mistake about it, we're determined.
The president's words, part of a full-court administration offensive to reassure a jittery public.
We're pursuing over 40,000 leads.
They can't destroy America.
Things have changed since last Tuesday. The world's shifted in some respects.
The administration facing a delicate balancing act, encouraging an anxious country to go back to work while making the case its campaign against terrorists and those who harbor them will not be an overnight solution.
It will take time. It's not a matter of days or weeks. It's years. It's going to take the support of the American people, and I have every confidence it'll be there.
The support is there now. In a CNN USA Today Gallup poll, 86% said they back a military action even if it lasts several months. Support does drop, though, to 66% if a conflict lasts several years. For a public angry about how these tragedies could have happened, Attorney General John Ashcroft says he will send proposals to Capitol Hill in days to strengthen laws targeting terrorists.
We will develop the tools.
While Secretary of State Colin Powell calls for a return to normalcy.
If we stick in our bunkers and walk around afraid, they will have won. Well, we're not a fearful people. We know how to overcome tragedy.
To underscore that point, on Monday, Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill rings the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, and Major League players return to the ball fields, while the administration continues planning its response to the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil. Kelly Wallace, CNN, the White House.
Well, and the attacks have placed U.S. intelligence gathering under intense scrutiny. There are growing calls for a complete overhaul of the system. Some officials suggest changing policy, including the ban on state-sponsored assassinations. Such killings have been banned in the U.S. for the past 25 years, but some lawmakers say it is time now to lift that ban.
The reality is, if you're dealing with a terrorist, the only effective defense you
It does not look like any place we know. About 1,000 people being housed at Chelsea Piers, providing showers and food and so on. It is itself a small community. I might also mention that the U.S. troops throughout Europe are on the highest possible alert tonight. This is called Threat Condition Delta. No new flight or troop movements have been ordered so far, although, as you know, they have moved some American warships. 4 major operations still ongoing. This includes, of course, the Iraqi controls, the Balkans, special protection measures being taken for those exercises. And so all around the world, the response to this is taking place, including right here in the United States, where if you are going to try to go about your normal life, you will find it is not so easy, since travel has been held up, since trading on the stock market has been held up, and since, of course, we will be instituting all manner of security operations as we move forward. It is not only New York that has been changed by this, it is the United States. Our own Alex Witt has been down there in South Manhattan for quite some time, following the developments of these large construction items like that bulldozer we were just looking at, trying to dig down in there and get a little room so that they can get some traction and start building it out, Alex.
Indeed, Forrest, less than 10 minutes ago, we saw a very long line of bright yellow painted equipment, bulldozers, forklifts, heavy earth movers come parading down the southbound side of the West Side Highway, heading inbound for work. There's more activity right now than there has been, at least on the streets here about 4 blocks north of Ground Zero. Behind me where the white plume of smoke is, that remains Ground Zero. About more activity again over the past 2 hours. We've seen the the trucks coming in consistently now, and as far as I can see down the road, I see yellow lights flashing atop of these that are just blaring out against the pitch black sky down this road. As far as I can see, there is emergency personnel and land moving heavy forklift type equipment heading this way in, which may mean a change of shifts, which may mean that they have cleared away more access to that area. Try as we might for us to have gotten firefighters to speak with us live when we have our hits for you. It is virtually impossible to know when they will be trickling out. However, much as I've done this evening, I have caught up with firefighters as they have passed our NBC News truck here and spoken with them. Notably, in the last hour, 2 groups, one from Hollis, Queens, another one again from Washington Heights, painting different stories. First of all, the Hollis, Queens firefighters, they were actually doing not search and rescue operations, but indeed firefighting. And you can hear now the noise of these trucks as they head on in down to Ground Zero to help remove the equipment, remove concrete slabs and metal and the like. The firefighters, I don't know if you can get a picture of this over my shoulder, but through that dim haze there, you might see a flickering orange light. We weren't certain earlier if that was a light of some sort assisting firefighters in recovery or if indeed it was a fire. Because of its flickering nature and because the Hollis Queens firefighters told me that they had been indeed battling fires themselves, we believe that to be a fire going on right now. So there are firefighters that are doing that which their job title describes. The firefighters from Washington Heights, they told me that what kept them going when I asked them this question, the only thing that kept them going was the thought they had been told, whether true or not, that sometime this afternoon, one company of firefighters, which consists of a leader, a driver, and 4 men, were found and pulled out alive. Now, there is no confirmation of this. When I went up to where the command post area is, there was no fire official that could confirm this. But if nothing else for us, it served to give them hope and inspiration to keep plugging away. Both of these groups I had spoken to had been on the job for 24 hours. They'd been on fighting other fires or assisting with problems in their own districts and then were pulled into here. They were exhausted, to say the least. They had these haunted looks about them, yet they said what kept them going was the possibility of hope of finding someone alive. Now, speaking of exhaustion, I've been, just for comparison's sake, up 22 hours now. 6 a.m. yesterday morning began what I thought would be a normal day. I'm having trouble hanging on to this microphone at times. I feel twitches, and it's not from the cold. The weather's been very cooperative and probably assisting the firefighters. It's not too cold, which would allow them not to have much muscle cramping from the cold, at least. The fatigue is an entirely another matter. But my hands themselves, I find them kind of twitching. That is nothing compared to the exhaustion and the muscle fatigue experienced by these firefighters out on the lines. I have seen several dump trucks come by me filled to the brim for us with concrete, metal, plaster. One came through with what looked like a huge door. In addition, there was a car that came by as I was standing there in the road that was covered in soot. I mean, I don't know how the driver drove that car. 3 inches of soot, and it was coming off in a stream behind the car as it went down the West Side Highway heading northbound out of the staging area. I started coughing just in a violent fit, and again, nothing compared to what the firefighters are dealing with down in that plume of smoke there that does not seem to dissipate at all, Forrest.
We have heard, of course, that Mayor Giuliani said he would like all civilians to stay far, far, far away from there. As you look around, has he succeeded?
Forrest, once again, I wasn't clear on that.
Civilians, ordinary people, Mayor Giuliani has asked that they not come anywhere near there. As you look around, they are not there?
No, there were more people here when I got in, 5-6 hours ago into the area. Residents, locals that were coming down, some with cameras, some just standing agape. Virtually all of them covered in soot from walking in the area. I can tell you my bottom of my pants, shoes, gone. But now it has calmed down until all this activity that we see coming down here southbound on the West Side Highway coming in. Until this, it was really quiet the last couple of hours in particular. So by perhaps 2 a.m. Eastern time, even the most curious onlookers seem to have headed home or for some sort of semblance in taking all of this in and trying to digest what's happened here in Lower Manhattan today. Now it may be picking up a little bit. I'm seeing the activity of the trucks. Still no people, sightseers, onlookers trying to get a glimpse of things, in part because it's so dark, Forrest. In addition, you're not able to see ground zero unless you go down to the command post, and even we, the media, are being kept away from that command post as best they can. I know that my producer was able to get a portable camera down with him, sort of a spy cam, if you will, and did take some pictures that we fed into you a couple of hours ago that shows the voluminous amounts of debris, 5, 6, 7 stories high, though I'm not certain if the pictures you saw represented that. We do know that there are huge concrete slabs, metal pilings, shards of glass, plaster dumped up to 5, 6, 7 stories high on the south side of the buildings here, Forrest.
Alex Witt, thank you very much, Alex. If you are a New Yorker, I would urge you to follow Mayor Giuliani's counsel and not go down there. You might want to see it, but it is not something that you need to be there for, and it will only impede their work, and their work is absolutely important. Nora O'Donnell is at the Pentagon right now. She's been following the work that is going on there and the security that has been installed all around Washington, D.C. Nora?
Forrest, it has now been 18.5 hours since a Boeing 757 plunged into the southwest side of the Pentagon. Officials say that that jet was probably traveling at about 600 miles an hour and had 6,000 gallons of fuel in it. It tore a gaping hole in the Pentagon. Now, 18.5 hours later, a fire is still burning inside the Pentagon. Fire officials working to put out that fire. They are hoping to have most of that fire put out by dawn so that they can then move in the recovery team, the search and rescue team inside the Pentagon to begin lifting some of that debris. Officials now estimating that there could be some 800 dead inside the Pentagon. That includes the 64 members who were on American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles Airport towards San Francisco. So there has been a large loss of life here at the Pentagon. Officials saying that what normally happens in a situation like this, that there is a casualty assistance team. What's going on is that all of the military each military team is going and looking for who is accounted for. Once they discover that someone is missing and that person has perished, they will then make the decision to go out to people's homes in teams. This is the military tradition, to go inform family members what has happened to their loved ones. An official I spoke with here at the Pentagon just about 2 hours ago said he's not sure yet whether that process has begun yet, but that is the tradition and that they are certainly working towards that as each of the units of the armed forces work through to discover who is missing, as there is one whole side of the Pentagon that essentially has been destroyed tonight, and that area is still hot, still smoldering, still leaving billowing smoke through most of Washington. Most of Washington under heavy and tight security today. Officials estimating that there are some 1,500 to 2,000 National Guard on the ground, that number could rise by the morning. Anecdotally, on the streets of Washington, there are about every other block Humvees, camouflaged Humvees with armed guards standing, watching, waiting, making sure that there is no suspicious activity. So this city is being watched very closely. Around the world, the United States has issued ThreatCon Delta, U.S. military forces on a state of the highest alert. The Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, today in his office when this plane collided in with the Pentagon at about 9:40 a.m. Eastern Time. The plane collided on the southwest side of the building. The Secretary of Defense's office is on the opposite side of the Pentagon, and yet he felt the shaking. He then, we're told by sources, got up from his desk, went to the other side of the Pentagon, and was actually helping some of the casualty victims. The Secretary of Defense then deciding to hold a briefing inside the Pentagon later in the afternoon to make the very point that it is not business as usual, has not been disrupted at the Pentagon. In fact, he is asking for people to return to work at the Pentagon tomorrow. There's no talk yet of retaliation here. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying they're not ready to discuss what the next step is, but the Joint Chief of Staff, Henry Shelton, saying, quote, make no mistake about it, our armed forces are ready. Forrest.
Nora O'Donnell at the Pentagon, where, of course, all that she has described has happened. Thank you so much, Nora. And all around the Capitol building, all around the White House, all around Washington, D.C. The kind of security that Nora describes is in place. Meanwhile, the administration wants to find out who did it and wants to do something about it. President Bush has pledged to the nation, this from the Oval Office at 8:30 this evening Eastern Time, to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. In the meantime, a senior administration official who sought anonymity cited, and I quote, strong information implicating Osama bin Laden, that exiled Saudi who it is believed has been hiding in the hills, moving from place to place in Afghanistan, under the protection, it is fair to say, of the Taliban, the group that controls Afghanistan now. And this official says that President Bush is considering a wide range of military options targeting Osama bin Laden. Now, one thing that he said in his speech is